That was a legendary moment you guys just missed. I pressed E.
Right now. Right here.
Oh, she almost did it again. So, she did right now, right here, emerge. She did the order, right now, right here, emerge, right before I started streaming. And she almost did it again. I've never seen it 2 times in a row. It's rare that she even does it.
Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
Like, it's rare that she even does it, you know, that same order. Anyways, whatever. Why? I was distracted.
Right now. Right here.
Oh, see? It's this is the eye experience, right? Like you wait for the right here, right now emerge, and then she trolls you, because that's what I do, you know.
Right now.
No, right? See, every time you get your expectations up, and then
Right here.
yeah, no. See, this is what happens, right? It's so rare. It's so rare to actually get the right here, right now emerge in that order. It's so rare. It just doesn't happen. But, anyways, hello. So we're gonna review account fixing form submissions. That's why it's in a pinned comment. Actually, I should add it to the description too, because it's not like gonna be a temporary form or anything. My intention with reviewing these submissions live is just to see if there's, and I'm gonna wait a little bit. We're gonna do like normal daily gacha grind things first, but my intention is to like do this live to see if anyone else spots things in the submission form that are interesting. Like part of the reason I haven't made as many account fixing, it's multifaceted, but part of the reason I kind of semi-stopped making account fixing videos is like I ran the gamut of ideas for like formats for accounts to pick out, and so now we're just back to like maybe repeating some ideas that I had before, unless there's rare specific ones that land in my lap, right? Like, you know, if another 80-year-old person wants me to fix their account, right? But that seems unlikely. Will I do it again when a new game mode drops? Yeah, probably. I think fixing an account in the context of the new endgame content is a relevant context.
Emerge.
No.
Right now.
No. See, she rarely even does like 3 voice lines in a row in the first place. It's usually only like she has, from what I recall and when I tested this before, because yes, this is a thing I tested. I think we did it live, and I think we determined that there's like a 60 to 70% chance
Come on out. Emerge. Right now.
of her doing a voice line when you use her skill. It's not guaranteed. So getting all 3 voice lines and getting them in the specific order is quite rare. Anywho's. So yeah, you have to grind up 3 teams. Yep, I'm well aware. So anyways, my current thinking, right, for the next account fixing video is probably to just repeat the formula, because like other than like the one-offs that I don't think are particularly replicatable, like the fixing the 74-year-old's account, the most popular ones, to my own frustration, were the account fixing videos where I spent a bunch of resin. And like I kind of hate that, because a really big part of one of the focuses I tried to have with the account fixing videos was that, like, yeah, deciding how to use your resin is important, but like resin is just something you get over time, right? And I always wanted to focus these videos more on the decisions. So the point of the videos was always to like try to put accounts, if I can't directly fix the account with the existing resources on the account when I log in over a few days, over a week max, like, then hopefully I can at least set them on a path, right? And provide information to help you make better decisions and whatever. And some things are different now in the current context of the game, in that, like, if your priority is 36 starring Abyss, clearing the new end game, whatever, you know, you're gonna have to prioritize a little bit different kinds of characters, and it's gonna be a little bit harder. So I don't know, like, that's part of the reason, by the way, I've also like not been motivated to make account fixing videos, is like the flexibility we have to deal with the game's content is more, it's there's less flexibility, right? It's less opportunities for just like leveling some high versatility units, and more just like you need really specific units available for really specific enemies. And not even specific units, but like specific kinds of teams, right? Because you can have some units that are completely functional and versatile in a lot of situations and can be used in the current Abyss, but then the teams are like really awful to actually 36-star the Abyss with, because like it's a burst reliant team that is really weird to like get the abilities to line up properly with the way up, right? And like that sucks. That sucks when like, because like do I have to spend 30 minutes in an account fixing video going over examples of different teams and how to optimize against the Wayob, one specific enemy that they might not put in an Abyss 1 year from now? I don't know. So, anyways, people enjoy character building? Yeah, but no, okay, the thing is, I think people enjoy big number gimmicks and titles, and people get focused on the big number, spend a bunch of resin, even like, I don't know. And I don't know, I just don't like the format and focus necessarily being on the resin rather than on the decision making process, right? So I don't know. Point is, if I make, I think I'm going to try that again though, to be clear, because I think it's good to be open-minded with like myself and not be too resistant with this kind of concept, and instead just fine, if people want to watch the spending a bunch of resin building character video, all I have to do is make sure I go out of my way to mention like the important thing isn't the total resin we spent, the important thing is how we are spending our resin and where we are deciding to spend it. So I don't know, but either way, I think doing account fixing is going to be harder than it was in the past. It's kind of my overall point. And I think it's going to be less enjoyable than it was, but ultimately it's still the same formula. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. It's been long enough. I need to need to go and do it again and see what happens. But yeah, the reviewing the forum today live is just an opportunity of seeing if you guys can help me pick out a particularly good account, but also just as a helpful motivator. Like the fact that I'm doing this on stream means I will hopefully be picking out a thing on stream, because here, I'll just show you the form. This is the submission form, by the way, the spreadsheet from our submission form, but I removed all the like personal contact information, obviously, so I will just have to like save which one it was, and then I'll go back and find the actual contact information. But you can see there's like, this is the new form, by the way, that has a lot fewer submissions.
Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful.
So you can probably understand how like it's a little bit easier said than done if we're trying to pick out something specific from the information people provide and make a video from that. On top of the issue where like I will like contact people and then they won't respond for some amount of time, and then I'll try to contact someone else, and then in the time frame of me contacting someone else, the person that didn't respond for several days then responds to me, and it's just like you know, anywho's. But being more detailed in your form make it more helpful to get a better understanding. I mean, so if you look at the form, I don't know. So I did a stream a while back where I kind of went over fairly in depth my thinking for the new form, which was to leave it open-ended. And so if we're going through these submissions, and I'm sure we can find one. Okay, let's find one here. Well, first of all, submission number 2. No. Like these two things, like the actual form has like subtitling under the what I am asking for with this information in the form, and you know, I guess I can open it up. Where's my link? There's my link. Can I? There we go. Bop. So, great, it showed my email, that's fine. I've shown that email before. Now they know the world. That's whatever, that's just data that is nice to have, because this is the how casual of a player you are vibe. That's all that question is. This is just another question kind of in conjunction with that, but this is a vague measurement of how long a player has been playing. But realistically, as time has gone on, like this is a less and less useful measurement. The difference between like two AR-60 players, by the way, is a big ol'. Because an AR-60 player can be someone who's played for a year, an AR-60 player can be someone who's played for 3 years. That's very different. Link for new form, isn't it pinned? It's pinned. It's literally pinned. But anyway, Len, thank you for being a member for 23 months. You're crazy. I'm going to be irresponsible with my money at some point again. We all are, I think, if we choose to spend money on fools like me or in gacha games. Anyways, UID, whatever, but the more important thing, right? This here is like, you know, this is the open-ended section. It's like, hey, I don't know what you want to tell me about your account. I could put more and more specific questions like I had in the original version of the form, but like, provide whatever information you want to me about your account, because the goal is to make videos that like, yeah, like I'm never, there is no physical reality where I fix every person's account. That is not the point of this series. The point of this series is not to one by one fix every single Genshin account. The point is to use it as a video format for a learning opportunity and hopefully being entertaining at the same time. And therefore, having something about your account that would be a more interesting focus is good. And the original account fixing form had stuff like, you know, what are your favorite characters? So that I can like focus on what particular characters to build. The reason that's no longer in the form is because of the fact that I can just ask what people's favorite characters are, like to build around after the fact, and I can tell them how compatible their current goals are with their desire to, you know, play Dia all the time. Right, like if a player is like hellbent on trying to clear Abyss with Dia, you know, that tells me it's going to take them a little bit longer to achieve their goal of 36 starring probably than maybe normal. Not, well, I mean, it depends on if it's main DPS Dia or not, to be clear. There's a difference between on-field DPSing Dia and just using Dia for supportive utility, because using Dia for supportive utility is not hard at all. That's very easy to find use cases, but anyways. So, anyways.
Show me what's inside.
Yeah. So, let's go do normal gacha things for a little bit. And then we'll go look through the actual submissions. We'll read them. Not like literally everyone or anything, but anyways. Oh, Sylveon. Oh yeah, speaking of Sylveon. I have a new moderator. They're not usually active in chat, I think, very often. They said they contacted me. They said they watch a lot of my streams, and they basically convinced me that I was like, okay, you know, maybe we should have. Why? Len, are you paying for? Are you paying for me to turn off ads? I have to go. How much money do I get from streams? I gotta. Is 49 fragile resin enough? You don't have to have a particular amount of resin. I think other than when I like, to be clear, for my current intent is to make the next account fixing video on an account that has a bunch of fragile resin available, so that I can have some flexibility for doing things, and I can present the video as like spending X amount of resin potentially. But anyways, why so is your intention, Len, to try to pay for removing ads for everyone? I like the mindset. I know I've done that in the past, but before I commit to turning off ads for this stream, let me go check quick on some like analytics on what I get from YouTube for streams, because I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know what a typical stream makes for me. I don't think this is going to be a stream that gets 10,000 total views or anything. So, I don't know, let's use.
Traveling to other worlds is all that
Let's
anyone
use.
seems to be writing about these days.
Right, this one doesn't have complete data, I don't think.
Goodness knows what they find so
oh.
disappointing about their own world.
Okay. Realistically. Yeah, I guess it's probably fine-ish. To be clear, it's borderline. Like, it really depends. Because streams are weird. By the way, I just clicked on the... What? That's funny.
Personally,
So
like
I,
the idea of
like,
things
for
staying the
for
same
an
forever
example
is
of one
quite beautiful.
that is better performing,
But
um,
alas, that is simply not the way the
I
world
have
works.
5,000. This is like not better performing, but like better performing as in like the amount of money I get from it. But like it depends on how many people, not just the total number of views, but how many of those views watch a live stream for a long duration, right? Because someone watching a live stream for 30 minutes out of 4 hours is, you know, that's still one view on YouTube's end. But how much actual like monetization, like how many ad views that is, how much CPM I get from it, is different. You get more money from people watching the entirety of the stream, functionally. So point being, is like it depends on the stream and how much the viewers of it are watching a long duration, right? So anyways, that is to say that like a example one recently was the polearms only. Let's try this theater again with polearms only. That was last week. I did the 10-star clear on polearms only. That has a total of 4,700 views, and it has a little bit under $30 of ad revenue. Wow, crazy. And by the way, yes, that is not very much money. This is why I'm a bad live streamer. Because good live streamers have incentivization for people to like donate, like rewards, donation tier rewards, membership tier rewards. I don't know. Something about that aspect is never something that's been like highly motivating to me. But I need to do better, and hopefully I will think through that more properly when I start considering diversifying my income sources with Twitch and whatever in the future. So, anywho's, can I do your Sit Lolly polls? I mean, Sit Lolly isn't announced to be rerunning next patch, if that was your assumption. So, I don't know, maybe in the future when Sit Lolly is actually rerunning. I mean, I'll do another Twitch stream soon, DM, after I move, is the intent. I want to stream more on Twitch, but it requires a number of things related to problems with Twitch, and problems with internet. But anywho's, point being, live streams revenue is weird, and the analytics for this one video is like, I think this is a relatively better one for like this is a 6-hour stream, so it's a longer stream, and it's a one that is like, I think keeps people engaged a little bit more throughout the stream because of what the stream was about, compared to like this stream, which is more of a disjointed yap stream that is probably not it's gonna attract less total viewers in general, and also probably less viewers that like stick through the whole thing, which is fine. And this is part of why I'm saying I think, okay, I guess Len has paid enough, maybe I can just turn off ads. I mean, objectively, I shouldn't do that, right? This is part of my problem. I shouldn't do things like turning off ads because someone donates. Like, I need to add incentivization to make it, because what I'm doing is I'm functionally someone has given me a donation, and I'm functionally making no additional money from that donation if I turn off ads, right? Like that's essentially what I'm choosing to do here, which is like stupid. Like I'm such a terrible freaking content creator. Like I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. Anywho's, point being, sure, I guess I'll turn off ads. Oh, the other interesting stat, by the way, for some reason, I don't know why, I don't get that focused on this. I don't think it means that much, but the polearms only 10-star theater video, the stats on that says I lost 2 subscribers. What?
Beautiful.
Why did I lose 2 subscribers from that video?
Not the way the world works.
It has 3 dislikes on that live stream. So presumably 2 of the 3 people disliked and then unsubscribed, probably because I said something that disagreed with some weird worldview they had adapted into Genshin that, I don't know, or I passingly made a joke that they think was targeted at them and it wasn't. I don't know. Anyways, that's just funny to me. Is there any other? Let me check. Let's see. Oh, this is probably a good one. I bet I lost multiple subscribers on the reaction streams because I refuse to be a hype boy for advertisement bullshit. Because sorry, that is what most of what the special programs are. They're advertising. To be clear, the last one was better because there was actual new information in it. Crazy. And whatever. And I was overall positive about it, but I don't know. Anywho's. Let's check this one. This one had... It was 3 hours long, had like 8,000 views or something. It's gotten 2,000 more since publishing. $15 reduce of ad revenue. Oh my god. And no subscriber loss or gain. Well, that's surprising. Okay. It has more dislikes. It has 9 dislikes. Wow. Whopping 9 dislikes. It's a fairly actually high ratio of dislikes for my live streams. Usually they sit on the having a stroke range, the 98 to 100% like ratio range. So, anywho's, let's see. Actually, what was the most of the time is not 100%, but there is like occasionally live streams that are 100%. So the last one that was 100%. Oh, of course. Oh, of course. Ah, of course. The last. Of course. What's your guess, guys? There's actually multiple live streams that were all part of the same thing. The same thing I was doing relatively recently. A few of my live streams that each one of these, 3 in a row, they're all about the same thing in multiple different days. They all have 100% likes. It's the Scofier grinding streams. It's the gambling grinding streams. Of course. Of course, when you're just grinding for pulls, that's when people apparently accept my yap the most. I don't know. Gamba content. You're glitching? Am I glitching, or is it just you? Or are you one of the people that I need to have a new moderator for? I don't know. So to finish the moderator yap, they convinced me, Davies convinced me, I think Davies was their username, that like to be clear, I'm of the opinion, and this is why like I don't ban people very much, and I don't even time out people very much, because I don't even like timing out people when because I don't like on YouTube that timing out people removes their messages. That bothers me a lot, right? I said this before. It bothers me a lot because like I prefer that context being left there for like why I chose to time someone out for my own benefit or their own benefit or chat's benefit or just stream interactivity benefit. But like anyways, point is I'm a human, and like my attention when you're streaming, your attention split between like keeping track of chat, trying to like track sentiment of viewers, doing whatever I'm doing in game, which is not much right now. Yeah, I didn't even condense my resin. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't condense my resin. Isn't there a thing today? Yeah, there is. And okay, yeah, good. Yada yada, right? Your attention split between 100 different things, and it's very easy to just like read chat without even like recognize. Like I can recognize certain people. I can recognize certain people as like ones I should ignore, quite frankly. But like I'll glance through, read chat, and like read the message without even noticing who it's from half the time, right? So, like, point is I'm human, and like it's not possible for me as the streamer to completely control things, and hence the idea of having a little bit of a maybe more heavy-handed moderation practice. I've been slightly convinced. It's not something I'm personally inclined towards, but I've been somewhat convinced that that is a good thing for the quality of my streams. To have someone that helps avoid human problems. Human problems of in particular behaviors in chat. And this isn't saying that your people are going to get banned constantly. But timeouts might happen a lot more often. I don't know. Anywho's. We'll see. By the way, the process for this is not going to be like, I'm just giving this person free reign. Their plan is to tell me the specific actions they took and like why they took those actions, and outline that with me, and then I can be like, okay, I don't know if this was like the right call in this instance. Maybe you could like just give this person a warning next time, kind of thing. But anyways, I don't even know if Davies is here right now. They said they would be here, but I don't think they are. Anyways, point is, there might be better moderation in my chat in the future. Hopefully, that's the goal. The goal is better moderation so that we can have better streams that don't get distracted because I have a dumb human brain who gets distracted by annoying comments that just make things worse for everyone, right? So, yeah. Anyways. Even hear yourself, bro? Yeah. Anyways, are you on my main? Am I on my main? Yes. I am right now. I've been very productive today so far. Streaming for 25 minutes, walking around and yapping. This is how new weeks and gachas go. Anywho's, why don't you multi-stream? Internet don't support it. I have DSL that supports a whopping technically 20 megabits per second up, which is theoretically enough for multi-streaming, but it's not actually 20 megabits up. It's, in practice, almost never more than 13 megabits up. And I can tell you, if I dare try to do like two 6,000 kilobit per second streams, they will have problems. And the most bonkers part about this is like, I live in a freaking like area, which is like there's a bunch of homes. This is a big community development area. And for some godforsaken reason, despite the fact that it's like, is it not a no-brainer for internet providers to lay fiber out to a community like this where there's hundreds of homes in a relatively small area and all of these homes could be served fiber internet? No, apparently not, because that's the state of the US internet. Is they just, all the internet companies basically just have micro monopolies in different like agreements locking down certain like literally like neighborhoods, right? And so it's like on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis how effed internet is in like a given city even. So like it's the internet situation is completely effed in the United States, and like it makes having to shop for a new place to live miserable. And like anyways, one of the key things I've used as far as deciding where to, I don't know, here I'm just gonna show it because I'm gonna actually go view an apartment tomorrow. I'm not gonna tell you which apartment, but I will show you. Making sure I'm gonna go to this website, make sure it doesn't show anything. I don't think it does. I show you this provider, which is in Minnesota, that I am specifically moving to a location that has this. So this is USI Fiber, and you can see they have 1 gig, 565, 75. This is like relatively normal, fairly competitive pricing for this area for fiber internet pricing. Like it's not actually that crazy of pricing. So the pricing is not what it's attractive, but like everyone who uses this internet has zero complaints about it. Like absolutely zero complaints about it. And that's good at a baseline, right? But then want to know what the best freaking thing is? Right on the main part of their website, where is wait, upland there? I thought I could have. Oh wait, oops, sorry, I went to the pricing page by accident. Here's the home page. You see this? Fiber makes everything blah blah blah. Yeah, fiber is great. Fiber is it's a non-starter. I need fiber. I don't feel like going into detail why. My experience using fiber and using different kinds of internet technologies in the last like many years of my life, like what's available in rural, different levels of DSL, dial-up when I was much younger, even like I've experienced the spectrum of internet quality with different internet providing technologies. I am of the opinion that most people's problems with internet likely comes down to them not having fiber or just how asshole-ish the company is, right? Because obviously you can have fiber internet providers that are just asshole companies that are like overcharging you or have data caps and whatever, right? But anyways, USI is a good provider, but this is the most incredible thing that I've never seen from any other provider. Let me click on the coverage map. And this is so helpful for trying to find places to live. So this is Minneapolis, Twin Cities. So this is only a provider in Minneapolis, Twin Cities. Blue area is areas that are going to have live. Green area is areas they are going to have. That's like standard, or they have currently live. And that's like standard stuff, right? That's standard stuff where it's like, okay, they have a coverage map. But like, if you've tried to like actually shop around for real for internet, you understand just because, you know, let's say, I don't know, whatever the frick buildings here, right? Buildings in this general area, I don't know where this is, by Lake Harriet, right? Just because buildings are in the green area from Lake Harriet where they could serve fiber to it doesn't mean you can actually get fiber to the building without having to pay a ton of money, right? But what USI Fiber does, this wonderful company, you can click on individual, so whoever, this is probably just like an apartment building. You can click on random buildings. You see these green dots? These are buildings that have fiber wired to the building. Right? They have fiber wired to the building. Like, they tell you whether or not the building has fiber. So there's no f***ing about with, like, talking to, like, a particular apartment and whatever on whether or not they have this provider available or whatever. They're just, like, you could just they could check the address and it says if the wiring is there, if it's live or not already. Well, live just means like they currently actually whatever. So like the building not being here doesn't mean they don't have it, but in particular for apartment searching, like if an apartment doesn't show up here as having on this list, like an apartment isn't on this list, it means they don't have USI fiber wired to the building, right? They don't have fiber wired to the building, and therefore that apartment is a non-starter, right? Like I will not consider that. So like this is just like an actual signal that like, hey, these buildings actually have fiber. So for like shopping for houses, this wouldn't be that useful, to be clear. It's mostly useful for shopping for apartments. But anyways, yeah, guys, I don't live here. I'm going to live in the general city. I'm not doxing myself. Like, freaking chill, dudes. You're like, anyways. Surprised you can stream with 20 megabits per second. You're overestimating how much internet you need to do one stream. You don't need that good of internet, but if I want to do things like multi-streaming and also not have to, and also I just have more wiggle room for things in general, and also it's nice for like having faster uploads, because like I oftentimes have to wait like an hour to make sure an upload is done, and that's like part of like why my sleep schedule's gotten effed. It's not like the reason why, but anyways. Point being, this is an incredibly nice ass thing to have for shopping around for places to be. So anyways, if it's not obvious, yes, I will be living somewhere in this green splotch. That's my intention. I'm not going to tell you where. This is a fairly big area. I'm not really worried about it. But anyways. Blap. Okay. We should probably do our daily grind thing so we can move on to the actual topic of this stream. Anywho's. Does your Wi-Fi have a data cap? USI doesn't, and the one I currently have doesn't. But like, that's not even the problem. That is not the problem. So, anyways, gonna fly to America and check every house. Yep, there you go. I live on Earth. Yeah, me too. It's a shit place. Why am I in Strongbox? Oh, I was about to condense my resin. No, bad brain. Okay, hey, whoa, okay. Let's go to Teapot. Go to pot. Talk to the tribes people yet? What tribes people? What tribes people? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, do the quests? I'm not gonna do the tribes quests. Or do you mean like, I don't even have a tribe thing to claim. What are you talking about? I thought I had a tribe thing to claim.
This realm is...
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain I'm going to love living in the city for various reasons, but also I forgot to turn off ads. I just realized. I said I was going to, and I forgot to. Thank you, Yald, for the reminder. Business proposal. Gonna skip and save until Columbina becomes playable. When she does, you can pull on your account to get her C6. Oh boy, yeah, I'm down. I'm down for that. Alright, here. Again, I shouldn't do this because, like, this is just this is bad business practice for me. I'm just electing to make less money today, but, you know, screw it. Thank you for the donations. There's enough donations. I'm relatively comfortable turning off ads for this stream. So, So theoretically, they should be off. If they are still on for you, it's not my fault. Anywho's. Mora? By the way, I've spent the last few days of Resin in... This is crazy. The Noblesse Bloodstain domain, because, like, I really want better Noblesse pieces. Like, I'm trying to get double crit flower... Sorry, double crit feather in particular. And, like, a double crit attack timepiece for DPS Bennett is honestly the main motivator. But also just better Noblesse pieces in general. Because I kind of would like to have Mona on a permanent Noblesse build. And, like... Anyway, it's just... I have not had great luck so far, and I really shouldn't... I should probably be, like, not doing that right now. I guess I can choose to... farm Noblesse with the new endgame next patch. Alright, so anyway, we're gonna farm Blade Lines today, and whatever weekly boss shenanigans. So let's go do that. Let's go do that. We can save this now for, Spork. I'm gonna save it mostly because I'm still not sure on the weapon, to be clear. Like, my Primogen resources. Like, I look pretty okay, but this is not that many Primogems if I don't get lucky. Like, I have, I think, 10 pity for the Squark. Yeah, 9 pity. And what do I have currently wishes wise? So I have 5 of these. And 141. So I have enough. I have enough to get Spore, right? Which is good, because I didn't really want to spend money for her. But I am tempted by her weapon. But also there's, like, unknown factors, like... One, there's potentially a character in version 5.8 coming out. That might be something I want to pull for. And that would be a reason not to wish a weapon banner. There also maybe will be a Sumeru Chronicle banner, which is only something I would care about, because... If there's a Sumeru Chronicle banner, and I would love to have some Primogems for getting Dia copies. Quite frankly, like, I think was most likely in that situation. I have enough content I haven't done on my main account at this point. I think I could at least grind, like, I don't know. This is a bit sauce, but, like, there's a lot of it's like this. I don't know. There's a lot of quests I haven't done, and a lot of, like, I don't know, it's weird. Like, I've done a very good chunk of exploration, but Sumeru is really the main area of neglect. And I have no idea how many wishes I can get from Sumeru. Point is, I might grind for Dia. Might do a rare grinding stream marathons on my main account. I definitely have a 5-star worth of pulls, but the thing is, I definitely don't have... I am quite confident. I don't, unless I get very lucky with Skirk, I don't have the ability to, like, go for Skirk and have Primogems left over to get 2 Dia copies. And the desire for this is just to get C6 Dia, right? And I don't want to wail for C6 Dia. I want to feel like it was earned in a more genuine way. Could I justify I am a Dia main at this point? It's fairly safe to say. She's one of the characters I main. Could I justify it on that level? I mean, like... Yeah, I'm a content creator. I can justify it on a business cost level, but, like, I don't know. It just feels much more earned if I manage to get C6 without doing that, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, and again, like, the real temptation, as stupid as it is like, yeah, Skirk weapon is gonna be good for Skirk, but, like, I want Skirk's weapon because I think it's very likely that I would be willing to play DPS Bennett in co-op, in the new endgame co-op. And I would really like to have a 674 base attack weapon that is also a crit stat stick. And, like, yes, Chronicle banner exists right now. I could technically go for a Mist Splitter, but I'd much rather get Skirk's weapon in conjunction with... Yeah, anyways, whatever. So, like, you get the point. Skirk's weapon is not, you know, is not going to be fundamentally that different from Mist Splitter for a DPS Bennett stat stick weapon. It's really all it is at the end of the day. So... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did you see Bongo Cat's new hat? It's a very appropriately sized hat. Bam. Duplicate. Oh, I can trade for a rare. Oh, look at that. That's a... Well, you can't see the cat because the hat's too big. I guess I gotta put on a smaller hat. Here, put on a fish. Look at that cat. Oh, wait. It's a little transparent because there's black spots. Perfect. That's a good balance of transparency. Sharky Cat is better. I mean, I do like Sharky Cat, but semi-transparent cat is kind of great. It's a calico cat. Yeah, calico cats are great. I had a calico cat. What was her name? Was that? No, that wasn't Bella. That was. I just remember my sister named our first cats. I named my cat, which is a black cat. It's very creative, like me. I don't know how old I was. I was in middle school, but I think. Wait, was I in middle school? I don't know. Middle school-ish. I named my cat Shadow. And you know what? To be honest, I think Shadow is still a good cat name for a black cat. But my sister named the other cat Bella because of Twilight. But anyways, oh yeah, Bean. Bean was the calico cat we had after Bella. Anywho's, so I've had a calico cat in my life, or my family had a calico cat per se. Anywho's, I bet Shadow loved Latinas. What are you talking about? Oh, are you making a Sonic? Is this a Sonic the Hedgehog weird Sonic fandom joke? Is that what you're making? What? That's my best guess. Is this Shadow the Hedgehog joke? Weird things? I don't know. It is? Okay, of course I managed to figure that out. I know nothing of the specifics, and I don't want to know the specifics, but I figured it was Sylveon's fault, yeah. Anyways, you named your cat Raiden Shogun. No, but actually, I don't know. In the future, would I consider naming some cats after Genshin characters? Wait, this could be a video. Okay, well, we're now immediately very distracted, but this could be a good video. Like a tier list of which Genshin characters would I consider giving their name to a cat. Right? Kirara? I mean, yeah. The thing is, right now in my mind, as far as like naming cats after anime characters, my first inclination would be naming one Mau Mau. Which, because of Apothecary Diaries, and Mau Mau is literally named Cat. Like, so naming a cat after Mau Mau, because Mau Mau was named Cat. So naming a cat in America, Cat, like Mau Mau is just a great name for a cat, like, and a person. Anyways, I think, like, as far as tier lists for like. Okay. Should we do this? Should I do this? I kind of want to do it. Okay, here, I'll do a poll. How off topic are we willing to be? Can I do this tier list? Can my interface work? There we go. Start a poll. Make a Genshin tier list for cat name characters. That's weird phrasing, but whatever. You get it.
Sandstorms behind for a better life.
Okay. Genshin 5.7 tier list. Oh, that's funny. It remembered my. Okay, reset this. How do I reset this? Reset. Bam. There you go. Okay. There we go. Okay. Poll is yes. 89% yes with 110 votes. That's enough for me to give confirmation. All right, let's go. Bap. This is enough vibe. So let's position that better. Okay. S rank. Would I will name a cat after them. Like that's S rank, right? S rank for so this tier list, right? The goal of this tier list is to rank Genshin characters by how much I would like their name as a cat name in the future. And that here, we can just have it centered like this, is fine. All right, you know, I guess I should record this. But anyways, we're gonna make a Genshin tier list on how much I like the idea of naming a character like Navia, right? So how much would I like that? So S rank is obviously going to be like my intention is I will like name a cat Navi in the future, for example. I don't think Navi actually is an S rank. I'm just giving her as an example. Will consider naming a cat. Not a bad cat name, but That's a dog name.
But at least it doesn't hide anything.
No, a dog name is like D or F. Yeah, dog name. D is dog tier. Yeah, sorry. That's a dog name. And then C is probably not cat enough. Or just yeah, not really a cat name. All right. Traveler, I mean, honestly, okay. Like Traveler Traveler's a pretty good cat name, honestly. Like if someone told me their cat's name was Traveler, I'd be like, that's a name that has a story behind it, right? But I guess Aether Lumine too. I mean, I guess we should do Aether Lumine. But if it's Traveler I think is like an A tier cat name. But if it's Aether and Lumine,
My people are used to the desert.
I don't know. Like
Still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own.
I think like Aether and Lumine are both B tier cat names. Like Lumine is higher though. I think I like the idea of Lumine as a cat name more than Aether for some reason. They're not bad. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe like this. I don't know. Aether. I don't get. The more I'm thinking of it, the more like I'd be like, oh, that's a little like weird for a cat name, but I don't like hate it. Is it cat male or female? I mean, we can make assumptions on, but that doesn't. I don't know. Like yes, some cats are male and some cats are female, and I would name them differently based on them being male or female sometimes. So, you know. I don't know. Something. My personal vibe, yeah, is Lumine is a better cat name than Aether. So you know what? I'll put them there. Jean. I feel like okay. The problem with Jean is like pants. We like jeans, blue jeans, and like I like it's not terrible as a name in general, but I really don't think it's a cat name. Would I name a dog Jean though?
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see
I think I would. I don't know why, but I like.
on the challenge is entirely
Is that wrong? Is it acceptable to name a dog Jean? I mean, you can name it the animals whatever you want, but like Jean, heal. I don't know. I like Jean as a dog name. I don't like it as a cat name for some reason. So you know what? Yeah, I like Jean as a dog name, but not as a cat name. Lisa, that's a human name. I don't like if someone says their cat's name is Lisa, I'd be like, why? So same thing with dog name. Like Lisa is C tier. Amber is actually okay. Amber is like high A or potentially S tier for cat name. Amber is just an excellent name in general. Honestly, it's just great. Lisa's very for an older cat, maybe that's true, but I already placed her, so you know. Amber orange cat name, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna put Amber in A because like I don't want to commit to be like I'm gonna name a cat Amber in the future because I'm definitely gonna get cats in the future. That's for certain. I might get dogs in the future too. I like animals, but that's just a matter of dogs take way more effort and time. Like I think there's a lot of people that do not have the actual time in their life. It's just life circumstances to properly take care of a dog, and I think that's sad. So, and I don't intend to buy a dog until like I could really properly give a lot of attention to a dog. Anyways, cats take care of themselves a little bit more, so they're just lower maintenance pets. Not that they're zero maintenance; they're still mammals. Anyways, whatever. Noelle. I don't. Noelle is a dog name. Maybe. I kind of, yeah. I can see it. I can see Noelle being a dog name. Yeah. I like Noelle as a dog name, actually. Yeah. Noelle's a grandma name. Yeah. Barbara. Okay, Barbara, but what about Barbs, too? Like, Barbara is a little weird, I think, for a cat or a dog name. But Barbs? Barbs is different, right? But Barbs is not Barbara. So we should judge by Barbara, I think. So... should I add a tier that's like... Should I add F tier, I guess? Like, no one would want to name this, but, like, for any pet. No pet wants this name. Maybe I should. How do I add a tier? Add a row below. Okay. Bam. Could have done this better. Color. Gray. No. Purple. No, purple's too bright. We'll do gray. The tier you don't want to be. F. Why would you name a pet this? Bam. No, sorry, Barbara. Noelle's dog name. Lisa, I think, is fine to be like C tier. Like, doesn't feel like a cat name to be, but it's like not outside the realm of possibility for it being a cat name. Not a very cat name. There we go. Rename that. Sucrose. I think Sucrose is a pretty good cat name. I think Sucrose... But I think I'm biased, because, like, I know what Sucrose is. Sucrose is like, I would probably consider naming a cat Sucrose over naming a cat Amber, but it would depend on the kind of cat, right? Like, cats obviously have their different personalities, so, like, between the two would depend. It would be a strong contender for, like, I would, you know, like, both of these are, like, the closest to S tier. Like, I don't think I would actually name a cat Lumine, but it's, like, still a pretty strong tier. Maybe I should kick Lumine here, because, like, you know what, I shouldn't. I did say this, I will consider naming a cat these characters' names. And you know what, Lumine is not something I personally would consider, but I don't think it's bad. So, yeah. Anyways. Official. Okay. I mean, on a Mimi level, I think Official's like, you know, kind of great. Yeah, do we count Oz too? Like, you know, honestly, like, if you have two cats,
what you see is what you get.
If you have two cats,
you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Dia's just gonna be app in the background this whole thing. If you have two cats, you name them Fischl and Oz. Like, no, we're not Amy. Her name is Fischl. I think I'm just gonna place her in A tier. I don't. Well, I don't know. It's too Mimi for me. Like, I don't think I would actually name a cat Fischl or Oz, most likely, but I'd be like, if you told me your cat was named Fischl and Oz, would be like, it's a pretty good cat name, right? Like, yeah, here, honestly, on that regard, I'm gonna say just like, you know, pretty good cat name. A B is pretty good cat name, but I don't think I'd do it. I don't think I'd name a cat that, right?
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
Mona. Mona's, I think, not a cat name. I don't know why. I don't think it's crazy. It's just like, do you think Mona's S tier for you? Really? I don't know. I think it's B or C for me. Mona's a dog name. Mona. Why is my brain defaults to like be like, what does it sound like when I call out the dog's name from distance? Mona. Like that's and like, yeah, I think Mona is a dog name. You're right. Mona fits a golden retriever? Yeah, exactly. I would consider naming a golden retriever is high on my list. This is just like, we had a golden retriever as a kid named Gracie. She's a wonderful pupper. I used to like, Gracie, I could throw rocks in our pond and she would dive under the water. Gracie would dive under the water to go collect rocks. Anyways, missed that pupper, but oh well. Anywho's, Mona is a good golden retriever name. It could be a cat name too. It's like I think Mona could be easily in wherever. I don't think I would name a cat Mona is my vibe, but like you could be here. But also I think Mona's a pretty good dog name. I think it's a strong dog name, strong enough that we put it in D for dog. Kaya or Kaya. I think it's a dog name again. I don't know. It's too like fancy schmancy for a cat name. I don't know why I have that vibe. is that a correct, like, I like that more. I don't know. D-Luke. D-Look. I wouldn't consider naming a cat D-Luke. But like, that's a Diluc, right? Like that's a Diluc. So, you know, I'll put him there. That's a Bennett. I mean, that's true. That might kind of be a Bennett. No, I think no. A Bennett has to be a clumsy cat. I feel like a cat, because there's like rare cats that like don't land on 4 feet, right? There's also like what are the cats that like go limp in when you hold them? What Genshin character are the limp cats? Sorry, that's a different tier list. Anyways, Bennett's a dog name. Bennett is a pretty dog name. Yeah. I don't disagree. Anyway, we're getting, well, Bennett, actually, fine, we'll skip to Bennett. Bennett is a very dog name. Like, Bennett is a really weird cat name, I feel like. Even more than Kaya. Like, actually, I think Kaya can be up in C tier. It's like, Kaya could be a dog name, could be a cat name. I think it's a weird name regardless, but like, you know. But Bennett is like kind of such an excellent dog name, it belongs to the dogs. So, you know, but is there a perfect Bennett cat that could exist in reality? I think so. Yeah, I think there's Bennett like cats. What is going on? I just joined. We are ranking Genshin characters by how much I would consider naming a cat after them. Razor. Razor. So the thing is, if you name a cat Razor, they're gonna assume you're naming it like after Razor. Like it's like an edgy emo teenager name for a cat.
Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
And Razor himself is a dog. Like yeah, I think you can be with Bennett. Razor and Bennett, two very nice puppers, or one mean pupper. I feel like naming a dog Razor is either it's a derp dog or it's a mean dog. Anyways, Razor is a cat's name. You think Razor's a cat's name? I don't know. Maybe the wolf motif of Razor has taken over the Razor context for animal names in my brain, right? I would admit to that, but I wouldn't be actually that against the idea of a cat named Razor, really. Not as much as I am Bennett. So I'll leave Razor and see. Ning Wong. Okay, well, I must admit, like, when we're getting into the names that are more foreign to my stupid Midwest American English name, a brain, not name, like, right? Ning Wong is for a really bougie cat. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Ning Wong. Yeah, Siamese cats are pretty bougie. There's lots of bougie cats, but like, you know, if someone names this cat Ning Wong, like I understand, right? I absolutely understand why you name this cat Ning Wong, but like, I don't think I would. So I don't know. I don't think it's a dog name, but again, I don't know. So there's realistically going to be American brain bias against the names like Ning Wong. So, Beidou. Okay, so if your pet's name is Beidou, in America they're gonna assume like BAYDO, the two words BAY, like the body of water, and then dough as in like bread. And honestly, like just that on its own makes it, I think, a pretty good pet name just in general. Like it's actually, I think, kind of excellent, either for a dog or a cat. Like Beidou, I think it's pretty great. Like Beidou. I like Beidou's name. I actually think it might be one of my favorites so far. I hadn't thought about it much before that, but like Beidou or Beidou, like it's one word, so you'd be faster though. But yeah, Beidou or Beidou, whatever you choose it. It gives you dog vibes. I think depending on how you say it, gives more dog vibes or more cat vibes. Like I feel like a cat is Beidou, and a dog is Beidou. So, anyways, Beidou means Big Dipper. Yeah, there you go. Kaching. It's another like Siamese cat or whatever in my brain, but it's not as bad for whatever reason as Ningguang to me. But maybe it is just like Kaching's own cat motifs. So it's either C or B. Is it not very cat name? I think it is like kind of an okay cat name. Like I think it's like Diluc to me. Or like I don't think I'd name a cat that at all. But a cat named Kaching. And people would, if you tell someone in America your cat's name is Kaching, they'd be like, huh? It's what? It's Kaching. It's what? Kaching. It's what? Spell it for me? And then you spell it for them, and it wouldn't help. It'd be like K-E... What? So, anyways, I'll leave her in B tier. Shangling. I don't know why I think it's a dog name. I don't know why. Is it a C or D? But Shangling gives me dog vibes. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't think I'd name a dog Shangling. She doesn't feel like strong F though, so yeah, you know, I'll leave her and see. Chungyun. I think it's a great cat name and a dog name. Hamster. Yeah, I think Chungyun is a good pet name in general. Guobo would be a good name for a cat. Or a great dog name. Sorry, I misread. I agree. You know what? Just Guoba existing as a counterpart to Shangling deserves her to be in C rather than F or whatever. But yeah, I think Chungyun deserves A tier. Say Shangling like Chongling quickly. I don't even know how her name is supposed to be pronounced. Speaking of not knowing how to pronounce characters' names properly, Xingqiu. Probably completely butchered. It's fine. I'm so used to butchering most of these characters' names. I feel like he's another F tier. I don't know why. It just doesn't. I don't feel it. I don't feel it in any way, shape, or form. It feels off. And I don't know. It's weird for me to place while like Kaching is fine, but Xingqiu does not work. So anyway, Chi-Chi, on the other hand, Chi-Chi, excellent cat name. Like I think it's an excellent cat name. I maybe even S. But the only reason like I don't think I would do S is because Chi-Chi does have the negative connotation of, you know, losing your 50-50 in Genshin to me. And particularly the trauma of every time I dare wish on Chronicle banner, for some reason I've gotten Chi-Chi. You know, like... So, I have a negative bias towards Chi-Chi. But if I'm trying to evaluate on cat name, it's like A tier, right? I just don't think it would actually be S. Because again, there's a very, very strong likelihood I would seriously consider naming a cat I get in the future this character's name, right? Like, this is a very exclusive tier, and I don't think Chi-Chi belongs there for me, but I could very easily see Chi-Chi being an S tier cat name in general. But anyways. Chi-Chi means vessel in Chinese. That's good too. I like that. I like names with symbolism in general. I mean, I think most Genshin character names have symbolism, but anyways, Venti. I think Venti's a weird pet name. Why? Because I think when you say Venti, it just gives the vibe in English as like venting. Like you named your pet venting. Like you just like to be angry at your animal. But like Venti, yeah, I mean having the E at the end does help. I could see it being a dog name. Venti. Venti ran away from home, so you have to go down the street in the woods. Venti. Venti. Bird name? Yeah, it might be a bird name. Yeah. So you know what? We'll put Venti in dog tier, which can also be bird tier, I suppose. Valley Girl stop name. Klee. I'm being influenced by chat someone with this, I think. Gray Shark said, like, I was primed by Gray Shark. And now my brain is like, yeah, Klee is a pretty good corgi name. But I don't know, it could be a cat name. Like, I think Klee is a fairly... I almost need a new tier, but I feel like adding a new tier now. Because adding a new tier would make this even more, like, less focused on cats. Like, I could see a cat being named Klee. I think it's a pretty good cat name. Right? So, I'll put her there. But it's like a general pet name, yeah. Child and or Tartaglia. Diona.
What you see is what you get. And whether you take on the challenge,
like, I don't even know if I need to justify this. Do I need to? Like, why would you name a cat child or dog or any pet? And Tartaglia, no. Like, no. But Diona. I don't even like it as a dog name. Diona. I could see it as a fancy, like a you know, a Kaching-ish cat name or something. I don't. I think it's C tier to me. I don't really like it. I don't know. Another old lady cat name? Yeah, that's kind of true. Yeah.
Mercs have one simple rule. Whoever
Zhongli
is your new boss.
or Morax. Okay, Morax, as like weird as it is, I think is a terrible pet name. I don't want to go Morax. Like Morax is like intentionally intimidating. Like Rex Lapis, like Morax, Rex Lapis, they don't work. Zhongli, I don't think works either. Like I think Zhongli is F tier. Morax is your pet lizard? Yeah, exactly. You know, I'd name you know what I'd name Morax?
But at least it doesn't hide anything.
There you go. If I got a red Tegu, this is a Morax, right? There you go. I guess, yeah, you could say it's a Rex. You could shorten it to Rex and say it's a dog name, I suppose. But, anyways. Xinyan. I mean, this one would obviously come across, similar to some others, as a very foreign-sounding name. I think it'd be, like, a pretty decent name, but, like, I don't know, it's kind of C tier to me. It's like Wishungling. But it's not, I don't know, it's not terrible. It's maybe like between B and C in my mind, so I don't know, maybe I'll like put it here. But it's yeah. Albedo. I think it's too long. It's too many syllables for me. I think I'm biased towards simpler names, like 2-syllable names. Beto, Chi-Chi, Amber, Sucrose, Chung. Yes, I think I am. So in fact, this is, I think, official Klee, Aether, Lumine, Dilu, Kaching. There's some 2 syllables in the other ones, but there's not a single 3-syllable one that is above C tier yet for me. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think I like it. It feels like another fancy pantsy name for a cat. So call him Al. Yeah, like Al would be acceptable. I could see it being a dog name more than a. I don't know why dog names have like a longer connotation in my brain. It's like dog names are usually short too. But you can shorten it to Beto. Okay, but we already have Beto. So I don't think that's a reason to rank Albedo higher. Albedo. Here's my cat, Beto, and here's my dog, Albedo. So sure, that's funny, so we'll leave him in dog tier. Ganyu. I think Ganyu is like a pretty good cat name. It's like same as the Liu Kaching tier for me. Yeah, it's a pretty good cat name. Xiao. Okay, my brain not knowing how to like Xiao. You could play around with the pronunciation of it based on how it's written and be kind of cheeky with it on purpose. I think it's an A tier one. I think he's much more cat than he is dog. I feel like Chow, whatever, Chiao. I'm pretty sure it's Xiao. I don't know. Anyways, I can't even try. But Xiao is like meow is good. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that justification. It's very not a dog name. It's very much a cat name. You know, would I consider naming a cat Xiao over Chi-Chi? I think it's pretty even. Different kinds of cats would be Xiao or Chi-Chi, right? So we'll just put him there. All right, Hu Tao. Hu Tao. I think it's like, I don't know why, I don't get very good cat vibes from Hu Tao. Like Tao Tao, yeah. Tao Tao, great cat name. Hu Tao, I think it's a problem in like English. You're saying who, like the asking a question. WHO. Who? Hu Tao. Like it's an owl name. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave her in C tier. Rosaria is too long again. Rosa, great name. Dog. That's a Rosa is a dog name and a cat name. Rosaria is like, why didn't you just name your animal Rosa? Right? But we have to evaluate, I think, by Rosaria. So I think Rosaria is an F tier name, kind of. Well, no, I think it's an F tier. I like, yeah. Yanfei.
People are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day
I don't have strong feelings about Yanfei.
And leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Which means it's probably C tier. Yanfei. No, okay. Yanfei. I can see it being a dog name. I like Yanfei as a dog. What kind of dog? I feel like Yanfei is a... Yanfei is like a... And I don't know dog breeds well enough, but like I'm visualizing a smaller, floofy dog. Right? Yorkie, yeah. I think that's... Yorkie? Yorkie. That, not that. But like, this is a Yanfei. Not this. This is a Ningguang. But no, that's a Tartaglia. This is a Tartag. Anyways, end user license agreement. Oh yeah, actually I don't know why, but yeah, I agree. This is a Noel. That's a Noel. Okay. Anyways, EULA, end user license agreement. My brain couldn't detach. Like, I don't think that many people know what EULA that stands for End User License Agreement, but like in my brain, it very much does. I think it's a pretty, but like ignoring that connotation in my brain, like I don't think I would ever consider it because of that connotation personally, but I think it's actually like a pretty good cat name. It also could be a dog name. So I don't know. Eula. I like Eula as a dog name more. You know what? I'm gonna put Eula in dog tier. I think it's a better dog name as a cat name. Kazuha. You got not like shortened Kazu. Kazu is a great pet name. Kazuha is a different story though. So like I think Kazuha is just maybe a C tier. Like, it's not outlandish, I don't think, because it's simple. Kazuha. And yeah, definitely not Kaidehara. Kaidehara is F tier, but Kazuha I think can be C tier. Ayaka or Ayaya. Ayaka. It's 3 syllables again. Again, Aya, different. Aya is a great dog name. Aya is an acceptable cat name. Ayaka would be an overly fancy cat name. So, C tier again. Yoimiya. I don't strong F vibes. I don't know why. Yeah, I just don't like it. I don't know, like someone naming their dog cat Yoimiya. I mean, like, yeah. Sayu? I think Sayu is very good, yeah. I don't think I'd name a cat. It's not S. We still don't have an S. I might have. I might like after at the end of this, maybe I'll decide when I would like actually seriously consider. I don't think it's an S for me, but I don't know, it's either like high B, low A for me. I don't know exactly why. It'd be very low on the cat name priority list for me. Yeah, clearly it's a better Tanuki name. Exactly. Raiden, or what's her other name? I forgot her other name. Oh boy, I'm sorry. A. Like Raiden, I don't think Raiden is her technical name. Like she's named Raiden in the character list, but I think A is what we should evaluate because it's the actual character's name. Well, okay, but she's named Raiden because there's also the robot, right? So she's a weird one, is my point to evaluate here. We can try to evaluate on both, I guess. Raiden, I think, is like a funny pet name. If someone named their animal Raiden in the US, I'd expect they were referencing Metal Gear more than Genshin Impact. And if they named their pet A, the assumption would be like A, as in the letter A. Like A. And like, if you name your dog A, like, no, I think it's Raiden.
My people are used to the desert.
Cats don't give a shite about their name. They don't need to call A is egg. Yeah. Yeah, if you called your pet A, people would mishear you and be like, egg? So I don't think it's very good, honestly. But I could see why you would maybe consider it okay. So I don't know. I don't think it's pretty good, so I'm gonna put her in C tier. Sara, or Kujo Sara specifically, maybe. I think Sara is too human of a name for me. My brain. It's a too normal like person name in America. Not Kujo, but Sara is. So Kujo is a dog name. Sara is a human name. Oh, A literally just means egg in German. Okay, even more C tier. Well, although in German though, like if I lived in Germany, I would say like actually A tier because naming a cat Egg is funny. Like I think Egg is a pretty good name for a cat, but but in America it's just like a letter. Technically A is a word too, but anyways, I'll let Sara be a dog because I think Kujo is a dog name for me. Anyways. But that would cause confusion. Like calling a cat egg in Germany would cause confusion. What kind of confusion would it cause? Like, if I name a cat Egg in America, and I say, hey, this is my cat Egg, and then I also say, I'm gonna go make some eggs, I don't think anyone's gonna misunderstand, other than when making a joke on purpose, that I'm not gonna cook the cat. my egg has killed my neighbor. Yeah, my egg killed the neighbor's birds. I don't know. I like Egg as a name for a cat. Anyways, Kokomi, or Sangonomiya. Kokomi, I think, is a C tier name for a cat. Sangonomiya Kokomi is straight on F tier. Coco is very good, I think. But Kokomi is different. Again, we're defaulting to assuming like full name, not like shortened nicknames. That changes things a bit. But I think the ability to be able to shorten some of these character names does like deserve them being ranked up in some ways. So like, I don't think Kokomi deserves S tiers because of that. So again, like Coco, B or A, but we'll throw her in C tier. Name a beta fish Sangonomiya Kokomi. Yeah, there you go. You're not a Genshin Impact character. But you know, fine. Aloy. That's a dog name. Toma. It's like, it is kind of dog name coded, yeah. It doesn't give any cat vibes at all, but it does give some dog vibes. I don't know why. It's kind of like, again, like English wise, as far as like English names, it's very close to Thomas, but like you say Toma instead of Thomas, so it's pronounced completely differently, but spelled with one letter less. And I think that makes it actually a very good pet name. The fact that it's like especially if your name is Thomas and you chose to name a dog Toma, that's honestly kind of excellent, right? To have your dog's name be one letter different from your name, like very similar in some way, but be pronounced differently. I like Toma as a dog name a lot. Anyways, Ito. Ito also gives dog name vibes. I don't think it's a terrible cat name necessarily, but it doesn't feel very cat. But maybe that's just because Ito, the character in my brain, has very dog energy, right? Or, I mean, yeah, he kind of is very dumb cat vibe. That's true. A rat name. Yeah, I don't have a rat tier, but yeah, I could see rat tier for him. We have more dogs than cats here. Yep, I don't know. Oops. There's not that many cats for Genshin character names. Anyways, I would very much accept Ito being named a cat name though. So like, I think Ito's actually a pretty good cat name, all things considered. Like, it depends on the personality of the cat, but it's also a pretty good dog name. But it doesn't disqualify it from being in the cat rankings, right? Just being like, that's a dog name is because it's like it's so much more dog name than it is cat name. That like, why would you ever consider naming a cat this, right? That's what the D tier is for. But you could very much consider it a dog name. But Ito's like either or, so we can put Ito in the pretty good cat name. Goro dog name. I mean, I know he's a dog, but like, Goro's just like a pretty good dog name. And he's a dog. Is it a terrible cat name? I guess not, but like, I don't know. I strongly feel it's a dog name, so. But I don't know, it's just like, if you tell me your cat's name is Goro, like, it's a pretty good cat name. It actually might even be an 8. I don't know. The more I'm thinking of it, like Goro, it's again like a fairly universal one. Like, it is a pretty good cat name. It's even like a strongly good cat name. Hina too. But actually, Hina less so, maybe. Hina would be like pretty good cat name. I think Goro might be an A tier cat name. Yeah, I don't know. Initially, I was like dog because Goro dog, and it is a good dog name. But like, I think Gore was a pretty good cat name too. Like it is a really good cat name. Anyways, Hina's a Persian cat name. Yeah. Shenhe. Again, it's like this one very much sounds like you'd be naming your pet after something foreign. So, and that's fine. I think that's why it like belongs with like Kuching. It's exactly the same ranking as Kuching in my brain. Shenhe, Kuching, right? We're like, I don't think I would ever consider it, but I could see it being a cat name. I don't know. Yeah, Kuching, Shenhe. No, something about the Shenhe doesn't feel right in my English dialect. And yeah, Shenhe's name is like with crane symbol. Yeah, you know what? Shenhe's not a very cat name.
We mercs have
Yeah.
one simple rule.
It's a
Whoever
bird.
pays the most is your new
Yunjin.
boss.
I don't know why, but it doesn't feel very cat. Mouse name? Yeah. Yunjin is a cat name? Really? Why? I'm open to arguments, because like I have no meaningful thoughts on it. The fact that I had no meaningful thoughts made me think like it's C tier, right? It's like a pretty neutral name, I feel like, for me.
My people are used to the desert life.
I'd be willing to hear arguments.
I hope
It's
they
two names in
can
one.
build
I mean,
a farm
sure,
on a
yeah.
basis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind.
Yeah, I'm just gonna default to that. We'll just go on my vibe. Oh boy, yeah, let's be real. I admit to some bias with Yai. I also admit to some bias. I think I would be more likely to name a cat Miko over Yai. Like Miko is like if there's anything that would be a cat, I would definitely very, very strongly consider it. Like Yai is the most S tier so far. I'm actually gonna put her in there, but it's Miko specifically, not Yai. So maybe that pushes her into A technically. Like I wouldn't name the cat Yai Miko. I'd name the cat Miko. Or maybe I have two cats and I name one Yai and name one Miko. That would be something I'd do. But anyways, Fox is a cat inside a dog body. I mean, yeah, there you go. I get a dog named Yai and a cat named Miko. Or a cat named Yai and a dog named Miko. So, anyone will think about Hatsune Miku? That's fine. That's fine. I'll put Yai in S tier so far. But I admit to Yai bias, so, you know. Yeah, it's true. I didn't say name a character's full name, but I was evaluating a lot of this based on like full names, but then just skewing things based on like adapting nicknames. Like Kokomi versus Coco versus Kokomi is very different. But Yai is a little bit different since it's two separate things, like Yai Miko. I think, anyways, whatever. Ayato. I think it's like it's. Actually, no. I think it's. I don't know. I think it's like I think it's just Toe. Toe is weird to me. I can see it being a dog name more. Yeah, sure. Like for a Shiba. But like Ayato, I don't know. Like maybe dog name is either F or dog name. I really dislike it as a cat name. But it's the opposite of Yai, though, where I have anti-bias against Ayato realistically. So, I don't really like it as a dog name, though. I don't like it as a dog name. Sorry. Sorry, Ayato. Yelan. When you wrote this down, if this is written down, like if I get a cat and I say to my parents, I name my cat in a text message, like not through spoken form. I say it's Yelan. They're gonna assume that's Yellen, right? Not Yelan. But Sylveon, can you like time out this person spamming? Like, you know, I appreciate you engaging, but you're kind of spamming. Anyways, But yeah, Yelan,
We mercs have one simple rule.
is there C or B for me? I don't know. I don't have strong feelings. I don't know how long you got timed out for, but just... Wait, did you ban them by accident? Uh-oh. Hopefully you just timed them out. They didn't need a ban, they just needed a timeout. Anyways. You rolled a perfect Shinna Goblet, fair. I think it's not a very cat name. I don't know why. It doesn't feel very dog, doesn't feel very cat. It doesn't feel like an unacceptable name or anything to me. I don't know. Anyways. Kooky. That's a great cat name. I think Kooky is a nearly S tier cat name. Like,
I hope that one day they'll be able to
like, so in my region of America, we do not pronounce, but like cookie is different from kooky. Like people would recognize that as a different word, but might assume is a play off of cookie. But like kooky is like competing with yai, actually, realistically. But I don't know if I would actually commit to that as much as I would commit to it with yai. So we'll leave kooky in high A tier for now. Because again, like S tier is very an elite tier for me right now. So, but like consideration, we'll see. Hazo.
The desert's a tough adversary.
I think is a decent dog name and an acceptable cat name.
Is entirely up to you.
But like kind of not strongly even a dog name that much. Like Hazo. Hazo's a pretty good dog name. I'll put Hazo in dog tier. Tignari, oh boy. And yeah, I'm gonna say Tignari, not Tainari. That's one localization thing they did that I will never get over, and I will never let go. It's Tignari, but I think Tignari is F. Tig could be a pretty good cat name. Do we bias him up because of the same reason like Kokomi got biased up? Like Sangonomiya Kokomi or Sangonomiya. Well, Kokomi on its own though was like pretty C tier. But like Tig or Tiggy, I don't know. Like nicknames could bias Tignari up, right? So I'll bias them up to C because like with nicknames it's like honestly C or A, right? So we'll balance it. Okay, Kale. Kale's pretty good. I don't feel super strongly about it. Like I don't think it's A tier for me. Yeah, I think Kale is a worse cat name than Goro. I'll say it. But like, I think Kale is a strong B tier. Pretty good cat name. Dory. Dory is dog. I don't know why. Collie reminds me of Border Collies? Border Collies? I think Dory reminds me of Border Collies more. I could see one of these pups, these wonderful pups being a Dory. Dory is also a fish name, but let's be real, it's Finding Nemo biasing. So we'll leave Dory in D for Dory, aka D for dog, aka D for Dory from Finding Nemo. Sino. That's dog. Yeah. I think every version of Sino is a dog name. Sino. I don't know. Sino is strong dog name vibes. Like, maybe high tier dog name. If we were doing a dog tier list, I think it'd be a high tier dog name. It's not a bad name. I just don't think it's a cat name to me at all. Sphinx? Yeah, I don't know. The motifs, Sphinx motif don't matter. Goro's a dog, and I put him in A tier. Everything that's O ends with dog. Yeah, that kind of is apparently my biasing right now. Sino literally means dog. Even there you go. Even more. Okay, so Candice, no. Kandaka, also no. I like Candice, but like I think Candice is an F tier cat name. I don't know. Is it?
We mercs have one simple rule.
If someone tells me their cat's name is Candice, I'd be like, that's a weird choice. It's a weird choice, but it's like not that terrible, right? Like Candice is not that terrible, and Kandaka would be a weird name, but like a creative name. I don't think I would name them that, and I don't even think it's pretty good. But maybe it's just my Candice bias that doesn't want me to have her in F tier, I guess. But you know, Candice and Ferb, my dog. Yeah. Nilu. I think Nilu's a pretty good cat name. I think that's a really good cat name. I don't think it's as good as Xiao or Beto. It's as good as Sucrose. I'm not really that concerned with the ranking here. I'll put her here. There you go. Yeah, Nilu's a fluffy cat. Nilu's a fluffy cat.
The desert's a tough adversary,
Nahida.
but at least it doesn't hide
Nahida.
what you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
I don't get strong dog vibes personally, but is it F tier? Nahida. I don't know. It's more dog name than it is cat name. Count fixing when? Soon, DM.
My people are used to the desert life.
I don't think it's F tier. It doesn't give me like, why are you naming a cat Barbara, or why are you naming any pet this vibes? I'd be like, okay, if someone tells me their pet's name is Nahida, they're probably naming it after Nahida from Genshin Impact, and I can see why you do that. But like, what about Boer? Boer is like a tier name. So, but I'm still like wishy-washy on where to place her. So like, I'll let Boer's existence as an alternative name for Nahida rank her up to C tier. There you go. Layla. I think Layla's a dog name. Layla's another golden retriever. Like, if we search Layla pet on Google Images, we're going to get a golden retriever. That's not a golden retriever, but it is a golden colored dog. There's a golden retriever. I freaking told you. See? I don't know why that exists in my brain. But like, Layla is a golden dog name. I searched Layla pet on Google, and it shows a bunch of golden dogs. So, you know, that proves Layla dog name. Anyways, oops, switching to... Is a good dog name. Maybe even one of the best dog names. But, yeah. Anyways, Scaramouche, aka Wander. Okay, Wander, good cat name. Scaramouche, terrible cat name. Terrible pet name in general. But Wanderer, I'd rather like go by Wanderer. By the same like Wanderer, like that's what we mentioned earlier when I said Traveler instead of Aether Lumine. And like I think Wanderer is like one of our first high syllable names. Like I think Wanderer for the right cat, like Wanderer is the name you give a cat that like was a stray cat that you managed to like get to be more friendly with you over time. So like I think Wanderer is like an A tier cat name for the right specific cat. There you go.
My people are used
I don't remember what I named. I think I named him
still.
Aeon or something in game. I randomized it. But anyways, baby girl is a cat name. Farazan. I think it's just F tier. I don't know. Like I don't think it's a very dog name. It doesn't give any dog vibes to me. It is terrible. It feels like a terrible pet name. I think Farwazon's F tier. Sorry. I like Farwazon, but not as a pet name. Alhaitham, I think, is in the same category. Al, though. Do we bias up because Al? Like if you have like a Alhaitham, I think we can. Like, it's a bit snooty, I think, to name your cat full name to be Alhaitham. But if most of the time you just call your cat Al, that's pretty good. But Alhaitham, not very cat name. But calling your cat Alhaitham on paper and then calling your cat Al is, you know. It's also a dog. So I'll just put him in C. Yao Yao. I mean, I think it's in the same categories like Chi Chi, Kooky,
but at least it doesn't hide anything.
Mao Mao.
What you see is what you get.
Like that, it's an S consideration, yeah.
Entirely up to you.
Dea or Dia. I don't like it as a cat name that much, so I think it's B tier for me. Like I think it's a decent cat name, but I don't think I would actually seriously consider. I like her. I like Dia. I like her name, but like something about it doesn't give me enough cat vibes. Dia is just Dia. Maybe she's a dog. Yeah, I don't know. She's kind of dog in the story too. She has more dog energy, but. Like, it's still a pretty good cat name, I think. I think it's a good cat name. But I just don't think I'd name a cat that. Mika. Dog. Baiju. Baiju. She's a lioness, though. I mean, yeah, I know she has cat theming. Gora has dog theming, but I think it's a good cat name. Baiju is a cat name. I think it's.
We mercs have one simple rule.
Baiju.
Whoever pays the
I
most.
think it's yeah. I think it's up here. It's in the Ganyu Deluxe Kuching territory of like weird names, but I think it's a pretty good cat name. It's weird, like foreign sounding name. And yeah, Baiju. I like it. It's nice. It's nice. It rolls off the tongue well. I like it. When you spend 3K on a cat, yeah. You know, you go. This is a Baiju, right? That's a Baiju. Anyways, those are Bengal cats, by the way. They ain't cheap. They ain't cheap. Kave. I think Kave is a pretty good cat name, but kind of whatever. I'd throw him like middle of the pack in the B tier. It's a pretty good cat name. I just don't think I would name a cat Kave. Kirara. I mean, whoops. Uh-oh. Can I go back? I can. Thank God. All right. Kiwawa. I know she's a cat. She's probably the best of like the 3-syllable names.
My people are used to the desert life.
And it's because like it's repeating, right? It's Kirara.
Find an oasis of their own
So it's
and leave the sands
in fact it's like a strong. I think it's a strong A tier. Is it over Xiao for me? I mean I'd be more likely personally to name a cat Kirara over Chi Chi or Xiao personally, but that's because of Kirara biases, Kiwabble biases, right? But it's kind of a long name, so like I'm just gonna leave her in middle of A tier, I think. Kirara means mom in what language? That's a little funny. Linny and Lynette. Okay, so if you get 2 cats that are siblings and you name them Linny and Lynette, S tier decision on your part. I don't think I would do that because I don't like them that much. I don't like the characters that much in Genshin. Like, I don't have that strong of an attachment to these. But if you do have a strong attachment to them, I think that's that's great, right? I think they're just, I'll put them in S tier. Like Linny and Lynette, the cats Linny and Lynette, wonderful. Very good. That's like all it is. Here, we'll do it like this. All right.
The desert's a tough adversary.
Linny and Lynette S, but only together. Exactly. Freminette, Fremine.
You take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
I think is another F tier. It's a terrible dog name, not a cat name. A bird name, Fremine. Yeah, I think a bird name, Fremine makes sense. Nervylette or Nuvi. Nuvi is a more acceptable pet name. Nuvilette is just silly. And maybe silly enough that it's okay. An otter. It's a very refined cat. It's a cat that really likes water. Nuve is a lizard name? Yeah. Yeah, I think Nuve is another lizard. I think Nuvilette is a yeah, there's some reptiles that you could name Nervylette. This is gonna be a ranking stream. No, this was not the plan. This was not the plan. Risley, or Rio. Like I think Rio, WRIO, is pretty good. Risley is too convoluted of a pet name in general. But the existence of the nickname being what you actually call the pet is a pretty dog name. Or bird name. Another animated movie that's biasing things though. Farina. Okay, so Farina I think is another like higher syllable one that like maybe deserves A ranking. Mostly because I think calling your cat or other pet that is furry, Farina. Also, yeah, purring, Purina. Like, I think it's an A tier name. It's not S tier for me. I don't think I would name a cat that. It just kind of, oh yeah, I don't actually like that it's like Purina. I don't like it that it's close to the brand name. That's true. You know, I'm gonna put her in A tier. I think it's a pretty good cat name. I think it works, but not incredibly well. Charlotte. Charlotte is a human name to me. And more dog. Yeah, I don't know. It does get more dog name. Charlotte is more dog than it is cat. That's true. But also just human. Lottie is a pet name? Yeah, Lottie is a variant of that.
We mercs have one simple rule.
Spider name.
Pays the most, is your boss.
Sure. Oh, because Charlotte's Web. Yeah. Okay. Like, why spider? Yeah, no, I understand. Could be a fancy cat name. I think, I don't know. It's in the weird middle of the ground. I don't think it's terrible. But I think we'll put her in C tier. Navia. Navi is better than Navia, but I don't think Navi is a variant of Navia that people would accept. I don't think that makes sense. I think we have to judge based on just Navia. And I think Navia is maybe a dog name. Again, she's another golden retriever. There's a lot of gold. We could make a tier list just based on golden retriever names. Really.
Tough adversary, but at least it
I don't know. It's not a terrible cat name, I guess. But like, again, there's clearly it's again the too many syllables bias in my brain somewhat. I don't know. I think it's an acceptable cat name. It's not very cat, but acceptable cat name. So yeah, Chevy. You know, if someone told me before Chevro's release that I would be that one of my like most enjoyable characters that I like, I would call Chevy, like the car company or car brand, I would have been like, nah, it's just too related to the car brand in my brain. But Chevy has taken the place of the car brand in my brain. Chevy now is Chevrolet. It's not Chevrolet. So, and also, yeah, it's a decent fancy cat name, but then you just call the cat Chevy most of the time. I think Chevrolet is a pretty good cat name. It's another fancy one. It's an overly fancy cat name. I don't think I would name a cat Chevrolet. I'd consider a cat more strongly being named Chevy. But, you know, I think I'll put her in B. Sean Yoon or Cloud Retainer. The only reason you're naming your cat this or any pet this is if you're a huge fan of this specific character and you're naming them after this character. I think it's a terrible name. Someone in chat immediately disagrees. While also someone agrees saying app. I don't know. No, yeah, I think Sean Yoon is S tier or is F tier. Oh god. You name your cat. I almost said cat. If you name your cat gaming, no. Like I can appreciate doing it for the meme, but I think it gets old after the first minute I hear it. And then, like, if I have to hear about you talk about your cat named gaming constantly, it would occasionally get me a giggle, like, only with the right balance. Like, it's maybe a memey enough name to be a B tier memey cat name. If it's gaming, then you're just being like, you're being like Hoyo is, right? Where Hoyo's not stupid; they know what they were doing, right? Whereas gaming, but it's gaming. So you know, it's the same thing as what Hoyo did to me, and it's like, okay, so I don't know. Depends how memey you are. Personally, I don't like memey names that much, right? So I am going to put it
My people are used to the desert life, but
in
still,
C tier.
I hope that one day they'll be able
Chiori.
to find an oasis of their own and leave the sand
Chi?
behind for a better life.
Good cat name. So like can be shortened, but again, it's like in fancy spancy. You're the overly long, too many syllables name, but like acceptable in the context of you shortening it most of the time. Arlecchino. Arlecchino also has her other name. What was it? It was another long name. I think either of Arlecchino's names. It was like, yeah, oh god. Peruere. Peruere. Both of them Knave. Yeah. Perry. Yeah, okay, Perry is a platypus name. But father. Yeah, okay, what kind of dog? I could see naming your dog as Arlecchino also, like, I call her Arla. And Arla, I think, is a pretty good pet name, but it feels dog name to me. And same thing, like, if you call a dog father, particularly a non-male dog, I think it's funny, right? but calling your dog father in general, what kind of dog though? What kind of dog is Arlecchino? I feel like Arlecchino is like a either a Great Dane or maybe a husky. I don't know. Like, huskies are too derp sometimes. Like, I understand some of the vibe where you're going for, but like huskies are too derp sometimes. German shepherds maybe. There's another like big dog I'm thinking of that I think like it's a big dog, but it's like maybe it was a Great Dane. I don't know. I feel like there's another Great Dane-esque dog. A pug? You think Arlecchino's a pug? No, maybe Mastiff, maybe. But anyways, Doberman. I think that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of specifically this kind of. This is Arlecchino. But, anyways, maybe a wolf dog. Yeah. Maybe a wolf dog. But anyways, yeah. Well, like husky. Like I can see where you're coming from with the wolf vibe with huskies, right? But they're too floof. Huskies are too dog and not enough wolf. But wolf dog. This is more Arlecchino, right? These dogs, I understand that like they seem kind of similar to huskies, but like these dogs are much more wolf than dog. Huskies are much more dog than wolf. But anyways, by the way, look at this beautiful creature. Anyways, Chlorinde.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you
I
get.
joke about Chlorinde being called
Take on the
Chlorine
challenge
sometimes.
is entirely up to you.
And both Chlorine and Chlorinde are absolutely terrible pet names. I don't even think there's a fancy justification for a pet name here. Chlory maybe, but like I don't think anyone calls Chlorinde Chlory. I haven't seen it. I don't know. I didn't do the quest. Maybe Chlorinde gives you fish vibes. Yeah, Chlorinde gives you fish vibes, and if that fish dies, it's not like Chlorinde is what you name your goldfish, and then when you fail to take care of that goldfish because way too many people buy goldfish and then put them in like a bowl that doesn't have like any kind of proper like environment supporting a goldfish, because like it's terrible. Don't do that. It's like really terrible. Like Chlorinde is a goldfish name that you give to a goldfish because your parents got you a goldfish at the fair or something. Like they made a stupid mistake trying to get you a goldfish when you're young, and the goldfish dies like 2 months later, and like you're sad, but you're not that sad. Like you get over it pretty quick. That Chlorine's a goldfish that dies in a month name. Anyways, siege.
We mercs have one
I don't know what that's really specific, but that's what came to mind. Siegewin. Siegewin is a pig name. Yeah. Yeah, I don't it doesn't give the cat or dog vibes. Yeah, you know, I think it's F for me, but I could see it being, and I could see Siegewin as an animal name, particularly as a pig. Yeah, it like cuz you know, swine and whatever, but I don't think it's dog to me. So, F for this list. Sethos. It's okay, Sethos. Okay, too much in my brain makes me think it's like better. It's a better cereal brand name than it is a cat name.
What you see is what you get.
It could be a dog name.
Take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Also, yeah, just Seth, which Seth is also like potentially a pretty decent dog name. Yeah, okay, Sethos dog. Emily. Emily is too human name for me. It's not completely outlandish, to be clear, to name your cat Emily, but I think it's too human. It's in the Barbara tier for me, right? Same as Barbara. But I could see argument to put it in C tier, right? Mualani or Mua.
We mercs have one
It's fancy pantsy cat name again, I think. Fancy smanchy cat name, but then you can shorten it to Lonnie or Mua or whatever, like. So it can be in B tier because of that, or Moo, yeah. Kachina, Kachina is just like a good name that rolls off the tongue well, and like it's not a normal name in the U.S. at all for a human name. So I think it's like a long. It's actually I don't know. I'm actually kind of leaning towards A for Kachina. I can't nail exactly why, because like I think it has like it's a longer name that normally it'd be like, okay, it's a little bit of a mouthful for a cat name. So maybe it's B tier. But like I like how it like I don't know. Kachina. It's just like a fun name to say. If your cat is named Kachina, it's just a good cat name, I feel like. Yeah, it's kind of like Kirara a little bit, right? Yeah. We'll put her in Kirara category. Kanich.
The desert's a tough adversary.
Maybe it's just K sounds that sound
At least
nice.
it doesn't hide anything.
Kanich is the dog version of
See is what you
Kachina.
get. And whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
That's my overall feeling right now. Kanich is dog Kachina. And that's fine. A how. Okay, a how or a jaw. Yeah, I don't think that changed anything. Dog name. A how is just a weird name. Especially as it's spelled. Shalonen or Xylo, I guess, if you do Xilo, maybe, but like...
We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new
I think it's
boss.
C tier. Chaska. Chaska's dog name. What kind of dog is Chaska? Chaska is like... Xylo sounds like Silo, which is a dog name. Yeah, I could see it. Okay. I'm trying to think. Chaska's a poodle? I don't know if Chaska's a poodle. That's not what I'm thinking of. Poodle wolf dog. That's a thing? This looks like a sheep.
My people are used to the desert life.
Anyways.
but still,
Chaska. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I could see Chaska being a husky.
find an oasis of their
Like,
own
Chaska...
and leave the sands
This is a
to live
Chaska,
better
right?
life.
Yeah, Chaska is a very husky name. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Overrun. Oruro. Okay, so like the N ruins it. The N absolutely ruins Oron's name, I think, for being a cat name. Like if it's Ororo, great name. A tier. Overron is like, what are you doing? Why are you being cheeky putting an N there? Right. That's my feeling. Hard disagree. Yeah. I mean, thankfully, it's my tier list. What about just Ron? I mean, I like Ron more. Maybe I'll bias Ron up because the idea of just your cat being named Ron is funny. I like Ron as a cat name a little bit. Ron is also a person name, but Ron is a person's nickname, and Ron would be a nickname for a cat. And the nicknames for people are good names for pets oftentimes, I think. Ron the Frog, yeah. But I would not call a cat Oron, Ororo, or Ron, maybe. So, I don't know. I was going to put C, but we'll let them be biased. No, I'm gonna put him in C. I'm sorry. I think it's just not very cat. I get not very good vibes from it, but modify his name slightly in some way. But we don't normally do that, right? We don't normally shorten Oron's name. I feel like you can, but I feel like Oron's name ceases to be Oron. Like it's not. It doesn't feel like a proper nickname to call him Ororo or Ron. Like if Oron was a real person, you called him Ron, you'd be like, what? Why'd you call me Ron? Right? Or Oro. Yeah, we usually lengthen it. We'd be silly and we go Oro. His real name is Bro. Yeah. Bro. Okay. If you're naming your cat Bro, A tier. No. Moika.
We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most is your new boss.
No, I think it's F. I don't know. Like Mawika. Okay. If you're being cheeky and you're being silly, Mawika is like, you know. Okay, I get it, right? I'd be like, okay, it's pretty good. It's a funny pun if you're purposely trying to name a cat after a Genshin character and be silly with it. Meowika. But I don't think that's what I would personally do. And I think Mawika in her actual name and anything we call her by is probably a fairly F tier cat name. I don't even think it's a good pet name in general. So Mawika, I know it's how you pronounce it. But like you don't pronounce it meow. Like Mao. Fine, I'll put okay, fine. The fact that there's Mao or meow in Mawika's name earns her C tier. There you go. Mawika earns her C tier. It's fine. Seat Lolly. I think there's too many syllables. I don't like it much. Is it the same way like seat? No, you're not gonna nickname your cat Seat. That's stupid. Lolly. I don't like the
desert's a tough adversary,
yeah.
but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely.
I don't even think it's a dog name. Eatsley? That's fair. I was about to put her in like F tier, but the fact that like there is Granny Eatsley, and calling your cat Granny would be great. Calling your cat Eatsley, also pretty good. Calling it Eats Papa, no. Yeah, Eatsley is interesting and good. So, but see, Lolly at a baseline. Most people will call this character Sit Lolly, and like therefore the ranking of like, would I name a cat after this character? It depends on which variation of her name, I guess. So we're gonna put her in B. Well, okay, B, but with like very not Seat Lolly though, right? So we're gonna put her in C because Sit Lolly itself bad, but other variants, yeah. You know, Lanyan. I think Lanyan's a B tier. It's like pretty good. Again, it's like it's with this grouping. Mizuki. I think Mizuki is another rare longer one. I think it's a good one. Mizuki. Flows well. It's like the simple short syllables.
I hope that one day
and it's the key ending too helps.
And leave the sandstorms behind for a better
Yeah,
life.
Yume Mizuki. Yeah, I don't think I would name the cat Yume Mizuki, but Mizuki. Yume is a good cat name, a dog name. Yeah. Veressa. At best, a dog name. I don't like Veressa as a cat name. I could see Veressa as a cat or as a dog name. I mean, or a cow name, yeah. Eonson.
The desert's a tough adversary, but at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get.
I think F.
Whether you take on the challenge is entirely.
I can't think of it. Like, not Ian. Definitely not Ian. Like, no. Anyway, Escoffier. This is the name of an actual, like, Escoffier is named after a real world chef. Effie? We call some people are calling Escoffier Effie. Not many people. But, you know, Coffee? Better name. Goose? Pretty good name. Goose on the loose. Like, there's too many nicknames for Escoffier. There's too many nicknames for Escoffier that we use, right? I'm the MF who calls her Effie. I mean, I called her Effie for a while. But like normal name F, right? Goose, S tier. Because like, if I name a cat Goose, and then I can say Goose is on the loose if the cat ever gets outside or whatever, or I can't find the cat, there's a goose on the loose.
My people are used to the desert life, but still,
I know her
that
nickname
one
isn't
day
Goose,
they'll be able
but
to find an oasis of their own.
that's that like she's not
Sandstones behind
S
their life.
for sure because of that. Effie, iced coffee, or just coffee. Coffee is a good pet name, I think. Where the frick do we put her? Do we just put her in the straight middle? Is this a Sit Lolly thing again? Or like she has nicknames the community has given? Like Sit Lolly at least has like in-lore nicknames that are better, but like or in-lore alternative names. So I don't know. Let's just throw her in the middle because she has variations where I could see you naming a cat after Escoffier in some form, but not Escoffier directly. So let's just put her there. Aoife. I think Aoife sounds like a pretty good dog. Or a bird, yeah. I don't know. I don't like it as a cat name for some reason. It's either C or D. Bro. I don't even like it that much as a dog name. I don't think it's like terrible, but yeah, I'm gonna put it in C. Squirk. I mean Skirk. I mean Spork. I think Skirk is a very good cat name, again, for a specific cat personality. Like, I think Skirk is a name you give for a cat that's skittish, right? And by skittish, just in case you're not sure what I mean by that, I mean like a scaredy cat, right? A cat that will run away and hide most of the time. Yeah, I mean a white cat too, yeah. Like a skittish white cat, I think is what Skirk is. Or one that comes from space.
Is your new boss.
Dahlia. 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 It's not bad. I think it's another overly fancied cat name. It's a nice sounding name though. It flows well. Dahlia. I think it's like it's kind of almost a cute play on like darling, Dahlia. So naming a pet Dahlia, I think I like. Yeah. There you go. Do I change anything here? Would I be more likely to... So again, I think, as mentioned originally, realistically, I think in the future I'd be very likely to name a cat Mau Mau. Because of a non-Genshin character. Mau Mau. Right? Right? Like, this is a cat. So... You know, if we add Mau Mau in here, Mau Mau is above Yai. But then we also have Kuki and Yao Yao. Like, Yao Yao is close to Mau Mau. And Kuki, I think, is just great.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis.
So you know what? Yao Yao...
And leave the sandstorms.
I'm not going to, like, order these in any particular way. I think this is what I'll leave it at. Yao Yao, Kuki, Yai, or Miko. Not together, but Yai or Miko. Mostly Miko, honestly. And then this is the rest. for would I... for Genshin characters ranked by how much I'd be willing to name a cat after them. There you go. Well, that was very on topic today. We did I don't even think I spent my resin, did I? No, because I went in my teapot and then got distracted. I'm at 190 resin. Okay. How long did that last? My recording that was an hour and a half. Oh god. Okay. Well, emphasis on the and more for this stream. We're gonna finish my farming very quickly, and then we're gonna go and actually do what I meant to do this stream. Oh god. Okay. Anyways, no, that was productive. That was very productive.
But at least it doesn't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and whether you take on the
we need to go do
challenge
Leylands.
is entirely up to you.
How many of these do I have? 426. I think I need more. The people voted. Yeah, it was 90% voted for it. Like, when do you see the populace vote 90% for something? So, you know, it was by popular demand. Cat Team Abyss Clear. Okay, you're really asking us to get really distracted here. Like what? We do Yao Yao, Kuki Yai, Shao, Beidou. I don't know. I don't see a very compelling lineup for a team right now that wouldn't be too long of a distraction. Like, I'm not saying I couldn't, but it'd be a fairly long distraction, and I do actually want to do what I titled this stream about. So, you know, I'm not against the idea, but not right now. We can do Cat Impact Abyss later, maybe. Why is there a chest? What? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's one of these. And now we're trapped for 5 years. Well, one could do an animal-only account probably now. What characters do you have in an animal-only account now? Yai, Kirara. You have... Okay, but some characters... place an object that doesn't fit the trend of the flower pushes onto a naturally forming line. What? Okay. This one? Over here. Alright. Dionagoro, yep. Is there that many? Dionagoro, Kirara. Do you count Lynette? I think you can count Shunyun. I think Shunyun counts. I think Tignari can count, yeah. Sucrose, yes. Yanfei. Does Yanfei count? I don't know if she counts. She's like... Well, I guess she is partially Adeptus, and we're counting Cloud Retainer. Isn't that what she is, technically? Or is it something else? Gaming? What? Linny because they're twins? Are they biological twins? Does he actually have cat ears? Shilonin, yeah. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, there's a lot of not completely human characters, but non-human only isn't the same as animals only, right? I'm not doing this actually, by the way. I'm just like thinking it. So, but yeah, I think there's a difference between non-human. Like, I don't think Klee counts, quite frankly. But like, non-human only is different from animals only. You pick someone's account who just submitted theirs during the stream to fix. I mean, we can start from the newest submissions at least. Sure, that won't hurt. I'm willing to bias for this stream. I'm willing to bias towards the newer ones to start. The newer ones gonna have the most up-to-date data anyways, so, you know. Did I use the codes? What codes? Is this stuff ever explaining Genshin at all? Not really.
Right now, right here.
Some of it is.
Let's get it on. Final warning. Stronger. Start them.
Right now, emerge.
The wrong test subject. The wrong test subject.
Eon's on isn't gonna keep her buff in this team. Okay. I will choose to not argue with you. But all I can say is I've used this team a lot, and I like it way more than the Bennett variant. Also, you are overestimating the need to which you have to have Eon-san full buff up. Eon-san does not have to have her full min-max buff up to still get meaningful buffing value from Eon-san. But anyways, it works a lot better with Eon-san than it does Bennett. I can tell you that for dang sure. In most situations. But anyways, Sorry, I'm just computing resin. We have 40 more resin we can use, so I guess let's just, since we're here, go spend 40 more resin on this. We use it at the 3, right? Yeah, we did use it at the 3, but that's fine. And then we have 90 resin left that can be spent in bosses, weekly bosses. I finished farming Skirk, right? Oops. Yeah, I think I'm mostly done pre-farming Skirk. I think I'll have to double check, but anyways. Yep.
Nothing lasts forever. Right here.
Ow.
Emerge.
Having 2 5-stars. This is an interesting sentiment. Explain, Mob. Having 2 5-stars is already overkill for farming. I'm not saying I need the damage potential this team has for farming, but like, do you purposely choose to like not use 5-stars when you're doing overworld things? Because you're just like, ugh, I don't need 2 5-stars for overworld. Like, what do you mean? Are you upset that I'm using a functional team for overworld? I don't understand. Like, is there a problem? Does it not have enough movement for you? Like, I should put in Shalonin so I have more movement or something? I don't know. I'm not moving around that much. I'm not doing enough exploration for me to care right now. So, I don't know. It's just an interesting sentiment to have. Yeah, also, yeah, you could argue Dia is not very 5-star to most people. You just use your friendship team? Oh, sure. That's fair. I don't use a friendship team. Wait, what? Did I not claim the... Oh, no, I only did one. Wait, what? Didn't I do one here and then I did... What? Okay, whatever.
Right here.
Oh crap, I canceled. I thought that was... they're all gone. Oh, God. I purposely canceled because I thought the enemies were dead. But they were not. So, oh well. Dia probably could have killed all of them. I stole Dia's thunder. I'm sorry. But that was not an accidental Dia cancel. I actually basically never... I think there's maybe been like, across all of my Dia play, I think there's maybe been like 1 or 2 instances, I'm not kidding, where I've canceled her burst by accident. But there are times where I actually do want to cancel her burst. Oftentimes just an overworld, because I don't need to be stuck in her burst for 3, 4, whatever longer seconds if I'd already killed the enemy, and that was why I did that, right? But anyways. How does your plunge Yai rotation go? With Auroron? With Oron, I usually did Farina into Oron into Shan Yun, which usually without having to like, because with Eonson I found that getting the Hydro and Electro Swirl from Electro Charge Aura with Eonson is a little tricksy timing wise, and then it also makes it to get that swirl consistently while also getting the right balance for uptime on Yai's skill was awkward too. So usually, if I recall, what I did was I haven't played it in a ton recently, so I could be misremembering, right? But it was Farina into Oron, into Shan Yun, into Yai EEE, and then do her plunges, do the 8 plunges, and then usually, as long as I was doing like proper, you know, dash canceling and whatever, I could get the 8 plunges out with good play, and then do her burst, right, almost perfectly timed with as her skill cooldown is ending, so right before the turret's expired, which is the ideal. You want to cast a burst right before that, and then do 3E again usually, and then do Farina, because then you have her E going while you're setting up your rotation for the next setup, and you're not going to burst usually the next rotation normally, but depends. So yeah. And Eonson is good and probably better. Like Eonson is better at low constellations. I think Oron starts to be better if you have LOG and C6 Oron potentially, because of that rotation flexibility. But it also depends on your investment in Yai. Realistically, I think the lower investment your Yai is, the more you might want to consider Eonson over Oron, because Eonson can buff more at a baseline. But Oron's damage contribution for my Oron with LOG, even before I had a C6, was good enough that I preferred the Oron variant over Eonson for Plunge Eye. Anywho's, okay, we gotta stop yapping and do bosses. Do this boss. Found an account yet? We're gonna go look at the account shortly. We got Tolsna, if you just joined, we got a little distracted for an hour and a half by making a cat name tier list. It was Genshin related. It was a Genshin tier list, but a little distracted. What? I had to read, didn't I? Yeah. We'll put Pirate Traveler in instead of Dia for this, because this boss is annoying.
This world is full of unsolved
I want a special account. I have an AR-44 account with 100 XP left before AR-45. I'm not against the idea of doing another AR-45 account fixing, but part of the main point of when I have done the AR-45 account fixings, like, or the AR-45 or AR-50 range stuff, was to like point out how these accounts don't really need to be fixed because they're not broken, right? They haven't existed for long enough to be broken. So I don't know. Take that for what you will.
Nothing lasts forever. Emerge.
No way Pyro MC does that. They do in this boss. Okay, you're gonna fly away. Should I? Yeah, no, I'll wait. I should have had Yai going in there, but whatever. Do this. Yeah, I don't even think. Wait, you had freaking sack sword on. Okay, well that's fine, I guess. That is not normally what I prefer to have in Power Traveler, but anyways, Power Traveler is really fun against this boss. Anyways, I so badly wish that was just the Pyro Traveler we could have, but alas. 91k from Yai Burst. Yup. If I do setups properly, like if I use Yai with full buffs up properly, she gets over 100k from her burst. Not able to join the Discord. Is it broken? Why is it? Honestly, I don't even know if I want people to join the Discord, but I don't know. If anyone else wants to check if it works, let me know. But I can generate a new one for the 100th time. A lot of times though, it just like doesn't work in your browser because like your browser blocks like the redirects, either because you have an add-on or it just blocks it by default. So, you know, it does work. Okay. Why do I not want people to join? Because the more the community goes, the more it's scary to have to manage and be responsible for a community with a ton of people in it. It's like, it's a time drain and something that wears on you to have to care about. Right? So, anyways. Did I claim a dayless? Nope.
Thank you for.
I've gotten value from having the Discord, to be clear, but I wouldn't say it's been that valuable. Wait, I should go before I forget. People scary. I mean, yeah, pretty much. People act weird in online communities, and moderating them takes time. And true proper moderation of large communities takes more than just time. It realistically takes money. And quite frankly, if the Discord server gets to a point that I need to feel like I spend money on it, it's going to become not my Discord server and more just a community ran Discord server, which I already kind of, it is mostly. My Discord server is mostly ran by my moderators already. I have told them this. I've been like, yes, I still own the server and whatever, but like, you guys have jurisdiction to like run things and decide things at the end of the day is my overall vibe. I may have been the one to set it up, but like, I need to be, for my own sanity, I need to be semi hands off with it, right? Anyway, how much is this? 2,000 XP. That's equivalent to 5 of those. So I have 150 equivalent of these. Well, 700. Okay. So if I do get Skirk's weapon, I think I have enough to level up Skirk's weapon. So, all right. Finally, time to pick accounts. Not quite, but we will. I also need to log on to Polearms only to at least condense my resin, but that should not take long. It should take literally minutes. What am I doing? We need to go fight this. But yes, very close. Sorry for the wait. We should bring a cryo team.
I got your boss.
Thanks. Played around with Goro and Geo teams? Yup. I have not found a single one where I preferred it. Like, Goro was made for Mono Geo of Genshin from 3 years ago. We're talking a non-Farina reality, a non-lot of things reality. Doing things like Farina plus Shilonin plus another Hydro Cryo Electro is generally speaking better than using Goro in my testing. Why am I not attacking? Got it. Wow, you butthole. Alright. Yeah, this thing moves in a little bit of an annoying way from Mulan. My Escoffier, by the way, I just... my Escoffier does not have her artifacts right now. In fact, I think... Yeah, that's what I thought. There's a reason for this. I'm not gonna explain it. Why? You'll see. You'll see it why. You'll understand. I'm not gonna fix it because it doesn't need to be. It's Escoffier. No, I'm not turning into an Animo DPS, but someone that was an Animo DPS maybe yoinked some Escoffier artifacts. Also, I should position myself for this properly. Can you line up? Thank you. You need to hit the things? Yeah, I know. I was distracted by chat. I saw an Accasha. Ah, crap. Did Accasha update without... Oh, crap. I didn't think about someone needing a sneak preview on Accasha. Dang it. You weren't supposed to see that. It's supposed to be a surprise. Nobody spoil it. In fact, I'm gonna remove it from my Accasha. Well, I don't know. It's probably already on there, but... Lanyon wouldn't be a surprise. I mean, okay, the build I'm using on Lanyon would be a surprise. The surprise isn't Lanyon. The surprise is the specific team, to be clear. Like, the team I'm going with the collab, by the way, is not the team that I was trying in the original stream. I'll tell you that.
Oh, this is all getting rather dreary.
Allow me, darling.
Of course, I'd only hit the queen before. Sylveon, just an FYI, you're gonna have a worse experience. You're gonna have a worse experience.
This calls for open ceremony.
Trying to compete with Accasha leaderboards. Like, just an FYI, the reason Sylveon is mentioning that in my chat is she has a #1 Lisa, and I saw you were upset that you fell to #2 Lisa. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse to try to get #1 spots. Not better. Like, it's not just you that's getting rerollers, it's everybody that's getting rerollers. So that means competing for #1 spots is going to be miserable. And, like, you just shouldn't. Even more than ever. You shouldn't have before. Even more than ever, you shouldn't anymore. Like... So, I don't know. Anyways. Okay, that works.
Try to remember the steps this
My
time.
camera stop doing this.
Oops! I thought I had memorized.
We're gonna fail. Yes. Okay. This is the worst I know of this boss. It seems that letting Escoffier die and letting Escoffier not have her artifacts has affected things more than expected, but also I've been not paying much attention to the boss. Less than I should have. Please.
Need a surfboard?
Oh my god.
Let us dance, my dearest.
Try to remember the steps this time.
Okay. Does Candace not have Fab? No, she does. Why are things going so wrong? I think other characters might have their builds screwed up other than... No! Like, are you... Ah. Yep, that's part of it too. Yep, that's part of it too. Okay. You can be switched back, I'm pretty sure. I think. Wait. Why are you... Oh. I know. Okay, see, this is the problem with this collab just hanging in the midair, is I don't want to change my builds right now from what they are for the collab video, but... whatever. I can't change it right now anyways, it's fine.
It is time to slay our foes with one almighty.
This calls for some pomp and ceremony. Good lord, I'm forgetting your lines.
Where
Is
were
Candace correct? Emblem still. Yeah, that was correct. Okay. Yeah, you're just not. Are you fine at least? I think you're fine. Yeah, you're fine. That's good. Alright. Why would you go for C1 Raiden if you don't have a C2, enough for C2? Are you assuming I went for C1 Raiden? Why the hell are you assuming I went for C1 Raiden? I'm not stupid. I didn't go for C1 Raiden. I went for Chevreuse. There's a very big difference. Oh, I thought they saw my C1 Raiden or something. I thought I like clicked on Raiden or whatever. Alright. I don't feel like looking through my characters that I might need to consider for the last boss. The main reason I'm even farming a third boss is just because I need Ascension Crystals. So, yep. That. You showcase your Raiden. Also, this is not the team I wanted to use for this, considering the builds right now. Yeah, I don't want to touch the characters. I don't want to touch my characters' builds much right now because a lot of them are screwed up. Semi on purpose. In fact, I do need to fix at least... Wait, were they... I have to double check my own dang footage. I'm pretty sure Pyro Traveler was supposed to be on this. Pyro Traveler is part of the collab. I did end up putting them in a team. But, anyways. I also realized this one wasn't on purpose. I didn't mean to do this, but Fischl was also used. I accidentally powered down Fischl significantly. Which was not on purpose. Her build's still good, just not 4 Ps. So that was an oopsie. But it's a good oopsie in the context of trying to make Eeks, Zajef, and Limbo have more of a challenge. I definitely made it harder for myself, but that's how I cleared, so they can do it too. Anyways. Lanyan team gonna be the idea Chevy? Nope. I am not gonna spoil it. I am not gonna spoil it.
Right here. Emerge. Right here. Drop your weapons. Control breathing. Start the clock. I'm always
Dispersed.
emerge. Right now. Right here.
The eye sweeps the lands.
Your thigh
Man.
Crumbles before.
Great. Garbage drops. That's exactly what I needed. Wonderful. Alright. Well, that was a fun farming day. Alright, we can go into poems only, finish that real quick, and then we'll go look through submissions. Raiden mats for who? Nobody. I need the Ascension Crystals. I need to get... I'm farming weekly bosses to make sure I get Ascension Crystals. That's my limiting factor for leveling characters in this account. Ascension Crystals. But anyways, why did I come here? Oh, we know why. Because we engage streamer luck, and we have one artifact we can strongbox. Timepiece? Well, never mind. Alright. Alright. Polearms only should not take long. That's the wrong button. So Jeff did mention your team will probably be the most cooked. I have no idea. I have no idea. I like what I will give that. What I wanted to do, like my goal with this, from my point of view, was to try to not just be memey, right? This is why I ended up not doing like Varessa's Superconduct, because Varessa's Superconduct is just a meme thing, right? And I could have done that. Instead, I chose to go with something that was more my kind of style, which is something that I think is a very cool idea, and that does work mechanically, but is technically a little challenging to pull off, and quite punishing if you don't play it in a particular way, but still a really cool idea that is surprising that works as well as it does, and also in line with, you know, showing something fun about a character I really like. And then the other side of Abyss, I just chose to use a team format that is what I really, a team format I like for like the baseline, but then I chose to make it cope. Because if I let them play the good version of the team, it would have been too easy of a challenge, even with the weird first team on the first half. So like, I chose to then just give them a cope version of a normal team I use purposefully, and like they might struggle a little bit because of that. Like it's just meant to be like a more balanced challenge, and it's specifically a team that like can deal with the Papilla Shield really easily. Because I didn't want to have that be like, that's just kind of awful. Like in my testing when I was trying to like use the idea team against the Papilla Shield, it was just like, it's just not very fun in my opinion to have to optimize that team against the Papilla Shield with what I was initially doing. Whereas the team I gave them is not something they have to worry about that much optimizing the Papilla Shield, but they have to play decently in other ways, and have to deal with other awkward aspects to how the team functions. Because again, I purposely made it as a worse version, like a team I wouldn't recommend, but it's still like the baseline team format of something that I like, but with a very cope version that I wouldn't recommend. So to try to make it more of a challenge, and I succeeded at that because it took me about an hour and a half to get the clear. To be clear, it would not have taken me an hour and a half to get the clear. Like I would have cleared it easily if it weren't for how nightmarish optimizing the way out was, and also the fact that I played badly in the second set. But anyways, why do you have the same quest in so many accounts? I don't know. Oh, that's what someone meant by talk to the tribespeople. No, I refuse. The game having this bug where it permanently forces me to like have this talk to the tribespeople thing, it just makes me more and more stubborn to not want to do it. I will do it when I need to start doing questing to grind more. So, anyways, what are we doing? We crafted resin. We can claim our dailies. Cancel nav. It doesn't work. It does not work. I can navigate to something else. It will automatically. Here, let's freaking do it. I don't even really have to. I don't know why I put the turtle there, but it didn't really matter. Last time, to be clear, last time it didn't work. And it's gonna pop up again. Told you. Doesn't matter. It auto goes back to this permanently. I don't know why. I don't understand what's with this quest. And why it does that.
Add
But yep.
Thank you for
And now it's just a thing that's there permanently that my brain deletes.
add
It's just a thing that's there in the UI. Does it bother me? Yes, but I don't notice it most of the time, so it's fine. It's not as bad as the stupid Zenless update, that's for sure. The Zenless UI update is anyways, sure, let's go. Well, nah, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like spinning my resin right now. I want to go do what I came to do here today, which is the stream for looking at the submissions. I don't play Zenless. What happened? Two things. The two gripes that I have. So one, I don't even think that the like map navigation change in Zenless, I don't even think it's a good thing, personally. I think it's a downgrade because I think the fundamental flaw Zenless's UI had is that it was too convoluted in a way that like made it intimidating to try to learn, right? I think that's the actual core design flaw of Zenless's UI. And by adding a bunch of options for the map, all they did was make that more convoluted and even harder to learn. I think it's garbage and awful. And like it has some context where like the map is good. I'm talking like this style of map where you press a button and it goes into a special map screen. It has some context where it might make sense, but like that map should only pop up in those contexts where it makes sense, not permanently by default when you press the M button, right? That's my opinion. But like that is mostly still at the end of the day a side grade. Like it has some upsides, some downsides.
this realm is
Whatever. I overall actually like the UI of Zenless for like, because I'm of the opinion that much of what people like say is like, oh, this game has crap UI, is actually people's like, oh, or the most common thing. This is outside of just games, just with user interfaces for software in general. It's unintuitive. And what that actually means when people are saying unintuitive, they usually actually mean it's not like another thing that they are used to. The person is used to a particular software that they feel is similar to this software, and it has a different UI from that other piece of software, and that's unintuitive. But what good UI has to do, in my opinion, is not worry about vague bullshit on whether things are intuitive, but instead whether or not it gets in the way of the player. Because in a video game, video games are interactive, right? Players control what you're doing. And when you're in a video game, you want to like do something. So the player is taking an action they want to do. So in the context of like UI navigation, a player in Zenless wants to like go from point A to point B. They want to navigate from here to here. They want to do a thing. And so on a UI design level, you want to like try to account for, okay, what is the player trying to achieve? And you want to have a UI that is not getting in the way of the player that much. And that's where I think Zenless's UI fails, in that there's too much, right? There's too much information in a couple instances in Zenless's UI that's presented to the player, and it becomes intimidating, right? And then that's where it's bad UI that's unintuitive, right? I don't think they did anything to address that problem at all. I think they made that worse. And the thing that they actively made worse that really angers me. So Zenless already at a baseline has like bigger icons that are like these mobile game icons that are up top. One, I wish I could get rid of these in Genshin, because like these icons on the top right, I understand why they're here, for like a unified design UI across mobile and PC. But like I do not need these freaking permanent icons in the top right on my PC. I 99% of the time navigate to the important ones with a shortcut button, and if I'm on controller, I would use the radial wheel. I don't care about a radial wheel at all for mouse and keyboard. And point is, I don't need these except like on specific instances when I do need them, and I wish I could collapse them and like only have them present when I want them, right? And guess what? Zenless, they have like bigger icons at a default. Like it takes up more, these buttons, these mobile game UI remnant thing on PC takes up more UI space on my like display. Like it's like a chunk this big, I would say. And that's like kind of annoying that it's that big. Like it's unnecessarily large. I'd say even Genshin's are unnecessarily large in my opinion. Like I think Genshin's UI like icons are actually better sized for me when I connect a controller, because for some reason when you connect a controller to Genshin, here let me do it quick so you can see what I mean. Controls, controller, right? You can see everything becomes scaled down. This, like the sizing wise of the UI, that looks a lot more appropriate sizing wise. Like I can actually see like when they're a little bit bigger for my game running on a 4K display, like the icons look kind of low resolution because the JPEGs for them are not high resolution enough for the display for how big they are, right? Like so they get expanded and they look like JPEG fuzzy because they're too big for the resolution of the files. Whereas this looks sized appropriately for the resolution of it. And in Zenless, it doesn't have that resolution problem, which is good. So it doesn't look, in my opinion, as bad as Genshin. But the bigger deal is that in Zenless, there's a button. There is a button in Zenless to collapse those buttons up top. So they were taking a bunch of space up, yes, but I could collapse them so that there was just one icon in the top right that I press, and it was tab, where you press tab and it expanded and closed that thing. Right? It was great. It was great. You could collapse and expand these buttons, and you could do that on mobile too. I used it on mobile too. I liked having that UI out of the way. Is one extra button press to get a UI that blocks me from being able to see like the environment properly. And it's nice to see the environment. The new update, they added two things. One, a omnipresent minimap. Where should we go for music? Let's just go to Liyue. They added an omnipresent minimap. And like a minimap in an open world game in Genshin, minimap makes sense. I like the minimap. It's good. The minimap in Zenless in the vast majority of areas is f***ing pointless. It's also in a stupid spot. It's in the like it's like a minimap in the top. Like imagine you had a minimap. Imagine you shoved it down the characters here. You shoved these down a little bit, and then you put a big ass minimap right between the characters and the buttons over here. That's where it's placed in Zenless. It's awful. It's awful. And it doesn't communicate any needed information. Like it's a minimap that's present when I'm walking around a very small, limited environment because it's not an open world game. That's fine. It doesn't have to be. Like, it's so bad. It takes up way too much space. And the dumbest part is, like, it would have been fine, I think, if the minimap was permanent. Even with it being completely unnecessary on a design level still. It would have been fine if it was permanent. If they put it in the top left, like most games put it, and just got rid of their stupid... Because they have a permanent button that's in the top left that, like... It's just like it's just UI fluff, but it's like in the corner and like it's small enough that you don't really notice it. Same reason like I don't really notice the mini map in Genshin because like my main focus of vision is like this central area. It's why like it's not that big a deal to have all this crap on the right side. To be clear, would I minorly prefer if I could tweak this a little bit and like I would prefer not having to see like I would prefer like the HP bar for example being under the character's icon and not having the character's name here. And then like the ultimates being shoved to the right and like saving that space. I prefer that, but it's like a minor thing. It's in my like periphery. It's fine. Same thing. Like the thing in the top left is in the periphery, but like it doesn't do anything. Like it's just like a button that's there for like pausing to indicate that you can pause. And it's also a shortcut for navigating to like switching your active character faster but like you don't need to switch your active character for any mechanical reason. It's just your personal choice. Like it's not something you have to activate that regularly. Like there's not that much of a need for a permanent thing in the top left in the first place. My point is they could have reworked some things if they wanted to have a permanent minimap to put the minimap in the top left permanently, and then that button thing they could have like been in a sub menu. Oh well. Like, it would have been fine to have that be in an extra button press away with how infrequently you needed to activate it in the first place in favor of having the minimap permanently. No, instead they chose the worst of all worlds, where you still have this stupid thing in the top left. Now you have a minimap in a really awful, awkward location, and a minimap that provides no needed information 99% of the time. And then you have the buttons in the top right, which no longer can be collapsed. Because for some godforsaken reason, on mouse and keyboard, they're like, Clearly what mouse and keyboard players want is to have these permanent buttons up top that permanently are showing stupid, awful icons, like stupid red dots constantly like all gacha games do. And also, ooh, first anniversary event. Like, I don't need that. I don't need a chartreuse green first anniversary thing permanently attracting my attention in the corner of the screen. And I can't collapse it anymore. I used to be able to collapse it and get rid of it, and it was fine. Because, like, if I can collapse it and make just the red dot only be in the top right of the corner of the screen, it's not very noticeable. But when it's not collapsible, it's awful. And now, the benefit, why did they do it? Why did they remove the ability to press tab to collapse that menu? Well, now in Zenless, you have a radial menu on the tab menu. On mouse and keyboard. A f***ing radial menu. So they removed something that was like a good option for like controlling the like ughness of some of the UI and made it worse in favor of adding a UI thing for a radial menu that doesn't help at all because I'm on mouse and keyboard. Like, you want to add a radial menu for controller? Fine. That makes sense. But I think it already existed for controller. I didn't need it for mouse and keyboard. Or if they wanted it for mouse and keyboard, let me choose to have it if I wanted it. Like, God, it's like so visually distracting. It's so extremely visually distracting. It strongly puts me off from wanting to do new Zenless content right now. I'm not kidding, because I log in to like do daily things, and I see this awful UI distracting me visually. Like, it constantly attracts my attention in the top right. Like my brain just sidelines to it, looking at it constantly. It's like it's just frustrating because they're like, oh, we're gonna make the UI better. We heard your complaints that we're gonna make the UI better, and they have actively made a number of specific decisions that I think make the UI significantly worse. And I don't think they have done anything actually to address the core actual design flaw of the UI, which is like how hard, intimidating it can be for people to learn. I think they just made it worse. It feels good on iPad. Well, that's good at least, I guess. At least it benefits some platforms. Ugh. Play in window mode and move it up? What do you mean? What? Playing in window mode and moving it up doesn't do anything. It's gonna scale with the size of the window. Anyways, point is, it actively annoys me. To be clear, the Zenless 2.0 update added a ton of good content. Like, it's overall, from what I've seen based on other people's reaction and the content that I have played that is not the UI, because the UI isn't content, it's just supposed to be a quality of life change that I think is negative. I don't know. It's just a very specific example of, like, in my opinion, Zenless listening to a vocal minority in the wrong way. Like, I don't know what stupid vocal minority was asking them to add a minimap to the game, right? Like, anywho's. So, it's awful. It looks terrible. I want it gone. I sincerely hope they add the option back in the future, because it's like it's the most negative I've felt about Zenless is this stupid UI change. Anyways, let's sit Arlecchino's booty down and do what I came here to do. The cat tier list. No. So this is the account fixing thing. We'll start on the bottom. Well, I gotta refresh the thing. We'll start on the bottom. And I can't, like, I created a separate form, so I can't accidentally show anyone's, like, email or Discord username. I removed all that. I just have, like, the important information here. So we'll start on the bottom because it's the newest ones, the most recent ones. Yeah. Oh boy, that's a whole lot of text. Yeah. Alright, so the goal here is just for me to, like, look through some things. Again, I'm thinking, so this column, by the way, is fragile resin. And I'm thinking I want to probably, for simplicity, at least for this, again, this is not like this is the last account fixing video I'm ever going to make. But currently my intention, I think, is to try to do another account fixing video that is specifically titled, like, can I fix this account with X amount of resin? Several thousand resin. And that can include resin, obviously, that I log in over a course of a week or whatever. Like, that's like 1,000 resin, whatever more, that can contribute towards that. But ideally, a bunch of that comes from fragile resin. But also, irregardless of if I title the video around like formatting around resin. It's nice to have some fragile resin when I log on to accounts to have some flexibility to farm things and not be restricted to the daily login things, because it's a lot harder for me to actually like take specific actions on someone's account if you don't have the flexibility for me to just farm things when I need to farm them, right? It's not me saying I'm not going to fix an account that doesn't have fragile resin on it. It just means like if I am going to do a video on your account when you don't have fragile resin, it's probably more going to be I'm just going to recommend different things, and I'll do like a small amount of farming of like a few days of logging in. But like if you have 0 fragile resin like this person does, what am I going to do? Log onto your account for a month straight? Like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry, right? I'm not logging into your account for you for a month freaking straight. So you don't have to have fragile resin, but it helps. It helps actually give me options if you actually want me to potentially do something myself rather than just have the video be about recommending you do things. And in the context of the video I currently have planned, I do want to have fragile resin so that I can actually do the concept of this video. But I don't need every account fixing video to be formatted around spending resin, right? Is my point. So, anywho's. So like this account, well, it seems like it could be interesting because Hu Tao main, they only pull, well, I mean, I only pull the majority characters. with exceptions, okay, well, immediately this is less females only. I'm just saying, if you have exceptions to this, then I don't think you can call it a females only account. Unless you're not using them. Like, obviously, I have non-polearm characters in my polearm only account, right? But I don't use them. So I guess that's fair. But, anywho's. Yeah, females only is not exactly the biggest restriction, I think. Is there notable male characters you don't have? You don't have Bennett. What other notable male characters you don't have access to? Hold on, let's check quick. Just because maybe this is interesting to look at. This is the wrong thing. I need to go to the character archive. I was like, okay, so notable male characters that you wouldn't have. Yeah, you got Xingqiu, you got Official. Like ones that are potentially problematic for your like lacking in team options. But like Xingqiu, I don't even think is that problematic because there's female hydro options. So some people not having Zhongli might be problematic. I don't think it actually is. Oh no, Goro's not available. Whatever will we do? I think it's just Bennett is the only problematic one. I think it's just Bennett. Not having access to Gami is a little unfortunate, but that's not really a problem. Not being able to use Auron's unfortunate. But again, not like inherently problematic. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's just Bennett. Just Bennett is the doing a female only account is basically just being a non-Bennett account. Which to be clear, arguably a non-Bennett account is kind of equivalent to doing a polearm only. No, that's obviously a little bit of an exaggeration, but yeah, it's mostly just a non-Bennett account. All right, as far as like, again, the context of trying to guide towards something like clearing Abyss. So, anyways, point being, what AR is this player is AR 58. They play whenever they feel like playing. It could still be an interesting character account to look into. Rarely vertically invest as I'd rather play with stronger characters than have new units. Rather play with stronger characters than have new units power creep my older characters. These two statements are at slight contrast to each other. Did they mean horizontally invest instead? Because I don't know. The way that the first part of this is phrased, like this part is phrased, makes me think that they pull for new characters, right? They pull for new characters in order to give their older characters new team options. Like they pulled for Scofier so they can play Ayaka in a new, stronger team kind of thing. But then this statement implies that they don't do that because they'd rather just make Ayaka stronger another way. I don't know. I think they might have meant horizontal, or maybe they just phrased this incorrectly. I'm not sure. Anyways, or they just used the words wrong or whatever. I enjoy horizontally investing. Oh no, okay, they do. So okay, so they do pull new units. They just don't pull. They didn't like pull Moika presumably because of like Moika being better than Hu Tao. Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about Neuvillette, but I don't know. I basically never use Neuvillette. You don't need him. That was the controller disconnecting. You don't need Neuvillette. He's nice to have, but for many people, of course. But you definitely don't need him. Yeah, I don't know. This could be an interesting one to look at, actually. I don't think I'm gonna do it initially right now. No promises, obviously. I am. By the way, okay, maybe I left. I think maybe I left the form too open-ended. Just this one thing is making me realize maybe I left the questions too open-ended, because like, there's some context I realized. Like, to be clear, they mentioned here, they. Well, actually, wait. What did I put here? Yeah, I didn't say. Okay. I should have maybe said, what exactly is your goal with Genshin, maybe? Like, is your goal to 36 stars? I probably should have left in that question. Oopsies. That's my bad. With this person, I'm assuming they would want to try to progress towards 36 starring, since they mentioned this, right? I don't remember, did I purposely leave that out before? Maybe? I don't know. Anywho's. So, yeah, they're playing since launch. Wait, playing since launch, but AR-58. That's kind of crazy. I mean, yeah, they said they play whenever they feel like playing. An AR-58 player that's played since launch is really interesting. That means they, like, what? They probably log in on average a couple patches out of the year? Right? Like, the game's existed for long enough. If you've been playing since launch, you're probably playing a couple patches out of the year. Interesting. Never 36 starred. Yeah. Interesting to start trying now. Hyperbloom Mona is fun. It's a decent option. C1 Escoffier and got C6 Eva. And yeah, depending on what the current investment level of the account is at, right? Obviously, a lot of the process of account fixing videos is not to like, oh, immediately get to 36 starring events. It's just to try to get them to have usable teams. So, anywho's. They have C1 Escoffier, C6 Eva. I wonder if they have Farina or not. I don't think you should feel the need. You shouldn't feel the need to make a taser team. The taser team format isn't like, I don't know. I don't actually think Oron is good to shove in as like a versatile buffer in weird contexts with Hydra units, obviously, or with Natlan units. He works in either or. But you don't have to specifically make a taser team. But it is an option. And the problem is, right, you're gonna struggle with the fact that Taser is at its strongest in AoE, as far as like if the team is actually focused down more in the electrocharge damage. But like Auron's at its best just being used to help buff, like do a little bit of damage contribution of zone, do a little bit of energy refunding, and then helping buffing whatever on-field unit, right? So, anywho's, play on and off. They struggle with artifacts. 50 fragiles. Yeah, that's fair, sure, but you gotta draw the line somewhere, because like if you don't use strongbox, you're kind of just shooting yourself in the foot a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard. That's part of the reason I like make these videos, these account fixing videos, right? It was like trying to help show people my process for artifact evaluation, but it's hard to really edit it, because like that's something like I oftentimes in the past have spent hours and hours in someone's account just going through their artifacts in order to see where they're currently at, and in order to evaluate how to judge new artifacts, right? That were ones that can be thrown away and ones that need to be kept to be leveled. Yawning, that's not good. It's just so I don't know. It's just like you gotta level artifacts, and eventually you get a vibe for, as you level artifacts and equip different kinds of artifacts, try different kinds of builds and characters, you get a vibe for what kind of stat balances you need, what stats are valuable, obviously ER, yada yada. I don't know. It's pretty easy to throw away any artifact that doesn't have ER, and doesn't have any ER, doesn't have crit most of the time. Not that there's contexts where you can't use artifacts that have a bunch of EM, and that's just what it has in the subset. But they're relatively few and far between, that you don't need to keep every single you don't need to keep an attack timepiece that it's like flat def percent, HP percent, and EM, right? You don't need to keep that piece most likely. It's unlikely. So I don't know. But like that's part of the goal with these like videos, is to help try to get people to have that understanding themselves by showing what my process is. But a lot of it is just like an intuitive process I feel my way through due to like, at this point, years literally of experience going through artifacts. It didn't take years to get to that point. It took months, but I don't know. In some level, I feel like going through, like, hand-holding people too much with artifacts is just going to shoot them in the foot. Because they, like, I think artifacts are something you just need to learn yourself. You need to learn the relevant stats and learn how to evaluate for them for yourself. Because, like, one thing that is not possible is I'm not going to permanently be logging onto your account. I can't log onto your account for the next 3 years. So, I don't know. Anyways. They're plannable for Skirk and Moika, plus their weapons in the upcoming patches. I guess that explains why they went for Scofier C1. Not that necessarily was the smart thing to do. Oh well. Why am I yawning so much? What happened? Actually, I know why. I think I'm just tired, because I went to sleep on time, but then my brain was just like, hey, how about today we wake up at 7 a.m.? No, sorry. Did I wake up at 7 a.m. or did I wake up? I don't know. Whatever. I think I got like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And I was just like, brain. Like, it was not like okay, I'm going back to sleep. It was just like, my brain's like, all right, you're awake now. Randomly. Doesn't happen very often. My brain's like, let's wake up early. But when it happens, you feel fine for a while and then you're tired later. Anyways. Check yes for review, because even if you don't have time to help fix my account, I should. Yeah, okay. I should, yeah. I have this option. This is the... Do you just want an account review instead of fixing? Because I think I might do streams in the future where I try to say because I think anyone that answered yes to this, I could potentially just log on to their account and like in like an hour or two try to just give them a path forward is the idea. Which I think might be all this person needs, and that's probably why they put yes. But anyways. What is this bottom one there? Okay, they didn't put anything in that form. Drop the game because I have so many more things to do than I know where to start. Also, no idea about team comps and which artifacts I should prioritize. Okay, this is a very... They have 109 fragile resin. What AR are they? 55. Okay, interesting. AR 55. Are you watching right now? Because this is the most recent submission. Whoever submitted this. Do you mind if I go grab your UID and check on Enka what you have listed for your characters? Because this is very generic, but this is a potential one. One, because they have a lot of resin. This is 6,000 resin available. And this is open-ended, where they're just like, trying to get back into the game. Too many things. Everything's new. There's all these power creep artifacts things. And people complaining about stronger characters, and the Abyss is a lot more specific. I didn't pull any of the characters in the last year for the new Abyss, right? This one could be an interesting one to look at. It's an AR-45 player, AR-55 player, to see what their account state is, but without knowing exactly what characters they have, I don't know how realistic it is. But yeah, this is one of the ones that, like, I need more information to see how viable the path forward is, because this would be a one that could be interesting in that it's possible 6,000 resin could be enough to take this account to 36 star in the Abyss, right? But anyways, I will I'll jot a note down to check this one myself, I suppose. I'm just going to keep a record, so that's entry 263. Okay. Played Genshin Impact on this account to try fixing... What? I played Genshin Impact on this account to try fixing it. I really love using Ride and Nahida. Okay, AR-42. I'm not gonna do an AR-42 video right now. AR-50, same difference. I think I mentioned this briefly earlier in the stream. Like, these accounts, they're all the same. like I've yapped before recently in general about how, like, the more that time goes on, the less any two Genshin accounts are very similar to each other. But the most similar that Genshin accounts can ever be is when they're first starting. So, like, this AR-45 range, yeah, there's obviously minor differences in what they initially decide to pull for, but, like, this is mostly just, like, these people feel like they need to get their account fixed because they don't understand the game's mechanics. And, like, my main advice to you guys is, like, you don't really have anything to fix because your account's too young and you didn't break anything. Your account's too young. You have passed the tutorial. You haven't possibly broken anything yet. There's no way you've made such terrible mistakes that you can't recover from it when you're at that level, right? That you can't recover from it just without your own abilities. And you are a human that has the ability to learn. You might not have that much time, I understand, but, like, you can do it. So, like, the fact that you are AR-42 and you didn't level characters initially, it doesn't matter. you can recover. But anyways, like, so, like, to these people, there's nothing about, like, the previous AR-45-ish videos. Like, I think I did a video about, like, an account at AR-50. I think I did one at AR-45, like, exactly, maybe 46, same difference. And I think I did one that was before AR-45, like an account before you had 5-star artifacts unlocked. You can go watch those ones, and, like, the same formula applies to basically all accounts of those levels. I might do another one in the future because, you know, new content in the game maybe is a consideration. Maybe it's a consideration to talk about theater more for these AR account levels, and basically to say, don't focus on theater. Don't focus on the new end game that requires 3 teams. So, I don't know. Just use co-op to clear the new end game with 3 teams. Anywho's. What if a new player watches ZZZ? I mean, I think ZZZ's content formula hasn't changed. Like, I learned a lot of stuff, not everything, but I learned a lot of stuff from ZZZ when I first started, and from his videos. And, like, he has the same content formula. Like, a part of the reason I watch less ZZZ content, quite frankly, is because he does what he should do, and he repeats things that I already know. Like, he repeats things because many viewers watching his videos might not know that, because they might be newer. they might be less familiar with the game's mechanics because they're So I don't know. Like yes, you can go watch the Jeff. That's perfectly fine. To go try to go watch other guide creators. Don't just watch my videos for trying to learn this stuff. I didn't have to watch my videos for learning this stuff. I certainly don't think I'm the one source. But anyways, I'm just saying I'm going to I think I'm going to skip past the low AR submissions for now. I'm not deleting them or anything. Anyways, this is these ones are daily players. I avoid using Dendro characters. This is an interesting sentiment, considering Dendro characters tend to take less investment. Well, it depends on what Dendro characters are talking about. Maybe they have defined their entire evaluation of Dendro characters based on Alhatham's existence. And that's why they think Dendro characters takes a lot of investment. Like, the Dendro characters themselves don't take that much investment, but you might have to level 90 characters in conjunction with Dendro characters for, like, your Hyperbloom damage to be good, or your Aggravate damage to be good, right? But the Dendro characters themselves usually aren't that super necessary to level to 90 kind of thing. And not necessarily. It's not even, like, Nahida you want to have level 90, but it's, like, more important to level 90 to 90 than it even is to, like, worry about having good artifacts or high talent levels on her, right? So, but yeah, if level 90 is a struggle, I understand. So, but, but it's also something like, I don't know, you kind of, if you're going to consider using certain kinds of teams, you're just going to have to level 90 characters. Also, like, in the current state of the game, for how the content has gotten more difficult, I think you kind of have to level... If you're going to seriously consider playing any character long-term, they should be level 90, right? For anyone contributing damage, just in general. Because at a baseline, ignoring, like, cases with, like, Hyperbloom, where you get, like, a 30% damage increase going from 80 to 90... just like the baseline of like doing a crit DPS that doesn't have like a non-aggravate, non-spread crit DPS, like they don't need that base scaling from the EM scaling. So we're talking like a Muika, right? Like a Pyro DPS. Like a Pyro crit DPS should be leveled to 90 if you're using them all the time. It's at a baseline like a 2 or 3% DPS upgrade. But 2 or 3% damage is enough damage that for like your main DPS unit, if you're using them enough, you're planning on using them because you like them, like they should be level 90, and like it's a thing that helps. It's a problem that one of the big problems I have when I've tried to do, say, 4-star only clears is because my options for 4-star only clears, a lot of the 4-star characters I have are not level 90. They're not fully invested, and not level 90ing them is like just like is minor damage losses that I really don't need when I'm trying to purposely use weaker teams, right? So yeah, I don't know. Figuring out what teams, the normal format for these is always like, figuring out what teams is the most compelling path forward to be able to help someone clear. And in the current context of the game, it's also just like not just teams though, but also just because I don't want to just like have people level. I don't want to like tell people, oh, yeah, focus on this one Hyperbloom team and it'll get you to victory for all content in the game. Because it's like obviously not the case. They're making enemies with way too specific of mechanics in Abyss now, and the new endgame content is not going to be clearable with Hyperbloom at a baseline. Like some Hyperbloom teams might work to be clear, because Hyperbloom, the magic of Hyperbloom is its flexibility and like what you put as like an on-fielder. There are Hyperbloom teams that will reach DPS thresholds that can probably clear the new endgame on the highest difficulty. Sorry, not difficulty 6. There might not be any Hyperbloom team without whale level investment. There might not be any Hyperbloom team, but like the reason whale level investment doesn't even mean anything with Hyperbloom teams, because you can't whale to improve Hyperbloom damage, other than Nahida C2, I guess. But anyways, I don't know. There's enough different context now, like enough too specific of enemy mechanics that's just like really hard to have universal recommendations for anyone. I can spend a bunch of resources on someone's account leveling one particular team for them, that it could be great at clearing the current Abyss. Like, say if they have Pyro Traveler C6 available and they haven't leveled Traveler. Well, leveling Pyro Traveler for this current Abyss cycle to deal with the second side is a very, very, very compelling option. But that doesn't necessarily mean Pyro Traveler is going to be super valuable for them for the next Abyss, or Pyro Traveler is going to be super valuable for them to reach the DPS threshold required in the new endgame content. Depending on which level of difficulty they care about. So I don't know. Anyways, what was the point of this? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Level 90 is worth it for any character that is doing damage, regardless of what they are, like what element they are, or whatever. Like it's worth it, even if it's only a 2% DPS increase. If you're actually planning on using them all the time, it's worth it to level 90 them eventually. By eventually, I mean like sooner rather than later, unless you think you're gonna not use the character very often, right? Like, I don't know. I kind of think I might level 90 Varessa, for example, but realistically, I don't think I'm playing Varessa long enough to get value out of level 90 her, and she performs well enough at level 80 that I'm not too concerned about it, kind of thing. Like I can clear just as easily with Varessa at level 80 as I can with level 90, but most players, presumably, if you're leveling Varessa, you probably should level 90 her. But, yeah. Will this be a democracy? I mean, I'm just glancing at chat and if anyone sees something. But if you have anything that someone like called out here that you think would make for an interesting video, feel free to let me know. Because I personally would like to see my heavy-hitting DPS characters hit big numbers over 200k, which I'm not able to do for some reason. I mean... This is one like I would need more. Like, again, I need more information to to properly judge how much this could be an interesting video on their account. A request to see bigger numbers over your characters is fair as a format for a video, but like it's also the wrong conception to have about how damage works in the game. Like, just getting one instance of a big number appearing on your screen is not what is important, because like just seeing 200k is not important, and it's not that hard to do. Like, I could do that. I'm pretty sure with you only having 20 fragile resin, I could log into this account and probably in a week's time with the what did I just do? In a week's time and 20 fragile resin, get them to seeing a 200k number, right? But like this, if I don't know, if I freaking level up Bennett to max, right? And do a Bennett forward vaporize on his burst, expecting to crit, like, but that doesn't actually translate to you're clearing the content, right? Not that it can help in some ways, but right. Anyways, hitting or in other words, hitting 30k damage 20 times is a lot more damage than hitting 200k one time. So, anyways, but I don't know. Without knowing what character they're talking about, I have no way to evaluate whether or not hitting over 200k damage is something that they should be focused on, right? If they have Mawika on their account and they're not hitting 200k damage, okay, that's fair. You should be able to hit over 200k with Mawika, right? But I get the vibe that they just want to see big number, and that's not necessarily the right focus for fixing your account. Like, that very focus that you have might be the problem you're having to some extent, kind of thing. I don't know. And trying to like work on quote unquote fixing these accounts while trying to be, not like trying to get them to understand that a little bit of what needs to be fixed is your mindset, less than the account. But you got to do that in a respectful way, and I don't know. It's tricksy, is all it is. But anyways, there's value to that. I don't know if I want to do that necessarily for this video, right now. For character outfits. Oh, and pulls. Okay, I was like, for a second, I guess there's enough skins that you can spend 160 on outfits. I think perfectionist when it comes to building characters, it's not possible to have perfect builds. As an FYI, maybe this is an interesting account to look at to illustrate that. Like someone saying they're a perfectionist. Quite frankly, you have to give up on being a perfectionist when it comes to builds in this game. Here, let's go to Accasha as an example. This has turned into this is weird. This has turned into an account fixing where I'm trying to like give people advice based on just what they're saying here without even logging into their account in the first place. But here, let's use Accasha. This is an example of Accasha being a useful tool. Let's go to some kind of leaderboard for... Does actually, you know what, first, let's just look at Raiden. Does even the best Raiden build have literally perfect artifacts? No. It does not. This feather could have attack percent. It could have ER. This could have ER. It could have higher roll values. This could have higher roll values. This piece could also have... It's extremely good, but it could technically have higher roll values. This piece is basically impossible to be better, but, you know, right? This flat attack could be higher, right? Oh, yeah, you could have flat attack and instead of defense percent here. This flat attack is a minimum flat attack roll, right? Like, this crit damage roll is a lower roll, right? Like, this is the #1 Raiden. This is an absolutely bonkers Raiden build. 100% is. But, like, that's my point. Is, like, every single artifact on the #1 Raiden could technically be improved. Technically. Technically, this build is not perfect. Yeah, it's a cute circlet, indeed. I wonder if the artifact rerollers will finally enable me... Sorry, I think this is maybe actually worthwhile to explore a little bit. Is there... Oh, frick, I'm on the wrong account. Okay, never mind, we're not going to explore that. Maybe I can do that after I'm done with this, but... I was going to say, maybe the artifact rerollers can finally give me a crit damage circlet on my main account that has more than 2 crit rate rolls. So, anyways... Overcapped on the recharge for the weapon passive, that doesn't really matter. Anyways, yeah, this is basically the most perfect Raiden build that exists in the world, essentially, and yet it is still not perfect. And the point is, you might want to abandon being a perfectionist because it's literally not possible. The game's equipment system is made in a way that's not possible, but that could be an interesting lesson to have in the video itself. Only have 2 characters finished by my standards, Kazuha and Baiju. Okay. Like, I wonder what their standards are for perfection then, I guess. Like, is it #1 Raiden? Or is it whatever? I don't know. I bet the #1 Raiden feels the same, yeah. This build isn't practical. It's for Accasha. What do you mean? I'm sorry, this Raiden build's better than your build. You're overvaluing crit damage. You're overvaluing crit damage. There's a reason that this Raiden is #1, and it's mostly because of the crit value. Like, I don't know. Anyways, Mamo jump scare, yeah. Working towards the following teams: Nuvilet, Escoffier, Kazuha, Shilonen. That's actually interesting. If you have if you're gonna play Escoffier with Nuvilet, do you... I don't think you Kazuha Shilonen. That's just not good. I don't know if they have Farina. Eva, DPS, Farazan, VV, Xingqiu, Oron. Well, quite frankly, I don't think I can recommend in the current state of the game Eva DPS without Farina. Not that this would be dysfunctional, but I'm pretty sure you just I don't know, Aoife in general without Farina is a little sus. Kaching Yai. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Aiju Nilu. Nilu with Golden Troop and Harbinger of Dawn. Venti Kuki. So a Hyperlim Nilu team? Okay. I don't know if Nilu's Hydra application is high enough or good enough to be a good like Hydro driver for Hyperbloom. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this is. I don't know. This is an interesting player. I think this team makes sense. The other teams aren't necessarily optimal, and like Escoffier is in a weird context wherein like you have way more red shred that is just necessary to baseline, and adding in like removing Shalonen or Kazuha from this team, and adding in another off-field damage dealer to your Nubilet team here is probably going to be better. Realistically, let's say if we swap Kazuha for Fischl, I'm like 90% certain Kazuha, Fischl instead of Kazuha, is going to be better in that team, right? Let alone before we get into the fact that you can do Escoffier, Farina, plus another cryo unit, right? So, and then that frees Kazuha and Shalonen for a different team, right? You can consider doing Arlecchino, Bennett, Shalonen, Rosaria, or I mean, even if you don't want to do Shalonen, but you know, so no, there's no cutoff for the form. Yeah, I don't know. This would be an interesting account, but the problem is like the fact that they have specific teams. Like realistically, my answer to them is going to be like, okay, like if I'd have to contact this person and be like, which characters specifically do you want me to focus on? Because like we're gonna have to change these teams around a little bit to try to make these units work better. Pretty sure the newbie team would have higher DPS if it just Hydro and Cryo. Yeah. The problem is like they don't have Farina. I think they didn't mention Farina in this list at all. At least I feel like they would have included Farina here somewhere if they had Farina. And like I don't know if it's actually true that the Nubilet team is higher DPS than this team if you do a full Hydro Cryo if you don't have Farina. Like, I'm pretty sure it's not. With Farina, yes. I agree. But without Farina, it's a little bit weirder. And Nubilet can't be used with the likes of like Yelan, right? If they had her. So, anyways. This one's an interesting one. It's just weird. Swap out Escoffier from that team for someone else. I mean, that's an option potentially. But I think adding Escoffier in for an off-field damage dealer is fine. Realistically, I don't know if they want to play. They're saying Nilou with Golden Troop. If they want to play DPS Nilou, I think they should do Nilou Escoffier. Right. So they do it like that. That would be maybe a better bet if they wanted to play Nilou. So I don't know. This one's an interesting one. I might contact this person whoever this person is, and be like, you know, line 258 message about how willing they are to change their team options. Whether or not I'd actually be able to level things for them. Oh, this person doesn't have any fragile resin at all. So, like, I wouldn't be able to do shite for them. All I would be able to do is recommend things, a path forward. Get better at building characters. Yeah, so this would be a less doing thing. So this wouldn't work for my resin format video. But I think it could be an interesting one. So I don't know. I'll put it in the potential list. Okay. Play Genshin. Oh, that's an AR-49 player. Yeah, we can pass that for now. We're looking at minimum AR-55 and up for now. Again, I think the focus of this video is better to have a higher AR player. In fact, I think I'd like to have I think it'd be nice to have an AR-60 player even that hasn't 36 star. Well, speaking of, only have male characters built as main DPS. Oh boy, I've struggled to get 36 stars. Okay, checked your Abyss history and don't think I have. All right. I mean, this is a meme. This is not something you actually should do. Also, yeah, I like how they have every tall male character except the strongest one. Oh, this would be a challenge. Can you even do Mount Risley with males? Well, no, they said specifically males as main DPS. Did they pull a Scofier? Because, like, if it's just that they're prioritizing males as main DPS, that's much more flexible than males only, right? If they can use all other characters as a support. And that means that we can do Mount Risley too, right? And they log in daily even. Wow. Like Kaya a lot. Alright, yeah. I really hope this person pulled. They like Kaya and they think Risley is their strongest character. I sincerely hope this person pulled Escoffier. They didn't mention Escoffier. But the two main characters they mentioned, other than like Baiju, they mentioned Escoffier potential unit, Escoffier potential unit, Escoffier potential unit. Like, smaller Genshin creator who started as tall males specifically only. Oh boy, that's funny. All right, I think this was pre-Escoffier. Oh, I deleted the date. I think it might have been or it might not have been. I'm not sure. So we are still in the bottom here. All right, line 256 is so far actually probably the most interesting one for its own. That one wouldn't be the Resin video again. So line 256 though, I'm gonna jot down because I need more information from them. This is I'm marking this one as a definite contact. See what state of account is. Because this is going to be fixing a males only account. I don't know. People might be upset that I call it a male only account, but I don't know. Because it's male main DPS only, but I'm not... Do I have to put male main DPS only in the title? It's so convoluted, but anyways. I think this would be an interesting one to look at, though, for how hyper-specifically focused they are on particular characters, and then not having... it's just like such a funny specific challenge, and they played for a long time. Their AR, I'll actually jot that down. AR-60 haven't 36 starred. Yeah. Anyways, that's an interesting one. But no resins wouldn't be good. I want to just start with a simple like farming resin video, right? To try to get back into account fixing. So probably not starting with this one, but that one has a high potential of an interesting video. Yeah, they might have high cons or something. I don't know. It's possible because like they don't release that many main DPS males, so it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to consider getting constellations if you've been playing daily since the for years, right? Same situation in Polearms. Only been playing for a long time. You're focused on just male main DPSs, you can probably afford some constellations. But, yeah, I don't know. Anyways. I don't use Geo characters. They want a 36 star. This is... I mean... they're AR-52s, they're fairly early. It's just fun. This is just funny to me. I don't know. So, this is not enough information for me to go off of. But they are still relatively early on. I believe in your ability to 36 star, but My advice to you is you probably still need to acquire some relevant characters that can give you options, but you know, level your Bennett's, level your official. Those characters are still good. Level whatever other characters are relevant for teams for your main DPSs that you like. And learn how enemy mechanics work, yada yada. Anywho's, okay. I think some people like, yeah, this person thinks that the quirks to my account, the account thing, means that like they're purposely restricting themselves, but it's not like the question of any quirks in your account is not, are you forcing yourself to make things harder for yourself? It's just, it's more something like this, where like they like the male boys. They play the male main DPSs. That's what they are enjoying, right? That's what I mean by quirks. It's like quirks for your personal preferences. Like this person probably has personal preferences for the kind of characters they like, but maybe I should have phrased the question differently. Anyways, new to gacha, don't know how to build characters. Yeah, that's fair. Picking up from my videos. I mean, hopefully you're using other people's videos, because I purposely don't present my videos as guides. I just try to do silly ideas. And like obviously the goal is to have people be able to learn things from my videos, but I'm not specifically telling you. I am not trying to specifically say people need to do things the way I'm doing things. That's never been my goal. But yeah, it takes a long time to get the flexibility to do like some of the things I do. I mean, a long time. Have enough 4 stars, most of them are C0. Okay. Yeah, indeed they do. Indeed they do. Which is, I do think this is actually a problematic assumption that is made sometimes, weirdly often. Right? Like, the most recent example is like a weirdly high number of people that just auto-assume a C6 Eons on in like calculating team damage. And it's just like, like C6 Eons on is good. And like how much effect it actually has is a big ol' it depends. But like, anyways, they're used to MMORPGs, so they're used to all kinds of nonsense amount of resources and whatever. They like the grind. Okay. Yeah, there's not a lot. They have a lot of resin, so I don't know. This one could actually be an okay one to look at for a middle of the road one. They're not high AR, so like they definitely don't have like a ton of potential characters, but they probably have a decent number that they pulled for. Like at least a few hopefully compelling 5 stars. And they like the grind anyways, so I can basically show them the grind experience. Downside is I'm taking the grind away from them because I'm doing the grind for them. And if they like the grind, then I'm doing the grind for them. I'm taking away something they like doing, which might be not ideal for this person. So, it's a potential option. I'll mark it down. They like to grind. I'm scared. Yeah. All right. There are players that don't have C0 Eons on, and the guys are talking about C6. I mean, that's... Yeah. I'm of the opinion that going for C0 Eons on was at least a no-brainer, but... It's my spare Genshin brain cell account on the Asia server. Oh boy. That's code words for making me miserable. Anyway. Ping. Not because of anything. Just like 200 milliseconds latency. Although if I do it after I move, maybe it's fine. Anyways. You only pull characters you don't have in your NA account. Okay. Became a Hoarder's Paradise. Sure. Only wish on the Chronicle banner here. Oh my god. Okay. What AR is this account? It's 59 already? Based. Okay. Huh. Alright. The ping would be miserable, but This is exactly the kind of information I wanted, by the way, from the forum. I appreciate this. Huh. And presumably they're polling. I don't know when they submitted this, if they submitted this before the Inazuma Chronicle banner or not. So I deleted the dates because I'm stupid. I don't know why I deleted the dates from the form. I have them in the one of the full information. Huh. Okay. Do they have fragiles? They do. They have 60. I'm like this one seems like a really interesting one to go on. No? I'll continue looking through some here, but I think we just kind of found it. I think we kind of found the one that would be great for a video. That's just a really interesting account to potentially go on. AR-59, it has Muika, but they don't want to burst on her. Like, to be clear, I've tried to say before when I don't burst, like, part of the reason I'm comfortable not bursting is because I do have C1 Muika, which helps. It definitely does. But, yeah, they definitely, like, this person probably, yeah, knows how to fix it themselves, to be fair. But again, like, it's not a requirement that, like, the person that I'm fixing the account of can't have the ability to do it themselves. I don't know. I'm gonna reach out to this person. Because like a Chronicle banner, mostly Chronicle banner only account. They got Muika, but I don't know. It's weird. It's interesting. It's interesting to see what we could do on this account. Like an account that is made specific decisions that is maybe bad, but what can we make work, right? Because I've never really tried to strongly recommend people pull for characters, to be clear, in account fixing videos, but realistically, with the current state of the game, I'm gonna have to more strongly recommend pulling for particular characters, like Escoffier, like Farina, more often. That's just the way that the direction of the game has gone, and with the content, with Abyss, but also with the new endgame content requiring potentially more strong teams. So, I don't know. But this one could be a fun one to do a grind on. But maybe not. I don't know. I gotta contact them and see exactly what the state of the count is, and see if it actually fits for the format, or if that would be like something I could just do, like can I fix a Chronicle banner only account kind of thing. It doesn't have to be the Resin video specifically, so we'll look through some more. Fix my account. Please go submit in the form. Give me as much information as you can for your goals, what your account's like. But at the end of the day, though, don't keep up that much hope, because I'm not going to be able to log on to everyone's account. The point is not really to try to magically fix every person's account. The point is to try to use other people's accounts to make both an entertaining video, but also use other people's accounts as a learning opportunity. So, anyways, don't use Claymore characters, but I love bow characters. Interesting. Only play with characters I like and find support's really fun to play. With some exceptions like Yoimiya and Ganyu. Okay. Interesting. This one might be kind of interesting to look at too. See, this is the problem. Every time I look at this form is like, theoretically, at least like half of these people I could reach out to, and a lot of them could be potentials, right? So I don't know. Anywho's. 10 fragiles, only pull for characters you like. Yeah, I use a lot of DPSs. Okay. Yeah, it's not like this is open-ended, it could be a very good account. They have a bunch of fragiles to go on. That could give me a lot of options to do this video I want to make, right? This might be the kind of account I actually need for this video. Like I said, I want to start with something simple with just a farming video. So, don't necessarily need to do that Chronicle banner only account for this next video. But I do think I want to make a video on that account because that just seems like an interesting account to make a video on in general. For 2E characters or niche 4 stars. Respectable. Let's see, free to play. Let's hope for invest in level 90 triple crown. Yeah, okay. I'll also play Genshin on a horrible schedule. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Realistically, so like, this is just a flaw of the game, the gacha game's design in general, but a flaw of Genshin specifically at minimum is like, it's a lot harder to try to be able to 36-star Abyss consistently without, you know, either getting constellations for existing characters. Like, if you get constellations for your Arlecchino, they said they play the Fatui characters, right? And they at least, like, you know, got, like, Seat Lolly as an option, have Shevers Teams as an option for Arlecchino. You know, they can very much use Arlecchino to help them 36-star consistently. But it depends on exactly how they invested into things. And my point is like, not logging in every day is the main thing that over time affects your ability. Like, can make you slowly fall behind being able to keep up with the you know, new enemy mechanics and, you know, slight HP power creep kind of thing. And especially the new end game. Like, anyone, I don't even, this might hurt to hear, but if you're like struggling to clear Abyss, 36-star Abyss, I don't even know if you're going to be able to clear the like difficulty 4 for like the reroller. You'll be able to get the artifact reroller from the resin spending, as far as I'm aware. But the difficulty 4 might be too hard for players that are struggling to 36-star Abyss, right? Although to be clear, the difficulty 4 can be co-opted. So you can just you can find some Discord community or whatever community online and do the difficulty 4 in co-op. I'm sure a lot of people will do that for the rewards, and that's a good thing that that's going to be available. But like, this player is definitely not going to be able to do difficulty 5, right? So yeah, most likely. It might be more possible than I expect. I don't know. I haven't played it yet, so not 100% confident. This person has 57 fragile resin. Issues possibly a skill issue. They use this since they use Linny. I mean, yeah, we'll see. This is an AR60 player. They have a bunch of fragile resin. They like to hyper invest in characters. This would be a funny one to log into and just like this has happened like before on account. Did this happen before at all? I can't remember. Well, no, it definitely has. There's been accounts I logged into where like I just did very minor tweaks and like maybe just used slightly different teams with existing characters that were already leveled, tweaked around artifacts a little bit. Like, didn't actually have to do that much other than equip things differently, and then I like 36 start for people. Right. Linny is interesting, I think, in this context. Like, Linny is Linny good in this current Abyss? I think it should be pretty okay. Like, the first side Linny shouldn't be that bad. It's just then a matter of what do you have for the second side with the invested enough Linny, right? I don't know. Like, this is a, like, I think a relatively not that interesting account, but again, I think I want to do something simple to start for the format of this first video. So I might reach out to this one. I'll jot it down. I'm jotting down a lot. So 248. I just need to see what the characters they have. Like, what's all the character options they have. if I'm doing a video formatted around spending a whole bunch of resin, I want to actually have a need to spend resin. I don't want to just log into this person's account in 36 star without spending any resin. That's not really can I fix this account with X amount of resin video. That's just I logged in and I played better than them, or I equipped their characters slightly differently because like they had not enough energy on their Bennett or whatever, and that was like losing them 20 seconds or something, kind of thing. So while I do the fixing live, I'll probably do account fixings in the future in general live, but this initial one I'm coming back to, I probably won't do live. I do want to do like what I'm thinking, and that's why I have the do you want an account review instead. Many of the people that answer like yes for an account review instead is what I might think I'll do live, because then I can just log into the accounts, just take a look through things and recommend like this path forward for their goal they have in mind. So I could try to do like a stream, for example, where I log into 3 different accounts, but I don't have to then spend a whole bunch of time farming. I don't have to spend a whole bunch of time trying to clear abyss for them. This person has 133 resin. My god. Okay. AR-57 player. I like characters with hats. Brilliant. Genshin's the first video game I played. Wait, sorry. There's a couple interesting things here. So anyways, line 248 is interesting. I will probably contact them because it might be a simple one, but I think a simple one is kind of what I needed. Anyways, I like characters with hats. I main Wander purely because he has the best hat to character ratio. First video game I played other than peaceful plus creative mode Minecraft. Okay. I think my skill issue in that regard is holding me back. Okay, yeah, I could. I mean, if you're not very familiar with action games in general, I could see it being harder. I've worked towards 30 stars. Sorry, this has not been going well. Following advice from guide channels like yours. I mean, sorry. Minor pet peeve of mine. I understand. I am trying to be informative, but I'm trying to be informative in a way where I'm not presenting things as guides, because my focus has always been on like the nuance. The nuance, and that I don't like saying people need to do this specific thing. I don't like saying this is a character's best build, you should always do this build on a character. I like doing this is the build I chose to use in the character, this is why I chose to use it, but this isn't necessarily the only option. Like anyways, sorry, guide word is a trigger for me. I'm not trying to be a guide because I don't want to say you have to do things in specific ways, because I personally think that's not the 100% correct approach. I just try to provide information, and I understand that I'm guide aligned because I'm providing information about the game's workings and whatever. But anyway, it's like the only there's very few videos, even like the Lanyan video, right? Oops, I'm a Lanyan main now. That's actually a more guide-oriented video, still in a very different format than typical guide videos. But even that one, like, I don't present as a guide because I'm not trying to say you have to play DPS Lanyan the way I do, right? Anyways, it's just funny. It's funny like how many people say like I'm making guides, and it's like I'm literally not. I'm not making whatever. Sorry. But I've not been able to get close to 3 stars any chamber in floor 12. I post builds on subreddits for advice and comments you should be able to clear easily. But I can't really know what I'm doing wrong. Okay. This could be an interesting one too. Like 5. Okay. So not for the resin farming video, but this could be an interesting one. I'm gonna jot it down because, you know, the like. Because this one could just be a good gimmick, like what is the title? Can I fix a noobs Genshin account? Would that be I would have to ask the owner if they're fine with that. You're possibly a showcaser? Yeah, like that's probably more appropriate. I'm trying to like find that balance between showcasing what I can do on my account to show that this kind of thing is possible, and then I'm talking about the specifics of how it is possible, why it is doing this, around whatever idea I had. But anyways, ER or wrong rotations most likely. Yeah, it's likely what this account is at. If a bunch of other people are saying you should be able to clear easily, it's probably likely that they have the characters then to clear Abyss, but there's just something they're not used to, which is like an interesting thing to look at. Like there's a learning opportunity here that I think is valuable. This is not a resin farming video though, right? So like that's why I'm thinking like what is the concept for this video? Can I fix noobs? Like I'll just put noobs Genshin account, and then like thumbnail can have Genshin as their first game, other than what they mentioned with the peaceful creative mode Minecraft. Why can't we see UID? I just figured that all people may not want their UID showing, but I don't know. There's some people that care about that, or some people that think that UID matters more than it does. Like it doesn't. That someone can't log onto your account with just your UID. That can give you Primo Gems with just your UID. But anyway, I just chose to. But the main reason I actually chose to remove it was just so it was formatted more cleanly for the stream, so I didn't have to scroll through as much, like side to side here. But anyways, can I fix the skill issue? Yeah. So anyways, really love characters' hats. That's an interesting one. Free to play little spinner buys welcome once in a while. Many 5 stars. Aim to get the best performance out of Chlorine. What? What do you mean what? Chlorine's great. But maybe you want to consider pulling Emily. Unironically. I don't know. I to be clear, I like Chlorine Shivers teams. I like Chlorine to aggravate. But what I like the most is the thing in between, which is a Chlorine team that can do overload, a Chlorine team that can get aggravates. It's so fun. I don't know. Chlorine to Overburn is really, really good. I love Chlorine to Emily. It's great. Anyways, it's like the perfect balance, I think, for the ideal for Overburn. Other Electro units work for Overburn. You don't need Chlorine for it. But anyways, what team? I mean, you have to have burning in. Like you have to have a pyro unit in the team with Emily. You have to have some burning going on, but you don't have to have burning constantly. You can use the pyro aura to do other things. And like the way that overburn works with Chlorine and Emily is that you are able to get quicken triggered enough that you can get good damage from Emily. Emily is a Dendro unit that can enable aggravates for your Chlorine. You also get the overload damage value from the Pyro Aura and Electro being applied to the Pyro. And then ideally you have an off-field Pyro damage dealer. I like to use just E-Bot Muika. Don't even burst on Muika. And you get the Muika skill damage and Muika on scroll. Gives damage bonus for Emily. Gives damage bonus for Chlorinde. And then I have Shilonen in the team because Shilonen, due to ease, she can be on Instructors or she could be on 4-piece Petra. And it's just pretty good. You get Red Shred for Muika, you get Red Shred for Shilonen or Chlorinde, yada yada. Anywho's, music in the background is so ominous. It's just the Leeway mountain music. So, anywho's, but yeah, is a Chlorinde Overburn team a burning team? I mean, yes, because you are using burning to do things. So, anywho's. I think for a while I thought it would actually be able to 36 star. Can't seem to do it. What the problem is. Okay, I think we found another skill issue account. Sorry. If they're saying they pulled more and more meta characters, either the problem is they I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's not get too distracted doing this. Genshin tier list. Like, if they pulled Nuvilet. We'll just say Nuvilet as an option. Without understanding how to Nuvilet. Right? If you pulled Nuvilet without understanding how to Nuvilet, without having, the teammates, without having Farina Kazu with Shalona, without, like Nuvilet is a different beast depending on the exact team as you're pairing it with, right? Like, without having that context that they understand, without understanding the nuance of like how Nuvila's rotations are actually kind of weirdly complicated. Like, I don't know, it's really hard to specifically for me explain. Like, I have a baseline intuitive grasp. Most of the time when I play Nuvila, I just brain off and I don't think about it because I don't have to. But I don't know. Anyways, I think this is the same as like the one below, just in a different way. So, yeah, I don't know. It's either you quite haven't quite grasped like rotations, energy situation is maybe scuffed on your supports, or you just haven't invested enough into your supports, off-fielder units in general, right? But I'm not sure without looking more specifically in the account. Anyways, let's look at this one. Okay, so they mostly pull for women. That's, again, not that interesting at a baseline, but more of a casual player. They have 133 fragiles, and they're AR-57, which I think is a good balance, again, for like Resin video. Like doing exploration, one of the reasons I play Genshin. I almost never touch the Abyss, but I would like a 36 star. Farming to make a decent second team, because I already have one mostly build team. Muika, Clorind, Nahida, Farina, Shalonin, and Raiden. Okay, surely I can 36 star on this account. Next pull is Navia. Okay. First language is not English. That's fine. Okay. So the mostly pull for women doesn't really matter, obviously. That doesn't really matter. I think this one might be the perfect one for what to start with. This is because they provided the information I need. We know they have a number of definitely good enough characters that like I think I could log on to this player's account and 36 star in a day. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 98% sure, just in the information they provided here. Right. Clorind is like a 10 out of 10 unit for the second side. We'd have to get her to level 90. We'd have to get a Dendra unit to pair with her, right? Ideally Fischl. Not having C6 Fischl might be a wrench. Not having C6 Fischl might be a wrench in the equation. But, you know, we have Muikers. We have Farina. We have Shalonin. Like, this should be very doable. And they have 133 fragiles. They have over 6,000 resin I can spend. I think we found the account, guys. Again, we have a whole bunch of potential accounts I want to potentially make videos again. This is why I should get back into account fixing, because there's interesting videos to be made doing this, as we have seen. But I think for a simple video to start, this is to try to come back into things. This might be the one to try. So I'll jot that down. Line 245, 133 fragile resin. Pretty sure can clear after farming for a while. I don't know how much farming it's going to take, but I think 6,000 resin is enough, right? Because, like, keep in mind, 6,000 resin, what is that? Sorry, let's see exactly how much. This is 133 times 60. That's 8,000 resin. My bad. 7,980 resin. Divide that by 180. That is 44 days of resin. It's the equivalent of a month and a half of farming. Like, and they already have the characters, presumably built a little bit at least. So, like, getting good enough artifacts and getting them to level 90, maybe a couple specific characters, leveling a couple supports. Like, looking forward to the mail only and meme chronicle. Yeah, no, for sure. Those ones are going to be interesting, but just, yeah, not for the resin format, I think. All right, we'll look through some other. Okay, so I think the interesting thing here that I've learned doing this stream is, to some degree, I can do a stream formatted where, like, I try to give people advice just by looking at their submissions, right? Like, maybe I should do a form that's just like, what problems are you having in Genshin right now? And then, like, I read what problems you have in Genshin, and it's just like, okay, describe your problems you're having, describe the state of your account with like what characters you have, what characters are built, and then I can just like look at your submissions and then answer them. But there might be a way to like format this in a better way to do that. That's the vibe I'm getting from this though, is like a lot of these submissions, I'm just looking at them and I can like try to provide a baseline of like where these players can progress. But anyways, this 133 fragile account though is interesting. As a one to do for just a resin farming one, right? Because this one might be a matter of like, okay, how much resin will it take? Because like they have the characters, it's just how much resin will it take? I don't know. I don't know. It might only be like 2,000 resin. So, like I can title the video, because the video title is perfect because like they have so much resin that I can be like, can I fix this account with 8,000 resin? And then if the end result of the video is I can fix the account with 2,000, that's a pretty nice result, right? And then that could be a nice lesson in how like it isn't necessarily that the total amount of resin matters, it's how the resin was used. So, and if 2,000 resin is used, that means like if we didn't have any fragiles, it would have taken like less than 2 weeks, right? So you can make a raffle and pick random submissions to avoid repeats all the time. Yeah. So, but anyways, like there's some form of like actually getting like some interactive value where I can yap like in this live stream to give people advice for things just based on their submissions alone, and that might be valuable in the future. And maybe that can be a different form I do in the future too. I don't know. I'll think over that more. I might do this more on stream in the future. Like I hadn't done this before in the past because like I was always like, I don't want to show people's private information, but I was like, wait, I can just delete the emails and information. So it's like I don't need to have the emails showing on stream. So like I think it was valuable to do this, even if it was like we barely went through anything, to be clear. There's like 270 submissions in here and we went through like 20 in like what, an hour or two we've been looking at this. Do you understand my problem? Do you understand my problem and why it is how much time there can be involved in even getting to the point of like finding an account to log in the first place and picking between things? And remember, this form is a more simplified form than my previous form. My previous form had thousands of submissions on it with more different entries and more specific questions. So anyways, I think there's something I can do with this format that it might work in the future. Anyways, let's take a peek-see just in case there's something more interesting than maybe this 133 resin account that also has a lot of resin. Oh, this one is 101. Okay, only used 4 to 5 since you started. Please don't use it. Well, okay. If you want me to not use your resin, then I'm not going to use your resin. I understand. You know what? I'm gonna jot this one down as a note too. So I can't do anything about their ping, but this one could be an interesting one. I have the ability to record on my phone. I can record with the like iPhone screen recording. I can log into their Genshin account on my phone. And also they're saying they're lacking artifacts, but they don't want me to spend their fragiles. Yo, like I don't build supports. I want a 36 star. Okay. Did I find the problem? Anyway. Pick one. Do you want to build your supports? Do you want to hoard fragile weapons? Anyways. I left Farina a lot. The clones your first 5-star. Don't build supports. The main reason I want to fix my account started to grow older and older. It has Studied harder. Okay, I think this person is like either English is not their first language, or they're like 12. That's fine. I'm just saying. That's the vibe I get from the way that this is phrased. I don't know. I get a 12-year-old wrote this vibes, or English is not their first language. One of the two. So on one level, it's like, yeah, it's like, it seems like they kind of don't want to do anything. I'm going to jot this one down and be like, hey, I kind of have to be able to invest in your supports potentially more to potentially clear Abyss for you, like fix your account. So you're going to have to be fine with me using your freaking fragiles. Like, I might have to use half of them. I might have to use all of them depending on the state of your account, right? So this person has to be fine with that. I have to use your resources to try to achieve your goals. But like, that's an insult to 12-year-old people. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry, the 12-year-olds and insulted. Anyway. But no, the concept for this video, just as a baseline, so I'm gonna jot it down as a potential. It wouldn't have to be on this account specifically, but can I fix a mobile player's account? I didn't make that video yet, but I think I had that video idea before actually. A mobile Genshin player account, and the gimmick for the video will be like, hey, why does this video look so poopy quality compared to like how nice Genshin looks for my videos normally? Well, it's because I'm playing on my dang phone and logging into someone else's account on my dang phone so I can simulate their experience as close as possible, but with my knowledge, my skills, and whatever, and hopefully they can learn from that. So, anyways, so I would not title this as a fragile hoarder account, but just can I fix a mobile only account? I really, really, really love electro characters. The 100 electro characters who really, really, really love you. Do you think Genshin will ever get to that point that I can make that a video? Do some parody. Do a parody video. The 100 electro units that really, 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 really love you. Anyway, sorry. Quit the game because of burnout. Yeah, it's fair. Struggling, never 36 start the Abyss. And I play on mobile. Well, there we hey. Another one. We found another one. Maybe I can remove line 235 from the submissions because I don't know. Why are you asking me to fix your account and then saying I can't use your resources? I don't know. Like, there is indeed a lot of electro units. I don't think Genshin will get to the point of having 100 electro units. Why? Because we only are just reaching 100 characters at all. So Genshin would theoretically have to continue for like another 50 years to get 100 electro characters. But possible. Anyways, this one does have 70 resin too. But again, could be interesting to look at, since they're a returning character, or returning character, returning player, and they have fragiles, so that's a potential one. So okay, at this current point of time, just from like the 30 submissions we've looked at, I have potentially fixing a male-ish only account, fixing a noobs Genshin account. Can I fix a mobile Genshin account? And then can I fix a account with a crap ton of resin? I got like 4 videos just from this. Assuming that these people all respond to me contacting them. Right. And I have not even touched getting deeper into things. Right. And that's the fun of this and why I needed to go through this more, but like, you know, easy to procrastinate things and like it takes a weirdly high amount of time to look through these things and think through all my thoughts, but it's actually easier to do this on live stream wise. But anywho's, let's do a brief scan through Zero. Sad. Stretch these in. Yeah, that's the gacha grind for you, unfortunately. 4-year break. Everything is different. I mean, a lot of people overestimate the importance of substats. Like, they're important, don't get me wrong. And they matter more and more the higher DPS thresholds we need for content, especially with the new endgame. But, like, a lot of people overestimate the importance of good substats. Other than ER. ER is the most important substat. Well, less so nowadays on certain characters, because they're making characters that need less ER. They've been making characters that need literally 0. Because it's literally a dead stat, and that makes me mad, but it's fine. Like how many people say I mainly pull for female characters. It's like, I think it's pretty easy to accidentally only pull female characters. Anyways, this one could be interesting to look at. Not for the resin video. Obviously, they have 0 resin, but I'll jot it down as an option. Can I fix an account that stopped playing for 4 years? They're basically our only female 5 stars at this point. Yeah. Anyways, anything that you guys have seen that like because like I'm now like just trying to like skim through things, like looking at words that catch my attention. Like I worship like literally every morning. I get on my knees and pray to Genshin. that. But like I'm skimming through like weird things that catch my attention. But okay, interesting. Do I want to make that kind of video? I'm not gonna, I don't intend to make this anytime soon. But, like, it doesn't actually make sense on a gameplay level to specifically try to progress your things to, like, targeting Accasha rankings. But at the same time, it's not like a valuable, it can be a valuable motivating factor, I think. And as long as you don't get too set on the end goal of like, I need to be number 1. Like, don't do that. That's insane. But targeting a goal of like, I want to be top 50%, that's very achievable. Like, it's extremely achievable. I would argue that 10% is extremely achievable. But depends on how often you log in realistically. Yeah, they say they log in every few days. So, I don't know. I'm not going to, like, I don't think I'm going to reach out to this one right now, but I'm going to jot that down as an idea just in general. Like, what would that be? Can I fix this Genshin player's Accasha rankings? Right? And then I can have a yap about how, like, this doesn't necessarily being too focused on Accasha rankings doesn't necessarily map to a change in in-game experience, but it can be a nice goal motivator to target like certain thresholds. And I can have a yap about like the utility of, I can have a yap about the utility of Accasha as a tool, when used properly, kind of thing. But, anyways. Can I fix this Genshin player? I mean, that's what most account fixing videos actually are. They're can I fix the player, not the account. Anyways. What? Okay. I appreciate the specificity. That does help. Like, this seems like a lot, but I appreciate more information. Yes. You are like me. Insane. Okay. So they recently came back. Okay. They want a guide for their America server, and they want me to fix the Asia server. Okay. Well, I'm gonna say no. I appreciate you submitting, but like, again, I don't know. Just this is straight up then like, No, I can do it myself. I just don't have the time to do my other one, and I want you to do the other one for me. Like, no. It's not, like, not what I'm doing here. Just... Like, I'm sorry. Just don't play 2 accounts if you don't have the time to do it. I don't even really have the time to do it if it wasn't my job. So, anyways. But I'm not just going to do it to, like... Because... whatever. Anyways. If there's like, I could make the resin video on this one, but I'd rather make the resin video on someone that could get more value from it at least. So anyways, no. I like how they felt the need to put no, but there's a bunch of people that like leave it blank or whatever, and that's fine. But they're like, no, there's nothing interesting about my account, nothing. I am not unique at all. I am the completely average player. That's what this gives me the vibe of. It's just like, no. I am confident. I am typical. I am socially normative. Anyways. Just funny. Anyways, absolutely generic account indeed. Just want to be able to 36-star 2 teams. Be a real only strive for top head. Another Accasha person. Right, so there's a non-zero amount of people requesting this because they want to target higher ranking builds. This one would be a better example of like, you know, you probably shouldn't get overly focused on getting top 1% in the character build specifically, right? The difference in that's a bad example. The difference in a Chlorine build. This is my slightly better build. So right here, this is my Chlorine build. It is slightly better than my other Chlorine build. Can I view my other? Do I have my other one here? Yeah, I do have it here. So, right, this is a top 0.7%. So this is a top 1% build, right? It's a good Chlorine build, right? Let's go see what my slightly worse Chlorine is. Why is it the same? Okay. Never mind. I thought I had my other Chlorine build here. Can I refresh? I don't know if it's going to be here. She might not be in my thing right now. No, she's not. Shoot. Oh well. Anyways, I think it's like a top 2% build. Is my point. Oh wait, no, here it is. Yeah, right here. Bam. 22-22 attack. Less crit damage. Oh, sorry, top 5%. Whoa. Oh, it's terrible. Ugh. Ew. It's terrible. Right? Top 1% versus top 5%. And let me tell you, I basically didn't notice the difference. Like I think if I'm doing a direct comparison, I will notice a difference, like getting more consistent clears. But it's definitely not the difference of like clearing or not, right? So I don't know. There's an interesting lesson to be gained, right, in that, and seeing where this person's like, I don't know where it was, but seeing where that person's Risley is, like it's currently top 5%, and if I can get it to top 5%, and seeing how that improvement wasn't necessarily what was needed to 36-star kind of thing, right? So I don't know. I think there is value, is my point, in making a video formatted around the idea of trying to increase a player's Accasha rankings and the lessons that could be learned in trying to use that as the goal, right? So, anyways, will I try to improve this Chlorine build further? Yeah. Oh, speaking of, actually, this artifact, I just realized. Okay, I want to go look through some of my artifacts on my main account in particular to see what kind of artifacts I should target for rerolling. I can tell you this timepiece is one of them, because this was a 4-line double crit attack percent timepiece in Gladiators, right? And like it rolled 3 times into crit, but it has 2 bad rolls, and like it being 40 CV could be quite meaningful. So, anyways, I don't play characters if they're not top 0.1%. Well, rip, you can't play on my account. It's a trash account for you. Yeah, this Arlecchino, not good enough. Top 0.2, nope. Just a shit build. Just a shit build. Anyways, basically only reroll 4-liners, but yeah. So I don't know. It's just funny, right? Because like this build has basically almost exactly the same EM, almost exactly the same attack, just a little bit more crit damage than the other build, and it increases in its rankings substantially versus the other Chlorine build, but it doesn't necessarily crazily change anything, right? So, anyways, and that's just, but to be clear, in Chlorine's case, that's definitely a side effect of the fact that pretty much any Chlorine team is not a hyper carry Chlorine team. It's a Chlorine team is balanced around other units' damage. Like Chlorine is not a hyper carry. You want other units in the damage on the team contributing to damage dealing, and that's fine. I actually like that aspect to Chlorine's kit, but it means that a 4% lower ranking on her build is less noticeable than in something like an Arlecchino team, right? Where Arlecchino is doing 90% of the team damage. If I go down in my rankings from top 1% to 5%, I probably will meaningfully notice that more with Arlecchino than I do with Chlorine, right? That's kind of the point. So, anyways. Yeah, no, the rerolling is going to completely, like, this build is going to fall the top 2% after rerolling comes out, because Arlecchino is a popular character, and people are going to start rerolling a bunch of Whimsy artifacts. So, yeah, artifact rerolling is gonna uplift the rankings on a lot of builds. I forgot how good this Xiao build is, despite how... It's funny that this build is still top 0.5%, by the way. Like, it's still top 0.5% despite the cope timepiece and the kind of cope flower. Oh, that's so funny. Like, just... Anyways, if I re-roll the flower on my Veresa and that rolls like 40 CV, like if I get this to roll 40 CV and then I re-roll this timepiece, I could have a very, very high ranking show. Not that it matters, but anyways. Should I re-roll anything on Yai? Probably not. Probably not. Wait, this is not my Yai build that I actually use. Oh, this is the highest ranking Yai build. What is the Yai build I actually use? Yeah, this is the one I'm actually using. So, oh no, it's rank 856 instead of number 490. Ah! Oh no. And yes, the reason I do that... Ooh, I wonder if I reroll this goblet. I probably do. To be clear, the ER matters for this leaderboard ranking. So, like... And it kind of maybe matter. I don't know. I don't know how much I need this ER. I'd have to do some calcs. Anyways. The reason I chose this Yai build over the other one is because I just liked that other build has 200 more attack, whereas this one just has slightly higher crit value. And I was fine with the slight inconsistency in critting in exchange for higher total burst damage. Like, it helped this build actually reach its breakpoints where it can help kill enemies faster, despite being a worse build on a spreadsheet level. Because the burst can do like meaningfully more damage with this higher attack stat. And if in the 3 big burst hits doing like 10k more damage is more, it's just better in my experience, as long as you're willing to reset on the occasion where like missing a crit affected your clear times. Most of the time though, to be clear, the experience with this Yai build versus this Yai build is exactly the same. Like, it's not that different. But anyways, I just gain more value out of playing this one more. Plus, also playing this Yai build frees up golden troop artifacts for other characters. But anyways, yeah, there's no Chongyun leaderboard on it. Yeah, that's the #1 worst thing about Accasha. It's true. All right. Anyways, okay. Let's. Oh my god, what? They have 12,000 resin. What is this account? They give me no information. why do people obsess over Accasha so much? Because it's a motivator to justify how much. How do they have 200 fragiles? I think this is a typo. I guess it should be possible. It should be it's possible, I think, to have this much fragiles, but like. But anyways, Accasha is a useful tool, but most people care about it because it's a dick measuring contest. Like it's a I have better artifacts than you contest. And like some people say it's a luck contest, and like it's only a luck contest when you're comparing to someone else who has spent a similar amount of resin as you. It's actually not a luck contest though overall. It's more just a how much resin have you spent context. But anyways, luck measuring is it's only possible to have it be luck measuring if the two builds you're comparing have spent similar amounts of resin, and that's not something Accasha can or does show. So anyways, but yeah, it's mostly just like a flexing thing, and there's a lot of people that seem to ignore that builds have, the characters have reasons to want to be built for contexts that are not covered in Accasha, and the Accasha leaderboards try to say that like, yeah, this is this specific context that it's ranking by. You know, the Accasha leaderboards are not saying that this is how you should build your character, right? But anyways, like I think I have to reach out to this person, no? Like, this is so. They have 200 fragiles. And there's this, by the way, let's not ignore the fact that this person here has 145. like there's a surprisingly high number of people that have a ton of fragiles available. 0. Yeah, like I another 200. What? Another exactly 200. What? 233. I have 2 R5 fast sword, so don't get mad. What do you mean don't get mad? That's fine. That's good. It's very good that you have 2 R5 fast sword. I mean, oh, they're probably meaning like don't get mad that I refine them. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I will be annoyed if like I need a 3rd BAM sword or something. But I don't get all people. Like, I understand why people aren't spending the moment they get them, but like, I don't know. It's like I don't think people properly realize how much resin this is and how like it doesn't do anything for you if you don't spend it. Like I don't know. It's good in the context of me wanting to make silly videos on other people's accounts, but I don't know, like for your own, like this person's account, right? 233 resin. Let's do some quick maths. 233 times 60. That's 14,000 resin divided by 180. That is 78 days. That's like it's over. That's like 2.5 months, right? Over 2.5 months of progress. They are 2.5 months of progress behind an account that has existed for an equivalent amount of time that has spent all of those resins, right? And yeah, it takes time to use those resins too, which is fair. Like, I understand why people don't just always use them. And I think it's good to save a little bit of them. I like to save at least like 10 of them, because having 10 of them is enough to be like, oh, I got this 5-star weapon, I can level that 5-star weapon. Like right now I only have 5 because I've used a little bit too many this patch on my main account. But like I think that's enough that if I get Skirk's weapon, I should be able to level Skirk's weapon. Or if Skirk was coming with a new boss, I would probably be able to like farm the new boss with having just like 8-ish fragiles, right? So anyways, at this rate though, you want to have what, at least 4 favs in your account to be safe? That's a good question. What is the recommendation for how many favs should you have? Or how many favs in general? I think Fav Lance is still, in my opinion, actually the one you want to keep the most single R1 copies of. But I'm like my default recommendation has normally been 3. Should we increase that recommendation to 4 at this point? I've been fine with 2 of each. I mean, generally speaking, you're fine with 2 of each, yes. But the thing is, fine with 2 of each means that you should keep an extra just in case you need a third. for Fav Lance and Fav Sword in particular, because those are the 2 character classes that currently are the most commonly in need of using Fav. Yeah, theater makes you need more. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I only think my generic recommendation I think is still like you probably shouldn't refine Fav Lance and Fav Sword until you have at least 3 R1 copies. And the other Fav weapons I would say just in case 2, right? So you can start refining after having 2. And I think that's still the case for Fav Greatsword, Fav Codex, and why am I forgetting the other weapon type? Fab Bow. And Fab Bow you get 1 free copy. But swords and lance is more often needed, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. The new endgame, though, like, doesn't necessarily... Like, the new endgame kind of incentivizes Fab more, but also kind of not if you're someone who's going to be playing co-op a ton, theoretically. Like, Fab won't be useless in co-op, necessarily, but largely unnecessary on most characters, right? So, I don't know. Anyways, it might be worth considering, depending on what sword units you have, or might get in the future, to have 4 Fav swords before you refine them. But I think it's relatively safe to just have 3. But anyways, Bo wants 3 as well. That's fair. I just think there's not as common of relevant context where you need to, because like the reason you need 3 is because you're using, in the context of like the new endgame is potentially 3 separate teams. By the way, we don't have confirmation. Do we actually know that we have to select the teams all in one go with this new endgame? I didn't even think about this. So in Zenless, there's an endgame mode called Deadly Assault that requires 3 teams. But you challenge the bosses individually, so you can actually share weapons and equipment. So the artifact equivalent discs in Zenless and weapons between different characters. You might be able to do that in Genshin too with this new endgame, but I don't know. You might have to pre-select all your characters, in which case you have to you will have to have like 3 potential unique copies of a Fab weapon. I don't know, but anyways, co-op potentially mitigates like things like needing Favs for this co-op endgame, or for the new endgame. If you're doing single player though, yeah, you might need more Favs, but in an Abyss context, the reason you would need, say, 3 Fab bows is if you were using 3 different units, 3 different bow units that need to be on Fab at the same time, right? So, we'll say, can I have my mouse, please? There we go. Character archive, right? So we look at the bows. How likely is it that you're going to need 3 different units on Fab at the same time? So Oron is a consideration. I don't really think Siegeween is. I think you should probably use Siegeween on the 3-star HP bow to maximize her buff. Farazan is a consideration. Yelan's a consideration. I guess Goro and Diona, yeah. And maybe Sara. But like these are all like pretty niche. I think the most common ones people would be likely to use on Fab that would show up where you might need 3 Favs. So like how many contexts are there where you would need to use all 3 of these at the same time, right? And yeah, maybe Kale is a consideration. Maybe Goro, not really, because I'm sorry, like again, mono geo problems in the current state of the game. And maybe Diona if you're playing, you know, Gaming 4-star melt teams, right? But Diona does have the alternative. Sack is pretty okay on her. So yeah, I don't know. Point is, it's fair to say like you should maybe want to be safe and still have 3 Fab bows. Yeah. I just don't know if it's that common. Whereas, you know, pole arms. Well, if you're using the Fab, yes. Fab, yes. Fab, strong consideration. Not usually a default consideration, but it may be. Yes, Fab, not 100% of the time, but definitely strongly yes, oftentimes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. maybe she does have the defense polearm now, so less strong than before. But you know, yes, 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 like yes, like ah. If you dare happen to have a bunch of like polearm units, that's supportive polearm units in particular that you're using at the same time, because they're all compelling and yeah, like ah. Too many polearms are actually, I think, the worst. Where depending on how your account is and what exact teams you're actually playing, you might have need for more than 3. Swords, I think, is not as bad as polearms. You have Shalonen, yes. Lynette, yes. Kirara, yeah. Layla, yeah. The yeah with that tone is like, you know, not necessarily a need though, right? Dahlia is definitely a yeah. Kuki, no. Xingqiu is kind of a yeah, but Xingqiu sack sword is the high refined sack sword as an alternative is compelling and better in some ways, right? Bennett is usually a no. Jean is usually a yes, right? Like there's much more maybe. Kazuha is usually a yes for Fab, unless you have like R5 Zyphos or whatever. Chi-Chi is probably a yes, but like there's less obvious context. Farina, I almost forgot. How did I not say Farina? But yeah, Shalonen can go without Fav. I mean, over what? Her signature? Like, yes, if you have her signature weapon is the only compelling weapon to choose over Fav on her. If you have a Fav available. To be clear, is she the priority one to put on Fav? Versus, like, Farina? Not necessarily. But, like, she doesn't have any build needs. It's very easy to build her for crit to trigger Fav. Like, quite consistently with her 3 instances of attacks. And, like, yeah, I don't know. So, I mean, yes, I guess Freedom Sworn Shalonen is a thing. That's fair. Shalonen can use a defense weapon. It doesn't do anything for her, though. Like, she doesn't need any stats. Like, Shalonen doesn't need any stats. The defense sword for her is something you put on her and it increases her healing. And it's like, that can be useful with Farina, but it's like, her healing is so good, it's like not that important. She can heal really well on a Fab build. I have a Fab build for Shalonen that I originally planned to use, and I still can use, to be clear, because I occasionally do actually need to use Fab over her signature weapon on her. But like, anyways, I don't think Sapwood works on her. I don't believe. Well, no, Sapwood literally doesn't work because Sapwood has to trigger a Dendro reaction, so it definitely doesn't work. Anyways, but yeah, she is like the least stat hungry unit in the game. So like, it's just not hard to build her for healing on Fab. The point is, if you have a Fab ability, you should use Fab on her over that. But if you would have a really dire, if you need the like energy stats from Fab for like your Farina or your Xingqiu or whatever unit you want Fab sword on, because you don't have extra Fab swords available. I'm not saying you need to default. You need to use Shalonen on Fab. It's not necessarily the priority number 1 if you only have 1 to go around. But anywho's, you can just go ER Sans. I'm not talking about ER on Shalonen. The reason to put Fab on Shalonen is not for her ER. It's for your teammates. Fab on Shalonen, yes, like the ER is nice for her, for Farina utility. But like it's not hard to build. I'm not saying it was hard to build Shalonen for her energy needs. It is a misunderstanding of the reason you use Fab on characters to think the only reason to use Fab on Shalonen is for her energy. That is not why you put Fab on her. You put Fab because Fab is ridiculously good as a supportive weapon. It buffs your other teammates. So like Fab energy can be so valuable that Fab energy can be more of a buff to your team as far as like how fast you can clear than Shalonen's signature weapon is. It depends on the team, to be clear. I wouldn't say on average that is the case, but it can be. And like Shalonen has 2 signature weapons. One of them is Fab, and one of them is her 5-star weapon. So, anyways, but anything I don't know. Look at quick. So I'm gonna like this submission. AR60 player. Any question in your account? Nah. No additional info. But they have 233 fragiles. Like, this account would not be a consideration. They provided me no info to give me anything to go off of to contact them for, like, a reason to make a video on their account in particular, right? Except they have 233 fragiles. That's like, this is just... They just submitted to flex their fragiles. Nothing quirky, except they have 233 fragiles. But I don't know. That's so much resin that, like, I'm gonna jot where was it? There it is. Line 73. All right, I'm gonna jot line 73 down. That was probably a little bit older, probably from a couple months ago. Has 233 fragiles. Right, that could just be a video on a title on its own, because they had 233 fragiles. It can be like, can I fix this account with 14,000 resin? And I'm gonna log in, and it's just an account that doesn't even need to farm at all. So that'd be funny, but I don't know. The point is, I think it would be maybe worthwhile to consider checking one of those accounts, and seeing if one of those accounts with 200 resin has something that I can do with the 200 resin, right? Like, that's an absurd amount to just have in your back pocket. Anyways, what if they put no for fragiles? I'm sure someone did that. Okay, let's go here quick. I'm going for 5 hours. This is longer than I expected to go, honestly, so far. I thought I was gonna, like, well, to be clear, I thought I was gonna have a longer stream, but I thought I was gonna go on to Zenless and do the new Hollow Zero. But I don't know if I have the energy for Hollow Zero right now. Might want to run Fab Codex and see Lolly than TTDS then? No. Because TTDS is way better than Shalonen's weapon. Zenless is fun to watch. I don't know, I might still do Zenless. I just... the energy is leaving me is all. I did not press whatever. To be clear, can you consider Fav on Sea Lolly? Yeah. I don't think it's like actually that bad necessarily. Okay. I don't think it's actually that bad to. We'll engage 4-line principle. I don't know. This could be 20% good, right? But anyways, Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayer's buff is just really good. At the end of the day, is all it is. There is not that many sources. There is now a lot of sources of getting damage bonus buffs in the game at this point. Like, a lot of them. A lot of kits tend to have inbuilt damage bonus buffs. A lot of artifact sets give a bunch of damage bonus. A lot of characters can use 4-piece scroll that gives damage bonus. And Farina exists. Like, there's so many sources of damage bonus available now that oftentimes teams are lacking more in attack percent than they are in damage bonus. And that exaggerates the value of attack buffs, quite frankly. So Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayer is just really strong. Like, that's all it is. I was using a C6 character fun. It's nice for farming. I wouldn't describe it as fun. To be clear, I like Arlecchino, and it felt more earned, but I mean, we did testing stream for Arlecchino, and the difference that Arlecchino's constellation makes to the general experience of using Arlecchino essentially stops at C3, outside of niche scenarios. But her C6 actually does feel like it changes her gameplay in a way on occasion that matters, and it's possible. Like, one thing that's interesting, of course, is like we're gonna have to do the new endgame on polearms only. I can tell you without C6 Arlecchino, I'm like 90% certain I would not be able to clear the new endgame without, sorry, difficulty 6. Like, I think I might, big ol' might, because there's 3 different bosses, might be able to do the, like, dire difficulty, the difficulty 6 with this account with C6 Arlecchino. But I'm not even sure I'll be able to do the non-difficulty 6 without C6 Arlecchino with the new endgame. But we'll see. But anyways, I don't know. The unironically, as stupid as it is, the true value I felt from it is farming. as dumb as it is. Anyways. Golden Troop Ebot Raiden working on would Golden Troop Ebot Raiden working on a team like this? Raiden's talent damage is not high enough from her skill to be worth doing that. The optimal Raiden build in this kind of team is Tenacity of the Millilith, a EM Tenacity of the Millilith build. Which she's not on right now, because I just have her on a damage build. Because I can use her burst and she gets a big damage number and it's enjoyable at least. But anyways. I don't think I need to farm any boss in particular right now, but here. I actually haven't tried to brute force this boss with Arlecchino yet. Let's see what happens. How many seconds does Eons on buff last? If I'm trying to manage, you mean how much does it last at max buff? Or how much does it last in general? Because it's the baseline normal, like 12 seconds. But how much does the maximum buff last? Well, if I try to maintain it, I can get it to stay up fairly well in this team, but I don't usually bother. Because it doesn't matter.
King and Queen should present a united front.
Illusion shattered. Control breathing. On march. This is where overrule.
See what happens. Pretty sure most veteran players will struggle with stage 6. Yeah, I don't even know if I'm gonna clear my main account, guys. Like, I do not know if I can clear difficulty 6 on my main account. It will depend on a couple of things. And like, I'm not gonna freaking level my Mawikas. Like, maybe if I level my Mawika first, I could maybe clear. Like, I'm going to probably have a Skirk available, and we'll have the ability to do really strong Skirk teams. I could technically do really strong Mawika teams, but I don't want to. And then whatever other options we have for like I have a lot of options on my account, but I still might not be able to clear on my main account. Like, it's stupid. I actually don't know. I really am skeptical. It's 250k DPS? Is it seriously that high? That's even higher than I thought it was going to be. So like, but it's 250k DPS across 3 different things, right? So, like, calm down. Not that dramatic, or just unnecessary. Right. Here, get the attack buff going. Get that a little bit early.
My power is immense.
Just don't get stuck in the barrel.
Whatever.
It is time to.
Where are you? Hello? Wait, okay.
Our
Stop teleporting.
performance has yet to conclude.
I dance for you, my dear.
I wanted to target the thing, but whatever.
Our performance has yet to conclude.
I dance for you, my dear.
No problem. How exciting. Yep, truly exciting. Alright. But yeah, 250k DPS, by the way, is like stupid high. Just in case anyone's unaware, like the strongest team in the game with C0 characters, but still C6 4-stars, and this is like not factoring in starting with 0 energy in the new content. It's not factoring in, but it is factoring in like having good play. Like it's not actually that easy to play this optimally. But is Moika, Eon Son C6, Bennett C6, Seat Lolly. So C0 Moika, C0 Seat Lolly. That's 140k DPS team. So, yeah. If it's 250k DPS, also it's also ignoring the specific enemy gimmicks that you're gonna have to get through. So if it's 250k DPS on top of the enemy gimmicks, on top of starting with no energy, yeah, and you have to do three different bosses that are all 250k DPS. So you need 3 different teams that are around 200k DPS. That's just hyper whale bullshit territory, and that's kind of not cool. If that's actually what they've chosen to do, I didn't think it was going to be that bad. I thought it was going to be like 150k DPS. Currently thought to be 40 million in 3 minutes. There's 222k. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I'll certainly try it, but I am not going to stress myself that much if I can't clear it on either account. But funnily enough, it might be possible for poems only be more likely to clear it. It's Arlook, but or at least clear one boss. I maybe should specify, but I have other teams that I have at least one other team that might be like surprisingly close, but I don't know. Anyways, did I get an artifact? I think I did. Oh yeah, we also got to try. Let's check that timepiece first. Alright, 4-line principle engaged. This is all crit or bust. To be clear, I could also keep this forever. Bye-bye. And re-roll it in the future, but I'm not going to re-roll a piece that wasn't double crit 4-line, right? That's just kind of silly. Now this feather. I would be excited about this as a potential piece for Arlook, except, I don't really think it matters anymore because of the re-rollers existing. The re-rollers existing means I can re-roll this piece. And this is not a bad piece, but it's better to try to re-roll this and get more crit rolls versus trying to care about this piece, right? But I don't know, we'll level it anyways, obviously. So it's just funny that the re-rollers existing in the future makes pieces like this potentially underwhelming when you already have an existing 4-line double crit piece, right? It's more compelling to care about re-rolling that other piece than it is to even care about leveling this at all. Such that this is functionally almost likely useless on this account. Especially if it rolls entirely into EM. Okay. It's also all the low rolls. Well, actually, I think the crit rate roll is high roll because it started low. Okay, well, yeah, bye-bye. I think, well... Do I keep this artifact? I don't, This is a 4-line with EM, and I think it started with higher rolls at a baseline. So, why bother with this piece, right? Is my vibe. I already have other pieces I could re-roll in the future that are better targets for re-rollers. Either this piece or this piece, right? So, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, stage 6, as far as I'm aware, you can't do in co-op at all. But that's I don't think there's any co-op teams without whale investment anyways that could actually reach that DPS threshold, as far as I'm aware. So, yup. Anyways, using rerolls and crafted pieces with the guarantee is worthwhile. We don't have clarification on how that's going to work, right? We don't know. This is a animal goblet, right? I crafted with Shao. Because the re-rollers themselves guarantee 2 rolls. My assumption is that if you use a re-roller on a elixir piece, they're not gonna be generous and say that you get the guaranteed 2 rolls from the elixir guaranteed 2 rolls, and you get the guaranteed 2 rolls from the re-roller. I think it's just the re-roller guaranteed 2 rolls. So it's still gonna take I'm assuming it's gonna take an equivalent amount. So point is, I don't think whether or not I don't think it being an elixir piece is likely to matter as far as the decision for whether or not you use a reroller on it. I think it's mostly just, is it a 4-line artifact? Is the main decider, because like 4-line artifacts are inherently potentially higher stat value to baseline. But in the case of like, there might be cases like this piece, right, where it's worthwhile to consider rerolling this piece because this is an onset goblet, right? And onset goblets are rare enough and could enable a good enough off piece that maybe you do consider reroll it, right? But you know.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
New mode is meant for whales?
What you see.
Not really. Like, I think it's just meant to be a new form of challenge content, combat content in general. I don't think it's just for whales. Like, you're overestimating the difficulty of even difficulty 5 if you think it's only for whales. It's not that hard, but
You have already claimed.
it is for invested players. Like, it is for invested players. That doesn't mean you have to spend money, but it does mean you probably have to play the game a lot. So, right, that's fair. And to be clear, the difficulty 6 might be for whales. But difficulty 6 is a different thing. I don't know. For it having a minor, presumably just a minor cosmetic reward, I don't really mind that difficulty 6 exists. I think it's fine. Anyways. What did I come over here for? Oh yeah, I remember what it's going to be. Wait. I just realized. Okay. Like, it's funny how, like, the rerollers, I think, change, actually, the relevance of strongboxing a little, certain artifacts a little bit. Because, again, the rerollers overemphasize just getting that good artifact that has the good starting stats at a baseline. Yeah, this artifact is actually what I was thinking of. Like, I already have this thing. It's to be clear, this is a 3-line, not a 4-line. And that's like, you know, so it's not the ideal artifact to target for a reroll. But having the perfect combination of crit rate, attack percent, ER as a starting point for a crit damage circlet is good enough to maybe be a consideration to reroll that, right? Yeah, I don't think I have a 4-line crit damage piece that I kept, at least, unfortunately. So maybe it is worth strongboxing a little bit, I guess, for this. But the dream would be to try to get Resin on a crit damage circlet on this account. But it's gonna take some hyper specific artifacts in Emblem, like not just the crit damage circlet. Like, it has a big crit damage circlet that rolls like 15% crit rate, and then I also have to change some other pieces around it. So it's not really worth doing this because it's not gonna really change the experience of using Resin at all. But you know, why not? I mean, sure. Okay. Sure, I'll check it. Yeah, Strongbox is more likely to get make 4-liners. So like, it's even more relevant now to like Strongbox in general. But like, you don't necessarily need to Strongbox. Like Strongboxing for Whimsy, for example, doesn't really make sense on my account very much, unless I'm missing that 4-line piece to target for a reroller, because it makes more sense. Is this a 4-line? Yeah, this is a 4-line. It makes more sense to target this for rerolling, right, than it does to, like, why Strongbox for anything anymore when I can just use rerollers over time to improve this piece. So, yeah, like, and same story for this. Like, I don't actually think, and like, where's this timepiece? This is actually the ideal timepiece for my Arlecchino. It's a 4-line that started with, I believe, high rolls and is double crit. So like, I have like every piece I need in my Arlecchino, other than maybe a 4-line crit damage circlet, I think, with attack percent, because this is a 3-line. Yeah, like I basically can't get any pieces that are better at a baseline starting point than I already have. So as a 3-line stands, no. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, you're correct. I lied. I can't count. It's fine. Wait, I thought I had a 4-line. Do I not have a 4-line? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh shit. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I don't even have a 4-line. Ah, fucking sucks. Okay. Fuck you, game, for not giving me a 4-line from the goddamn craftable. Fuck you. Alright, never mind. But, so I guess there is a reason to strongbox Whimsy a little bit still. To try to perfect my Arlecchino build. Oh well. Anyways. Did I... yeah, I got like a timepiece or whatever. No, sorry, it was an emblem piece. Yep. But I want to go on my main account, actually. Because I'm not really too concerned about poems only. This account has the ability to be very wasteful for Resin to hyper-invest in builds that, like, choice on what to reroll in this account doesn't really matter as much. I don't know if this is really... Okay. I mean... Does this change anything for Hyperride? I don't think it does. Hyperriding is still kind of sus in this account anyways. Because of not very good options for Dendro and Hydro units. I don't know. Fine, it hasn't had a bad roll yet. I'll continue. Alright, bye. I don't need to reroll that. Anyways. But yeah, anyways. So I don't know. It's kind of weird, like how the rerollers change how to prioritize different kinds of paths for farming and optimizing builds. But again, it's a high investment thing. It's unlikely that if you're at the point where you can consider doing that, where you can consider optimizing your build improvement around rerollers, your builds are already probably good enough that you don't actually need to improve them. So, you know, it's just a for fun thing, and that's fine. Okay, let's go back on my main account quick. Take a quick perusal. I gotta do this new event, but I don't think I'm gonna bother today. I think the event is still here for like 5 days, right? How I feel about Shenhe getting her own banner after Chronicle. I yapped about that in the... Yeah, if you want that, yeah, if you can go watch the reaction stream. I yapped about it, I think, shortly after the stream was done. For like a good 30 minutes. Wherein, like, I don't think it's a problem that Shenhe is getting a dedicated rerun banner. But Mihoyo absolutely intentionally effed over people by rerunning her in Chronicle banner first. It would have been better if they just didn't rerun her in Chronicle banner. Right? They just screwed over people. That's my overall feeling. Is like them rerunning Shenhe like this, not that long after they did the Chronicle banner rerun for her, is just them screwing over people that were waiting for Shenhe and thought that the Chronicle banner was her rerun. Because that was a fairly safe assumption at the time, from the player base point of view. But what Mihoyo knew is that Mihoyo knew they were releasing a cryo off-fielder that would significantly increase the value of Shenhe, and that they were releasing a cryo main DPS that doesn't really increase the value of Shenhe. Shenhe's like, okay, for Skirk, it's not that good. Like, if you have Shenhe already as a consideration, I really strongly feel you should not pull Shenhe just for Skirk. But if you want Shenhe for Skirk and for other units, okay, that's more interesting. That's a more compelling option. But anyway, Shenhe's still in a weird spot, is the point. Because she's not just a cryo buffer, she's at her best when she's a cryo buffer in quick swap teams. Anyways. But like, yeah, it's just a dick move. It's a dick move to anyone who was like waiting for Shenhe rerun, like me. And like pulled for her on Chronicle banner. I could have waited. It would have been fine. We would have been yapping for the last 4 months about how Shenhe still hasn't gotten a rerun. But like, it would have been fine. It would have been better. But I don't know. They intentionally reran her on a banner that was lower value for pulls in a patch with Muika and Sitlali release, right? That was also trying to drain pulls away from people. Like, they did that as a money-making strategy. I bet a lot of the people that pulled for Shenhe in that patch had to spend money for it, right? Because they're like, well, shit, I want Shenhe because I like the character for whatever reason and want to use her for whatever reason. But This was version 5.3, I think, and they released weekends to Lolly, and there's like shit all for free to play Primo Gems because they refused to add exploration, and then, but like, oh, this character's not gonna come back for 5 years. like that was a fairly safe assumption at the time. But MiHoYo knew. They're not stupid. They knew. This was intentional. I refuse to believe that this was negligence on their part. Like, yeah, you can like use the old ad, and here I'm yapping about this, but I logged into the same account, by the way. I just realized. You can use the old adage of like, you know, do not attribute to malice what could be reasonably attributed to stupidity. I don't think this was stupidity. It's too close in duration to when Escoffier was in like being designed, right? Like Escoffier's animations were probably mostly done. They knew what Escoffier was going to be as a character when they decided to rerun Shenhan and Chronicle Banner. So, yeah. Anyways. We've had one map expansion in 2025 so far, yeah. I'm gonna be really disappointed if we don't have a temporary summer patch. Like, it might be a little bit too much exploration in version 5.8, if so. But I would definitely be disappointed if we don't have the summer event. Like, the summer events were so cool. There was such like a part of the charm of Genshin, a part of the charm of like playing Genshin in the summer, like before like the big yearly update. Like, and it was always like, it was one of the things Genshin has done that was not like money focused. It was just like, hey, here's a cool idea we had. Like if they're seriously not gonna, I don't know. I sincerely hope they're doing an actual summer exploration patch. Like as far as FOMO BS goes, it's the best FOMO BS that Genshin has, is the summer exploration. There's all kinds of negative FOMO BS. I actually am of the opinion that, you know, it's a little weird that as much development effort into me has been put into those summer events when it just is only available for 6 weeks. But like, it still is like, I don't know. I think it's like cool that they can do that. They can afford putting resources into something like that as temporary. And now it feels like they've done so much on a design level to try to extract more money from the player base. And then they're going to do something that is like not making the summer event. I don't, but anyway, it's possible we still have the summer, like, to be clear, we might still have the summer exploration. I don't know. I'm sure we'll have some kind of summer event, but summer event does not necessarily mean summer exploration thing. So I don't know. We'll see. We know we're going to get the last, like, Natlan, Mara Javari, like, you can finish the freaking Pyro statue and sigils and whatever, but anyways. You'd rather they put that effort into permanent content? Okay, but they haven't. Like, they didn't do more total exploration this year. They just did less total exploration. Like, I don't disagree with your sentiment, Claire. That, like, yeah, sure, we could... I guess it would be better if there's more permanent exploration content. But they haven't made more permanent exploration content. They've made less. There's less... I mean, at least less by, like, measure of regions. Because you can measure the total amount of exploration content in different ways by, like... Yeah, I don't know. Like, how exactly do you measure how much exploration content they add? I would measure it personally. I think the best measurement we can have that's simple and makes sense is by number of, like, distinct new regions with their own, like, new gimmicks they have, right? And they've done less total patches this year if they don't do the summer. To be clear, if they do the summer event, I believe it's, like, the same. It's functionally the same number, I think. Maybe, or maybe it might still actually be one less. I actually, I don't know. Wait, okay, let's go count Fontaine. Okay, so Fontaine was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 separate exploration patches, right? I think that's correct. Natlan, we had 1, 2, 3, and then we'll have 4. But if you count the summer event from last year, that's 6, right? So we're only going to have 4 without a summer event. So we're actually going to be 2 behind. We're already behind even with a summer event. Like Fontaine had 6 with the summer event. Natlan might have 4 without a summer event. That's brutal. But I don't know, maybe we still will have a summer event. It just would be weird. It would just be weird if they do the summer exploration event and have permanent exploration content at the same time. Because, like, it means you're going to have to prioritize the FOMO exploration content. Like, it just seems weird that they would do that as a strategy versus, like, releasing the exploration content in 5.7 and then doing the summer event in 5.8, right? I don't know. And, like, yeah, the hope is, I guess, like, maybe Node Cry with their whole gimmick of, like, these factions with Node Cry is that maybe, like, 6.0, 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, maybe every single one of those patches has exploration. Maybe this is them. That's the benefit of the doubt we could give them, is that this is them putting resources into Node Cry, so every single, like, new faction comes with, like, a new region next year. And you know what? If that is the case, all right. Banger decision. I'm willing to sacrifice some exploration content this year in exchange for next year being more dense. It's just like I feel like it's almost a stretch to assume that at the baseline. I'd love to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I don't think they've earned the benefit of the doubt. So, anyways, why did I go back on my main account? Oh yeah, I was gonna look at artifacts. Anyways, so first of all, Dia. This one's an interesting one. So I'm gonna look at, like, specific characters that I feel like I could improve builds for, particularly for artifacts that I don't want to farm the domain up again, right? Like this is basically a dream artifact for Dia, but it, like, rolled in it's almost perfect. Like, I just want that one defense roll to, like, be into crit rate, HP, or ER, right? And once I get C4 Dia, and especially C6 Dia, which C6 Dia increases the energy refunding even further from C4 Dia, assuming you do her full burst duration, like, I might not need the ER. So, like, probably a crit roll, but I'd also be fine with an HP roll. So, like, this one might be one to target, but might take a lot of rerollers to actually get a better piece, because, like, it didn't roll terribly, right? So that's an interesting option. Goblet-wise, like, I have 2 good goblets. I don't have a 4-line goblet that's pyro, I don't think. Or if I did in the past, I don't have it anymore. So, yeah, that's not 4-line. Yeah, so there's nothing to do. Yeah, there's nothing for me to reroll for goblets. This is a weird one. There's a 3-line that kind of, like, this is way better than you. It looks kind of cope, but it's actually extremely good. It's actually really good. This is also very good. Theoretically, could be rerolled if I need a different balance, but, like, the ER is kind of good, right? Like, I kind of want the ER. The main reason I actually can't consider using this is because it doesn't have ER, but again, with the C4 Dia, I might actually be able to consider using this. Might. Big might. So maybe this one, because this is a 4-line, right? And then this, I think, just had low. This was a 3-line, but had low. Like, this is not a 40 CV, because this is this is a scam crit damage piece. Is this all minimum rolls? I think that is, right? 22.5 divided by 4. Yeah, this is I think all minimum roll, or 3 minimum rolls, 1 6.2 roll or something. And that hurts. This is a 3-line artifact that turned into a 2-line artifact. Like, this is a 3-line artifact that turned into a 2-line artifact that rolled all into grit. Sad. So, like, that an interesting one to target. This one's another 3-line, but kind of is. I don't think I reroll this one, because this is, like, the feather I can use if I need the ER. Like, this is a feather I might need to use if I want to reroll this HP timepiece, right? Because if I get more crit on this HP timepiece, then with a C4 Dia, maybe I can use this and meet her energy needs without an ER timepiece. Yeah, this ER timepiece is weird. Like, getting more crit would be good, but I don't know. It's probably, like, one that's worth rerolling. But if it gets a single flat HP roll, it's probably not better, right? This is a 4 line that could theoretically be better, but it's like a really minor improvement, so not really worth targeting. So I don't know. Dia has a couple different options. I could consider rerolling this one to minorly improve it, but like that's very min-maxy, probably not something that makes sense. So targeting this and targeting this makes sense. Funnily enough, I think what my ideal would actually theoretically be might be rerolling this, and it rolls one more time into crit rate, and then so it loses the HP roll, loses the def roll, rolls into crit rate, and then rolls again into ER. So I have like a 22 ER piece. And then this maybe reroll just to get more crit. This reroll to get more crit. And then I could either use this or reroll this in the future. I don't know. Like what's funny is this could be rerolled. I could get the same crit value out of rerolling this piece, having one less crit damage roll, but I could gain an additional like line of ER. Like that's how bad that having these 4 minimum crit damage rolls is. I could lose a crit damage roll, gain an ER roll, and still have like 21 crit damage here. Like I could lose a tiny bit of crit damage, but gain an entire roll of ER. So I don't know. Like I don't think this one makes sense. This one definitely doesn't, not initially, unless I'm super min-maxing. But I don't know. I might go hard into min-maxing Dia on this account. Is kind of my point. Particularly after I get C4 Dia. But I'm gonna once I get C4 Dia, I'm gonna mess around with exactly what her ER needs seem to be in a couple different kinds of team formats for her. To figure out what kind of like stat distributions I need to target for her ER needs. And yeah, I think I will probably attempt to reroll this one, and probably attempt to reroll this one, because it's possible they could be better. I don't think it really makes sense for me to continue farming for Accasha itself, right? Yeah, there's the chance for low rolls. Yeah, like that's why this one there's still the chance for low rolls. So like this one does not make sense to target rerolling as a priority. The priority is like this piece, and this piece. Yeah, so anywho's and this one could be kind of interesting, mostly just to get higher roll value. No, I don't even think it is, because I think this is 3 max. Yeah, this is 3 max ER rolls, which is actually the most valuable thing about this. Having slightly lower CV is whatever, because the only reason to consider using this piece is if I need the ER anyways. So it having 3 max ER rolls, or I think it's 2 max and then 1 like high roll, is very good. So I don't know. I think theoretically with a C4 Dia, my worst case situation is probably going to be like using this feather with this circlet, at least as it currently is. But I don't know. Maybe if I reroll this, it gets a lot more crit rate. Things will change a little bit, right? If I reroll this, and it's like 4 rolls into crit rate and 1 roll into HP percent, but I lose like 2 ER rolls, that'd be a bit rough, I think. But that would just push me towards just staying on an ER timepiece, even with a C4 Dia, I feel like. So, I don't know. Do I like Dia the most? No. I like a lot of different characters, but I just think Dia is one I could target rerolls on and see the value of. Like, I definitely think that my experience is the less the less strong a character is, the more I can notice min-maxing their build, right? So yeah, and I will get C4 Dia, yeah, from the 6.0 standard selector, and hopefully lose some 50/50s. I would be over the moon to lose a 50/50 to Dia, to Skirk, and that would mean C5 Dia and C6 Dia is within reach, right? Like if I lose a 50/50 to Dia, or get like a random standard banner Dia, get the selector this year, then if Sumeru Chronicle banner happens this year, I should be able to get C6 Dia this year, right? But it's kind of contingent on at least one 50/50 loss. But yeah, anywho's. Yeah, she's one of my favorite characters. I like how she plays a lot. I like her nuance of tankiness, supportive utility, and yada yada, whatever. But we shall see. We shall see. It's been very fun, like using her at like C0 to C1, getting C2 and C3, in this last year, and seen this slow, gradual improvement to the ways I can consider using her in conjunction with a good build. And this I got lucky with. I got so lucky with this weapon. I chose to go for this on the Chronicle banner. And like I guess technically this is the only thing I paid for Dia thus far. But I got it very early, if I recall. So it was basically a freebie anyways. It was more luck that it was money. And chances are I would have spent Primo Gems for it even if I hadn't been doing the video. I did the video where I was like, what does X amount of dollars get on the Chronicle banner video? And I got this. I got another weapon, and I got 2 characters, if I recall. So, overly lucky. I got a very large amount of earlies. An abnormally large amount of earlies. So, yep. Anyways, not saying it was like free or necessarily super worth it, per se, but it's nice to have. I don't know. Realistically, now that this exists, like, theoretically optimizing the build around this is better. The only thing I don't like about this is that you can't extend the paths. Well, oh wait, no. Yeah, it does count down off field. So a lot of times So for example, the Chevreuse team that I play with Yai, Eonson, that we used a little bit earlier in Overworld. I usually start with like a Dia E and then do Yai Miko E, and then I switch to Chevreuse, and like Yai E will like with Dia E up will trigger an overload, and then I can just do Chevreuse hold E. Don't have to do Chevreuse burst to do any like overload setups. If I use this weapon on Dia, I have to do Chevreuse burst for like setups and then save Dia E until I start bursting on her to have this buff up for her burst. I don't like that. I really don't like that. So, I don't know. It's an interesting weapon on her. I should mess around with it more, but right now I don't think I have the exact build balance to take advantage of it truly, and like would definitely have to switch to a crit rate circlet, which I do have. Like this is a good piece. But, anyways, could Tia be used for melt Nuvilet? I mean, I don't think you can melt with Nuvilet. For vaporized Nuvilet, yeah, I mean, I've done like burn vape Nuvilet before. It is something you can do. And Dia is quite nice for Nuvilet just in general for giving some interruption resistance. Because honestly, like more than anything, I think just having a little bit of interruption resistance, like Dia not having full uptime under interruption resistance, in my experience, most of the time doesn't matter. And I actually kind of prefer that it's not full uptime. I know it's weird, but like, I like when defensive utility has nuance to it and isn't just, hey, now you can stand still and not have to worry about things at all, right? So, anyways, yeah. I look forward, at minimum, we'll get C4 this year, and I look forward to seeing how that changes things. But realistically, all it's going to do is, like, so for this team, for example, I don't think I switch off of an ER timepiece like, right now with this build. I think I keep this build as it is with her ER timepiece in this team. This amount of ER works, but I have to funnel energy from Chevreuse usually. And that's awkward. What C4 should do is make it so I don't have to funnel energy. Alternatively, maybe C4 will let me move off of the ER timepiece to like this attack timepiece, for example. That's way lower ER, but then I probably will have to funnel energy again, right, with C4. And I may have to also consider switching to this piece, right? Maybe. Like, this is an option for me. So, anyways, and the net gain there is obviously a fairly similar crit ratio, but more attack, obviously. So, yeah. Anywho's, other characters to consider min-maxing. Funnily enough, this might seem weird, but no, isn't that one? I thought I had a flower that was a 4-line that maybe I threw it away. No, that's unfortunate. Or maybe it was this one. I don't know. I thought this was a 4-line. Maybe it was just that I really wanted this to have one more E-arm roll. I don't know. But anyways, like this does have 2 rolls. Like this would probably be my, if this had 2 more EM rolls, particularly high rolls, right, this had 68 EM with this amount of ER. That would probably be my ideal flower. Like I have to switch to this on Seat Lolly all the time anyways, because like there is fairly often where I need that 10% more energy recharge that flower gives. And basically if I have this flower on her, I basically always have enough ER in whatever team context. So, you know, it's nice to be able to have this piece. So it would either be like, I don't know, or maybe re-roll this piece for the cope mentality of it rolls 1 more time into ER, I guess. I guess it's technically better to re-roll this piece, right? Than it is to better to re-roll this piece. Yeah. Because as weird as it sounds, even though this is like better at a baseline, this one has the higher baseline value for a potential re-roll if it gets like that crit damage roll into ER instead. So I don't know. But I almost would rather just have this, but move these attack rolls into EM. Keep this high roll value on ER. But this could have the same thing, right? This could have 19.4 ER. Well, no, it can't, because I think 19.4 ER is starting at max roll, but I don't know. Anyways, this is basically the ideal piece, right? This is what I'm talking about. I want this piece, but the flower. So maybe rerolling this is something I will try, but I don't know. It depends. I don't think I mean, okay, wait, is this a 4-line? No. Okay. It's a consideration still. Getting more EM rolls on this piece as an alternative. The dream piece for Lolly for never having to think about her build is technically an ER timepiece that is 4-line that rolls like 120 EM in subsets. But that's like an impossibly hard artifact to get. Like that will just not happen. If this piece was a 4-line though, I would consider it. I would consider re-rolling it forever. Well, the problem is though, you have to select 2 stats, don't you? So it doesn't even work for that context, does it? Because it doesn't let you select 1 stat, I think. You have to choose 2 stats, right? Or maybe you can only choose 1. Maybe you can only choose 1. If you are allowed to only choose 1 stat, that makes the rerollers a lot better. Because if the rerollers let you target 1 specific stat instead of 2 specific stats, you could like control getting a specific amount of crit rolls that let you take advantage of like another artifact that has like a bias towards crit damage, right? Or fav, yeah, exactly. But in the context of this, where like if this was a 4-line piece, trying to like theoretically get like 5 rolls into EM on a 4-line ER piece main stat, I don't think you can do that because I think it requires targeting 2 stats. So it's basically impossible still for me to get 120 EM piece even with the rerollers. So it probably doesn't make sense. This one might be worth rerolling. It has 2 ER rolls, but it's a 4-line with ER. Targeting this just to get like 1 more ER roll could be nice. Again, like 2 more ER rolls here, or even maybe just 1, would be enough to maybe make it so I don't have to use this piece ever, and I can actually just stick on this piece. So the goblet actually might make more sense over the other piece. Oh yeah, and this piece too. Again, like it feels weird rerolling this piece, but again, like I kind of just need more ER rolls. I kind of don't love the idea of rerolling that piece because, like, look at it, it's so nice looking, but at the same time, what I need is ER on her. So I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. This is a very like funny artifact to have, but I need that ER. I need that ER. So, I don't know. What do you target, I guess? I guess I target, if it forces me to select 2 stats, I target crit rate ER. Yeah, I don't know. So, see, Lolly is actually high consideration just because I already have the near ideal flower and feather in the form of this and this. This could theoretically be better, but it's a crapshoot to get minorly better. But the goblet could easily get 1 more ER roll, and this could easily get 1 more ER roll. And then I have a near ideal build, I would say. So, anyways. What weapon is she going to use most often? Probably her signature. Otherwise, her signature, or I switch to sac frags all the time if I'm using her in teams without pyro or hydro. Which is not often, but I do it on fairly often. actually. Well, to be clear, actually targeting some noblesse pieces might be worthwhile in the future. But why are you on this right now? Bap. Any gladiator pieces? That's actually a good question. Should I target any gladiator pieces? I mean, this would be just no. It's a 4-line. I mean, tempting. But trying to get a better piece than this, though, is like you're kind of playing loosey goosey with fate. Is this a 4-line piece? It was. Okay. I guess I shouldn't throw this away because I don't have a double crit ER piece. Okay. Well, this is a reroll target for sure because of that def roll. Like, it's competing with, you know, 3 different variations of already 40 CV pieces. So, like, this has to roll really well. An ER roll is fine, but a def roll is not. So, yeah. Targeting 1 sub is as bad as a reroll contender. Oh, I'm aware. I don't think the Sit Lolly pieces are my priority. I just wouldn't mind perfecting her build, right? I think this was a 4-line. Yeah. This one would be interesting to get like another crit damage roll on, because that's actually like the main thing that slightly holds this build back compared to the other build I showed before, right? Which is like the other one was a top 1%. This one is top 5%, primarily just because it has like 3 less crit damage rolls. I could get another crit damage roll there. Is this just low roll values? Yeah, it's just low roll values. Not going to reroll that one. Probably not going to reroll this for reasons. But this one is actually a consideration, as weird as it is, even though it doesn't have double crit. But not a priority. I think a priority would be, yeah, this over that one. Because this was a 4-line. And it's good, but it could be better. This was a 3-line. Yeah. So I would keep this. This is a decent just piece in general for, like, if you need the ER stats. So I like that as an all-rounded piece. Oh, this is an interesting consideration. Like, this is a really good piece for Arlecchino. But it could be better. It's not a 4-line though, so I don't think I would. All right. So yeah, this is a high consideration piece. This might be one of the first ones I roll a gambit on. Just to get. The only problem is if I get. She's at 100% crit rate, right? She's at 99. So I need crit damage rolls, not crit rate. If the game trolls me and gives me crit rate, that's not ideal. Well, actually, no. I can be fine because I can. Well, what can I do? Also, I forgot to add this. I didn't even consider that. Ah, frick. What does that let me do right now? How did I never check that? What does this look like? I mean, I have way higher attack. That's kind of satisfying, I must admit. But this could be targeted, but it's a 3-line. I have another crit damage piece? No. No, I do. Oh, well. I'm not going to reroll that. Okay. Man, this is the kind of one that feels weird. Like, it has perfect rolls. And for someone like this off piece on Noelle, it's an ideal artifact. I do not want to reroll this piece, I don't think. Like, this is too valuable to have as an option when you need it. But, like, it's also my only 4-line crit damage main stat gladiator piece. Oh, well. Oh, well. Was this a 4-line, by the way? It was. Holy shit. Alright. I think I know one of the, like, the amount of this can do either for my Clorinde as an onset goblet or Yai as an onset goblet for 2-piece combos. Alright, I think this is my first priority, actually. My god, turning this into a god tier piece Like, holy. All right. I think I'm gonna leave that in Clarin now for now because I can remember that. I kind of want to. I kind of want to yoink this piece. Wait, well, no, I'm gonna be over Captain Crew, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, never mind. Shoot. Okay. Go back to this. Here. Okay. Arlecchino doesn't need a good build. It's fine. Okay, now we have a little bit more wiggle room for crit rate. And our attack is still at 2286. Let's see. That's interesting. Is this a 4-line? No. Was there tenacity pieces I should target? Man, there's like so many artifacts to potentially consider targeting. Like, ugh. But I think that this goblet is probably a priority for me with how many electric units I like playing in particular and how it can be an onset goblet for me. But anyways, okay. I kind of this might seem weird, but BAP. Slightly overcapped, but it's not bad. I kind of like it. Ah, crap, I just realized. Oh, frick. Okay, the spoiler. Clorinda's in the collab. I gotta put her back on the other build. Ah. Sorry. I gotta go put her back. Because she was not on this build for the video, the clear I used for her. She needs to be on the same build. Rerolls plan for the next 6 years. Yeah, pretty much. just min-maxing my gladiator pieces, don't mind me. I think a lot of people would call me insane for doing that, but honestly, that's kind of what I feel like right now. Is, you know, perfect this piece, perfect this piece, right? And then, like just for a second, bam, put this on her. Bam, put this on her. Pretend, well, we'll see what's that. But pretend, alright, okay, we're on 5-piece, but we'll ignore that. Yeah, like, pretend we have, like, 3 more crit damage rolls. Maybe 4 more, even. Like, this could be up to 240 crit damage with a 100% crit rate. With a fully min-max thing. Like, Whimsy ain't even gonna come close, because min-maxing, it's going to be far better to min-max my... Is this a 4-line? It is. And this is an interesting option, too. Whimsy ain't even going to come close to competing when I have such good gladiator pieces out of baseline, right? So, anyways. And this is not just for Clarin. This is also, like... This also would result in min-maxing Arlecchino, right? Or other characters that can use Gladiator. Like, actually, funnily enough, a circumstance I'm going to have where I will probably test with Spork when she comes out is... switch back to this. Whoops. How Gladiator is a pretty good option on Skirk, too. And again, like, it's good enough of an option that if you have really good Gladiator artifacts, it's going to compete with her signature artifact. Like, I think my gladiator artifacts might be good enough that it could potentially beat out the 4-piece of her artifacts that I have. So, speaking of, do I reroll? This would be a no-brainer. I would re-roll this circlet I got if it was a 4-line start, but it wasn't. It was a 3-line. Like, I want to in one level, but at the same time, I don't know if it matters. Actually, you know what makes more sense? I think re-rolling this makes more sense. This is a 4-line. It sucks that it doesn't have attack percent, so I'd have to target flat attack crit damage. But like, it would make me happy if this piece was slightly better. So, you know, particularly, and this is particularly what I would consider using Hunter in a lot of teams if I got her signature weapon. Actually, oh frick, I forgot about this too. This is a 4-line goblet. This is an ideal goblet for her. You want 4-line attack percent, crit rate, crit damage. I have 2 bad rolls here. So this could be meaningfully better too. Oh boy. Oh my god, there's so many freaking artifacts that are like high potential. Oh jeez. Oh good lord. Alright, again, I'm not 100% set on like going for her weapon or anything, but yeah, I'm going over like Dust and Light of Enlightenment potential. Right now I have like an onset electro goblet I've had for a long time. That is a really good electro goblet. Where is it? This one. Right, this is an extremely good goblet, but it could be a lot better. To be clear, it started with low crit rolls, but not that big a deal if we turn that into a more crit rolls, right? It's already a good goblet. It could be a lot better. And could enable me to use a really good off piece. So that's, I think, a potential first priority attempt, because even just using one individual reroll is likely to make that goblet better, right? The circlet for Skirk, the crit rate circlet for Skirk, is another potential one, I feel like, because this is what I would likely use on her signature weapon. So here, we'll equip this, but subtract 11% crit rate for a signature weapon because it's 22% crit rate instead of 33. So I'd have 90% crit rate, which you might be like, oh, that's overcapping. I'm like, yes, in teams where cryo resonance is happening, I would be overcapping by 5%. It's a solvable problem, most likely by either rerolling this or rerolling this to get more crit damage rolls instead of crit rate rolls. That's fine. But more importantly, just this, right? So like, this is just kind of sad looking to me. That's all. But it'd be a little bit hard to optimize that. But anyways, I don't know. But I think it makes more sense to reroll this than it actually does to reroll this. Both are a consideration. I don't know. It's just like either of these are awkward because like ideally I want all the crit damage rolls, not the other stat, or crit rate rolls, right? But yeah. Anyways, this thing's in a similar spot where like I really would want crit damage rolls over crit rate rolls. Well, no, crit rate rolls would be fine because crit rate rolls on this piece would enable me to use this crit damage circlet more compellingly, even with it only having 2 crit rate rolls, even with her signature weapon, right? Because if I'm on crit damage circlet, let's imagine we get, 10% crit rate. So the 2 HP rolls go into crit rate. We have 7% more crit rate. Then I'd be at, so again, subtract 11%. So we're at 66%, but add 7% back. Now I'm at like 73% crit rate without cryo resonance. 193 crit damage with her signature weapon. So that means this would be a usable build in freeze teams, a very usable build in freeze teams, and a very usable build outside. Like she'd be a little bit inconsistent outside of teams where she doesn't have cryo resonance, such that I still would want to consider switching her to this piece, but it wouldn't be that big a deal, I think. So I don't know. I think this is a priority target as well. Then, although this one is a little bit less guaranteed to give an improvement. Okay, and this one's just weird. Depending on this one, would be a reroll target, depending on how the rerolls for this go, or even potentially the circlets go. Right. So this would be a reroll target after that, but it's already obviously has 4 crit rolls. It's just like I kind of have too much crit rate maybe in a reality where like rerolls go weirdly. So I don't know. We'll see. Put you back for now. And if I have to use Jade Cut or Skirk because I don't get her weapon, oh well, I'll survive. I will survive. This is a perfectly fine build. Skirk will be fine. Yai, I don't think there's actually a strong consideration for rerolling her current pieces. Like, maybe this, but I have to, like, think through how much I actually need the ER. This one's a 3 line, so probably not. Yeah, like, this is a... All these artifacts are actually 3-line artifacts, which is funny. It's interesting that this EI build ranks as high as it does with 3-line artifacts, but... Stat value, go bird. Oh. I don't think there's anything to target with hybrid Raiden right now. The reason being is I don't have the ideal baseline. If this was a 4-line, I would consider targeting this one, but it's not. Yeah, I only have that one. And I don't have a crit damage circlet with crit rate ER attack. So, I don't think I can really improve my Raiden right now. With the rerollers. Okay. This piece, maybe? This one's a weird one. Like, its potential is a lot higher. Because this is a 4-line, right? This is, you know, almost ideal. Doesn't have HP substat or anything, but that's not the end of the world. Especially with a C2 Freenet, I'm not too concerned. I don't know. I'm not too concerned with min-maxing Freenet, again, just in general, because I have her C2 already. It's increasing her damage enough that, like, I'm fine. This could be better, but, you know, not that big a deal. I would like a double crit ER piece rather than re-rolling that piece, right? This one's a 3-line. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about targeting those pieces. Ignore that. This was a... Oh, this was a 4-line. This will be a consideration. This wasn't a 4-line. Yeah, that okay. It's really hard. I think I'd have to get different. Again, like, this one's weird because, like, what I want for Lanyon is to get this, but, like, one that has ER, right? Has a crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, ER is my ideal for, like, moving Lanyon back to 4-piece VV. And, like, that getting this, but that rolls more into crit would be cool and all that, but, like, if I can't burst consistently on her, it don't fucking matter. So, I don't know. Anyways. Anyone else? Anyone else I care a lot about min-maxing? I think my targets are, like, Dia, that Electro Goblet, the Cryo Goblet. Should take a peek, see at some of my other goblets. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Other than just goblets in general. Let's see. That's a 3-line, and already is kind of a good combination of substats. That's a 3-line. It's a 3-line and already a good combination of substats. That was a 3-line we already looked at. This is a 3-line and a good combination of substats. Wait, why do I have... Okay, that I didn't realize I had. This is a 3-line and a meh combination of substats, but the weird thing is if I reroll this one, what, at best it becomes a version of this one? I get, like... Why do I even have this? I feel like I don't need this now that I have this, but I'll keep it still, I guess. But anyways, I don't know, because maybe I want that EM on a forward vaporize. Like, this is a theoretically really, really good piece for Mualani. But yeah, anyways. Okay. Physical bonus. I've had this for so long. I've had this artifact for so long. I forgot I had it still. To be clear, I, like, don't know that I have that compelling of, pale flame pieces in general to meaningfully take advantage of it. But I have that. It's not a 4-line to target a reroll. I have this already, which doesn't really need to be targeted, no. But this is a 4-line that could be targeted in the future. I think the main problem for considering using Pale Flame is, like, needing ER stats and not having a timepiece option. But onset Goblet, and I get a good circlet in Pale Flame, and then this Goblet is turned into something less cope, right? All this artifact optimization, sure you won't get dog shit rerolls. I mean, I'm not going to prioritize this piece because I need other Pale Flame pieces to make this actually valuable in the first place still. But it's like, hey, a reward for keeping this for so long, for refusing to throw away a usable onset Goblet that I never actually used, right? And that's all. So, anyways, yeah, none of this is like me assuming it's going to all roll perfectly well. I'm just looking through options. I think we looked at Pyro Goblet earlier. I don't think I have any 4-lines, and I have good enough options that it's not really a problem. One thing I could really use in Pyro Goblets is like a double crit ER Goblet, but it's not that big a deal. Oh, I forgot about this. I could reroll this for Kaniche. Because I was sad when I got this from the domain and it rolled O-Cage. But I don't play Kaniche enough for it to really matter, so... And like as far as like, oh, an off-piece Goblet for Emily, there's not really anything that's going to beat this for Emily. I mean, to be clear, I could reroll this for Emily. If I wanted, like... Because this one, you know, had to let me down with that one bad roll on a 4-line piece, but, you know. I don't think it's that big a deal. Electro Goblet, I think, yeah, the obvious target is this one, was a 4-line. This one would be kind of nice to perfect for Auron, but it really doesn't matter. Again, this one would be a factor of, like, do I need the ER on Yai? I think most likely I would keep this one. Oh, this one. I will probably reroll this for Fischl. This one will probably be up in the priority list. So now I have two Electro Goblets. 2 Electro Goblets at the priority list. This is a 4-line piece too. I forgot this was a 4-line. God. I forgot how much this let me down. I thought this was a 3-line, and I just noticed it said 3 on the tag. Ah. So this one, God, this one has so much potential. Holy, okay. Okay. So what are my priority rerolls? I think my priority rerolls are the Electro Goblet Glad and Troop, and then the Cryo Goblet. When should I use Fragile Resin? When you need it. You can save some for like when new bosses come up for new characters. You want to like farm them to 90 on day 1 kind of thing. Otherwise, I don't know. Like they're best used when you're like, oh, I need to use 100 more resin to be able to finish farming for leveling this weapon or finish farming for leveling this character. So I don't know. Like having a little bit in your back pocket to use on demand when you need that is kind of where I think fragile resins are at their most ideal. I don't think you need a huge stockpile of them to do that though. Do I get anything compelling from No, that's a 4-line. Or sorry, that's a 3-line. This was a 3-line too. I couldn't really improve these that much. I could get minor improvements, but not really to a level it's worth spending on. Okay. And that was just, yeah. Okay. Oops. Anima bonus. No reason to reroll that. No reason to reroll that. Okay, yeah, ammo goblets, nothing special. I have not many. My cryo goblet situation overall is kind of sad. I could theoretically reroll this. This is a 4-line, but like just the only thing that could change is getting one more ER or crit roll. This is a Escoffier piece. Ignore spoilers. Because that's definitely equipped to Escoffier and not who you saw it equipped to. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not spoilers. Don't worry about it. But yeah, the cryo goblet I would probably reroll the one that's double crit 4-line. Geo goblet wise are kind of... I've definitely thrown away some geo goblets that, well, rip. I don't think I'm going to target geo goblets. This one's good enough at it already, like it could be better, but you know. Very unlikely when it only has a single line. So oh well. Oh well. Alright, so yeah, that's where I'm at. I think it's those goblets, and then maybe the Glad timepiece after that is my priority. And then maybe Skirk pieces. Like that's I think my priority. I've got like 6 potential artifacts to like target. Actually, Skirk pieces and then Dia pieces. I don't know. I'd probably prioritize Dia pieces over Skirk pieces, honestly. It depends on various factors, but anyways. Yeah. New to the game, got Kozlin. Took me a week to collect an open Kniech banner. Oh boy, you're new to the game. FYI, don't wish on these banners unless you have enough. I'm going to guess you wish on this banner not having enough. Do not f***ing wish on this banner if you don't have enough to guarantee the character. Okay? Like you potentially risked just throwing away a lot of wishes that could have been used as progress towards other characters. When you wish on these 2 banners, these are the normal limited banners. The character event wish rather than the chronicle wish. These will, even if you lose your 50-50, you carry over a guarantee into a future banner, right? So if you lose the coin flip to a standard banner character instead of getting Kniech, you can carry over that guarantee to get Skirk next patch. You lose your 50-50 here for whatever character you selected, you get this point, but if the banner goes away, you lose that point, you lose your guarantee. It functionally might be that you spent 75 wishes and got fucking nothing from it. If it was a character that was useless to you, right? To be clear, this is a Chronicle banner that is slightly more likely to give you a useful character because there's no, like... I mean, they're not, like, crazily good characters, but, like, you know. So, anyways. I wish to encourage caution when it comes to Chronicle banner. But, yep. At least it went well for you by getting Kozua. Anyways. So, yeah, I have a lot of potential pieces, clearly, to target, is my point. I think I'm going to keep my list at that for now, for targeting upgrades. Alright, yeah, so if you're fine with losing the 50-50 to literally any of those characters, like you wanted any of them, then I guess it's fine to just go to 1 5-star on the Chronicle banner, but still, it's a lot better to, like, spend your wishes on the limited banner, and if you lose your 50-50 on limited banner, that potentially builds up tracking towards capturing Radiance, which can guarantee more limited 5-stars in the future, and then more likely stronger ones in the Chronicle banner too. Yes, Weapon Banner is the same way, but Weapon Banner is cheaper. Weapon Banner has a higher base rate of 5-stars than this banner, and its pity is lower. So, like, weapons are significantly cheaper than this. But weapon is the same thing, where you should probably only wish on this if you can guarantee the weapon. So, or is it a similar thing? That technically there is a carryover guarantee on the Weapon Banner, because it's a 25-75. It's a 25% chance to get a standard banner weapon, or a 75% chance to get one of the 2 featured weapons. So that means it's a 37.5 between the 2. So if you lose the 25% chance, though, that 25% chance, after that happens, the next 5-star, if you lose the 25% chance, and you get the fate point, but don't have enough wishes to guarantee, like, getting Kniech's weapon, you will still have a guarantee for one of the 2 featured banner weapons on your next pull. It's a pseudo guarantee. You don't carry over a guarantee for a specific weapon, but you carry over a guarantee for one of the 2 weapons, right? Versus the normal 25-75. that used to matter more in the past when weapon banner was 2 fate points instead of 1 fate point. Now it doesn't really matter. You should just wish on the banner if you have enough to guarantee the weapon, basically. You shouldn't do what I am likely to do. If I win my 50-50 for Skirk, it is likely I will throw some pulls on that banner. We'll see. But yeah, don't touch. The simple advice is don't touch Chronicle banner, don't touch weapon banner, unless you have enough pulls to guarantee the weapon, which is, to be safe, 160 pulls for the character banner. Sorry, for Chronicle banner, and then 100 and we'll say 140 is fairly pessimistic. It's actually 140 is bad. I'll say 135. 140 is unlikely to be how much you need. And again, the average is lower than that for each of those banners, but average does not mean that that's what your experience will be. Plan for the realistic worst case scenario. So yeah. Anywho's. Let's go do a little bit of Zenless. I don't know. I'm gonna have the energy to do a full arse big ol' Hollow Zero run, but we shall see. We shall see. I take a drink of water. I've not been drinking enough this stream. My water bottle is too full. It should be like mostly empty by now. Don't you eat? I've been streaming for 6 hours. It's fine. But no, I don't eat every 4 hours like some people. Not saying I don't like snack or whatever, but I don't feel. Oh, why is it not popping up? Hey, oh, that's formatted weird. Oh, there. What? There we go. Fixed. You know what, I'm gonna rename this to ZZZ so I don't change that in the future. Yeah, just leave a toggle in OBS for Zenless specifically. All right, downloading. What? Okay. You interested in Yuzuha and Alice? Yuzuha, 100%. She is a support, and she's an anomaly-specific support. I'm very happy. I was going to be upset if she was a support for Rupture. Like, if we had gotten a Rupture-specific S-rank support before we got an anomaly-focused S-rank support, I would have been salty. But yeah, we got Astra, but for anomalies. That means Astra is more relegated to best in slot for crit-based DPSs, and both of them work well for either. Is what it seems to be, right? Like, but because they still give buffs regardless to either archetype, but they buff a little bit more for one or the other. Although, okay, to be clear, actually, I think Yuzuha is more restrictive than Astra, I believe. Well, no, I don't think she is, because I think her attack buff works without her core passive being able. I think her core passive is just her disorder and anomaly bonus, right? So no, never mind. I think yeah. I think both of them are like kind of generic enough to be versatile, but their intended best in slot utility, right? Her intended best in slot utility is anomaly supports, which is cool.
This is the path I follow.
Now I have like slightly spec'd more away from anomaly focused shenanigans on my account as of late, because I had to be picky. I had to pick between Hugo Lighter or whatever. I would have liked to give Vivian for Jane and whatever, but I will suffice for now. So intention is to likely get Yuzuha. I can use her with Jane, you can use her with Bernice, use her with Miyabi. Miyabi versus Astra. Or sorry, Yuzuha versus Astra for Miyabi is going to be kind of interesting, because Miyabi is an anomaly unit, but a fake anomaly unit. But she also has like so much crit damage that like I don't, with her signature weapon at least and her artifacts and whatever, that I don't think like the crit damage matters that much from Astra. So like, I don't know. Yuzuha for some versions of Miyabi teams is going to be an interesting alternative to Astra that might actually be better in some ways. I'm not sure, but it's probably just going to be very similar at the end of the day. I think Astra should be a little better, but yeah, you do get Yuzuha has her interesting gimmick where she does additional application of the type of the unit that you have on the team. And that includes like Miyabi's special frost anomaly, right? So, you know, Yuzuha will actually help build up frost on enemies, which means more potential disorder stacks quicker. And that's interesting. So, I don't know. Anyways, Yuzuha is definitely worth getting, is my point. She will definitely be a strong unit, I think. Well, maybe, I mean, her kit balance might change a little bit, right? I don't know. They changed the exact values of things, but I think Yuzuha is unlikely to change because, or not unlikely to change, but unlikely to change crazily. But because obviously it's intended that her balance is, you know, buffing anomalies. If they change anything about her, they might, you know, make her attack buff slightly less, so she's a slightly worse generic attack buffer and more specialized towards anomalies. But we'll see. I imagine they know exactly what they're doing for her power level 4 anomaly units, at least. You see the tech of not completely scratching off Howl's scratch card to see if you like what you're going to get, and then going to the temple if you don't like what you see. That is fun. I didn't know that was a thing. Honestly, that seems like something I will do. Even though it's like kind of time wasty. I will probably do that. But I haven't gone to the new area yet. So, not today. But I will try to remember to do that in the future. It's really funny that you can do that. Temple Doggo gives more polys? Oh, okay. That's interesting. So basically you do the scratch off card, right? Alright, you see that it's not puppers or golden poop or whatever. And you can go to the temple and then roll the dice there. It doesn't take that long, right? So that's interesting. There is a couple non-pupper things that do give polychrome still, but I think they're not very common, so it's pretty easy to just be like, alright, not puppers, not golden poop. Switch to whatever, right?
Nothing beats caffeine on a lazy afternoon.
Alright. Should I do some pre-farming for Jafufu? Also, by the way, Yuzuha is interesting enough, like her engine is interesting enough. Now I don't know, like I have my guarantee for Jafufu. Still gonna get her. That's not gonna be hard. Now I gotta decide if I actually want her engine. I think I'm probably gonna skip Jafufu's engine in favor of going for Yuzuha and getting Yuzuha's engine. But we'll see. So, anyways. It's just a problem of... I don't think there's that compelling of engines for Jafufu that aren't her signature. Because she wants a bunch of attack. So presumably the best option is probably Hellfire Gears, because I think she can utilize the extra energy. Yeah, or Steam Oven. So I don't know. I'll have to look into and watch some videos and see some comparisons on how Steam Oven compares to her signature weapon. And again, like Mihoyo shot themselves in the foot. Jafufu's engine originally would have probably been DPS Chingyi's best weapon, in my opinion, at least, because it gave a damage substat with high, 5-star, 713 base attack, whatever, from limited 5 stars. But then it also gave damage bonus for doing like EX specials and whatever, like, to the whole team, including Chingyi. So it should have been just meaningfully more damage on Chingyi, a little bit loss of the energy generation compared to this engine, but like overall should be net gain meaningfully for DPS Chingyi specifically. And she would theoretically stun a little bit slower with Jafufu's engine, original engine. But that isn't really the end of the world, because like stunning faster with Chingy and the teams I'm playing with Chingy trigger is not necessarily ideal. Like, you don't need to actually stun faster, and there's actually some downsides to it. So I was like relatively confident it was going to be our best option there. So I was like, oh, well, I can get an upgraded option for Chingy when I need it, and then I can also have it for Jufufu. Cool. Like, this is an engine that makes sense to go for me. And then they changed her engine to require fire damage from specials specifically. Like, well, fuck you, Mihoyo. Like, you just went from I was going to pull this to I am not going to pull this potentially. Like, good job. Anyways,
Let me finish my cup.
yes, Yuzuha needs her engine to max her AM buff indeed. And I feel like to get the full mechanical value out of the nuance of Yuzuha doing her anomaly buildup of the other agent's type, like it's kind of might be fairly desirable, but it's gonna be one of those things that like doesn't necessarily reflect that much, I think, on paper, but it will reflect maybe more in practice in subtle ways. So I don't know. I think like Yuzuha's engine, as annoying as it is, kind of might have gameplay affecting changes. So can you go away? Oh, I don't want to teleport. I just want the red dot to go away, please. I regret it. I regret it. All right. Claim that. All the red dots. I hate. Why does Zenless's red dots are terrible? All right. Claim that. All right. It's your longest stream. I think like 9 or 10 hours. Anyways, this won't be going that much longer. Okay, I don't want to feel like I don't want to figure out what I need for Jufufu right now, so I'm just gonna go farm discs. I should go farm like Denny's probably, honestly. Yeah, but I'm lazy right now. I don't feel like thinking about it. Alice, by the way, looks interesting. She seems to be a weird mix of Miyabi plus Yanagi. She's a anomaly unit, anomaly DPS that wants to crit. Her animations look nice. The only thing that actually tempts me for her is apparently her assault is a special assault that is separate from normal assault. So she does not interfere with like there's an anti-synergy if you put two of the same like anomaly unit together. So if you wanted to do Jane and Alice together, not something that makes sense because at a baseline because they're both like physical anomalies, and there's a cooldown for how often you can trigger anomaly on enemies. So like you could max out the anomaly meter but not actually trigger anomaly until that cooldown is done, which is a downside, and that's why it's part of why like doing 3 anomaly unit teams isn't as compelling. But Alice has a separate. Functionally, she has like a custom element, like kind of Auric Ink, but it's not displayed as a custom element. It's not special color or anything. It just functions in the same way, where it builds up a separate anomaly for her marks, and that means technically it's still physical. It's still an assault that can crit, and Jane's kit says that assaults can crit for all teammates. So I don't like that. Oh crap! What am I doing? So technically, Jane can make Yuzuha's assaults crit, which is kind of weird. I don't think it'll actually be compelling, to be clear. I just think it's interesting enough to make me tempted. Realistically, I am probably going to skip Alice, even though I don't dislike her.
Don't hesitate.
I don't interfere. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't interfere with anomaly because I'm the latest 5-star rather than a global anomaly mechanic change. So in her case, it's less. To be clear, I would kind of like to see a change to the global anomaly cooldown mechanic. But For her, it's her like kit gimmick doesn't proc like it doesn't consume anomaly buildup in the first place when you proc assault, but it does a lot less damage. So like the idea is she procs a bunch more assaults, but smaller damage. Versus like Jane is like a big instance of assaults, but slower. Is my overall understanding currently. And that's why it does a separate build-up, I believe. It's because she has this weird thing where she stops the build-up. So I think they had to do for that. So I don't know. I don't think they were... My point is... I was going to stun. There we go. I don't think they specifically did this way in order to make it so she had this weird Jane synergy. I think they did this because of the gimmick with her kit. Essentially necessitating it. So, I think it's fine. Is the point in this case? But I'm not against the idea of that changing. And realistically, the thing that will really determine my interest in Alice and Jane together is they would have to change Jane's kit, because Jane requires a lot of field time as it currently is, and Alice most likely also requires a bunch of field time. But it's possible there's something weird to do with like constant quick assists between, you know, the two characters. Especially if, oh my god, especially if Jane gets changes, right? Which I think she's likely to. So potential Jane changes could actually make her a compelling teammate for what's her bucket. Can you stop going in the air, bro?
Truth is a beloved fairy tale.
Just need Jane to poke every 10 seconds for her debuff to be up. Yeah, and maybe it'll actually be a net gain. I don't know. I just suspect that like playing Alice without Jane is she's probably gonna have stronger teams without Jane, right? I'm not 100% on that though, of course. But you know, okay, attack percent actually on the HP set. I don't know. Keep it, I guess. I don't think Jane is getting it after a while. They haven't even done Ju. I mean, I hope they do more than one character in the next patch for buffs. Because if they're only doing one, like I don't know why we're assuming they're only going to do one character per patch. I really hope they don't just do one character per patch, but you know. And the reason I think it's likely that Jane is potentially next for buffs is because, well, this is a patch that has a bunch of physical units anyways, so the time for them to be like, hey, guess what? We buffed this old physical unit is now when they're also having other physical units. Or maybe you could argue they don't want to buff her now because if they buff Jane now, maybe that would make people not pull for the new physical anomaly. So they'll buff her after they release a new physical anomaly. But I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. I just think it would make sense with releasing new content that anomaly units. That's a defense percent piece. Maybe I should keep it, but releasing new contents with anomaly units, or sorry, for physical units, means like may as well buff the old physical DPS that probably is in need of not even a buff. Like I think Jane isn't in need of a rework more than a buff. Like she doesn't just need her damage increase; she needs a rework for how her damage happens. So, anyways, but regardless, the fact that there's going to be like a physical weak deadly assault boss, it means Jane will be a lot stronger regardless. And you can argue that Vivian teams were already enough of an increase that like, I know, like that's all good and all, but I still think Jane needs some kind of minor rework, and I would like to kind of see her have flexibility to be more compelling if you spend less field time on her. So, anyways. I have not deployed this new Hollow Zero yet. Let's do a run on the Hollow Zero. Lost Void content update. Yep. Okay. Task Force mission. Okay. So I can try. Interesting. Okay. I don't really think I have the energy to think about how to use Yixuan right now. So, oh boy. Do I just select one? Yeah. Why does this already say 1 in the corner? Okay. Just spam EXDBH. I mean, okay, fine, sure. Can I select her? Can I not select her? Okay, well, okay. First of all, this is just initial HP. I did hear about this one. Shield, bang boot damage, okay. Price difference, HP, coins. And this could be pretty good, but more gear. Okay. It's in the team selection. Okay. Just gonna choose this. So I don't have to think about it. Oh, I haven't. Oh, okay. I can't do any of the ether activity. Okay, well this is gonna be fairly easy then.
The anticipation of
Alright. Where are you? Hello.
What brings you here? Allow me to watch over you.
I mean, I don't have the painter leveled. Miami Astra. Would that annoy people? Wait, if I use Miyabi, does it count at the same time? I kind of want to do Miyabi and Astra.
I'm curious to see the audience's reaction.
Is it going to count all of these at the same time for those rewards? I think it might. Nice. Alright, let's go. What are you playing? We're playing ZZZ. By 3 Z's, not that many. Zenless Zone Zero. He's a bird with a creepy eye. Alright. Hello. Okay. Do I have to use this one? Okay. That's Miyabi. Automatic dodge. Okay. Sheer damage increase. And I can get this one. Perfect block. EX special attack. Sure. Get the fancy one. Only requires you to use one of the feature characters unless you mean the individual character awards. Yeah, that's what I was saying, because there was a Miyabi individual character award and an Astra individual character award. So that's why I chose that. Because I can do 3 in 1. Okay. Whatever. I'm assuming at this difficulty level it will not matter, considering, you know, everything. Yeah. Okay. I will say, on an OLED display, I do like the bird. Like, it is the... I like the bird and like the ink in general, right? Like, the visuals are nice, but it's also a bit much at the same time. So, anyways, price difference.
What a nuisance.
Right. Wow. All right. I mean, yep. I'm gonna guess I don't really have to think that much for this, considering. We will choose the new thing because that gives us things. Price difference. Special color for her damage numbers makes her feel very premium. Yep. It's just a special color, though. It basically doesn't matter other than that. I mean, I don't know. If I didn't hate her design that much, I don't know. Maybe I'd consider. But at this point, now I want Jafufu. I want Yuzuha. So like, now I want enough multiple other characters that are upcoming that it's quite easy. That seems awful, so I'm gonna go with this one. It seems quite easy to, you know, skip a character when you're looking towards looking forward to a bunch of other things, right? Okay, there's a weird range on that ability, but I don't know. Pooping ink all over the ground though was visually satisfying. I will give them that. How much do you like her skin? I mean, if I got her, I'd probably buy her skin because I really hate her base design. So, I mind the skin a bit less, mostly because I think the black and white contrast looks a lot better, and it's less ass hanging out. Disabled numbers, yep. Let's see. Stunning or inflicting disorder. It's probably not. Well, that probably will happen if I ever actually get to do anything with Miyabi. Let's just do this. Oh, we have HP cost things. Oops. That's fine, I suppose. Boob jiggle is also extra premium. Yeah, I think she got an excessive amount of boob jiggle, but I suppose it makes sense considering they're ginormous.
Let's make this quick. Swift yet still. Release.
All right, I'll take the money.
Like, this is just scared of just VFX all over the screen.
Allow me.
Not parry. That was not parry because it was not parry with that. Yeah.
I'm unstoppable.
That was parry because I didn't pay attention. Yeah, parry. Man. I can't see shit.
It's over.
An opening. Swift yet still. Clear yet murky.
Like the English VA? Relatively indifferent order. It's like you can't see anything. Yeah, it's like, it's too much VFX for me. I like the black inkiness, but it's just, can't see anything. Like, Miyabi is already a lot. Like, you know, Astra Yao new or Miyabi new, I guess. Whatever. Turn on numbers and you're blind. Honestly, we may as well. We're already blind anyways. Like, why not? M0 Miyabi good, yes. Wow. Alright. Hello. My god, that's a lot of things. Okay. So here, I mean, shop could be very good, but price difference. No, we'll just go forward after that. Why does it say these are new? Are these like new for these new things? Okay. I could have sworn I got all Miyabis before, but anyways. Oh, we can choose yours. Oh, okay. Good. Star Rail worth it to get into? I think the only reason to play Star Rail is for the story, personally. To be clear, I don't think the main story is actually that good. But I do think the side stories kind of make up for the whateverness of the main story. The main story I think starts pretty solid, to be clear, but Flanders. But for what it's worth, I dropped Star Rail, and I don't really have that much desire to come back. I was tempted briefly by stuff going on right now in it, mostly like the collab is funny, but like I don't really actually care about Fate that much. Probably should, you know, do my best. So, you know, I enjoyed Bellabog. Yeah, me too. Wait. So I don't know. It's just like Star Rail's weird. I don't know what to say about it other than that, to be completely honest. It's not a terrible game. On a animation level, or on a gameplay level, I feel like most of the enjoyment of Star Rail just comes from, do you like the eye candy of the animation gameplay? I think Star Rail's gameplay is more compelling if you need a game that's like a good public transit game for you, right? If you need a game while you're on the bus or in a car ride, or sorry, in a train ride, maybe it's a stronger consideration because it can be good for that, I guess. But I don't know. There's a lot of games. There's a lot of games that are good for that. Like I don't know. Yeah. Bus game is crazy. I mean, it's because it's just something that can like hold your attention, but not be something you have to focus on. Because let's be real, once you actually do the gacha grind in Star Rail, the whole gimmick of Star Rail's gacha grind is that you grind so that you can press the autoplay button. Like, I'm not saying there's no nuance in Star Rail's combat. There is. Like, a large amount of it can be autoplay with when you have the ideal characters for that they want you to have for whatever particular enemy. Is my overall experience. What it was my experience with it. And it's like a nice feature for like the convenience of the grind, but it feels like the autoplay was convenient for the grind, and the reward for the grind is more autoplay, right? So I don't know. Should I say yin and yang? Like yin and yang? I have always, in my brain, it's always been yin and yang. It might be yin and yang. It wouldn't surprise me. It might be the more correct, like, way to say it or whatever. But yin and yang rather than yin and yang. Interesting. Anyways. Remember, you're DF into playing Zenless. Nice. That. Burb. I wish I could have only that animation. It's objectively the better one.
Victory, the only option. Yeah. Obliterate form and spirit. Scatter.
Wait, I want to see your bird. Yeah. Oh, come on. I just want to fly with my bird. Alright, that is funny. Hold dodge without moving. Okay. I do not remember from the videos I watched what that ability does, or why to use it. Doesn't matter. Regains adrenaline after a technique. Okay, okay. Why Astra takes so long to get her Q up? I mean, she has very, very slow decibel generation. I think if you don't, particularly, especially I think even slower, if you don't have her core passive enabled. I believe, at least. Maybe it's the same. It might not. I haven't actually tested that. To know that I haven't tested it, and I don't know that confidently just in general. Yeah, we'll go right. But she has just slow generation at a baseline. Wait, I just chose def reduction, and freaking Yishuan doesn't work with def reduction. But anywho's, no, energy regen doesn't do anything for decibels. That's just for the multicolored bar. But yeah, she's just really slow at generating decibels, just period. So, again, Deadly Assault, I would say I ult twice, usually, on her. Not that I couldn't necessarily ult more, maybe if I used her better, but I think I usually ult twice in Deadly Assault. And oftentimes in like a Shiyu run, I won't ult with her at all. Or like I'll ult once towards the end of the clear. So, yeah, she just doesn't ult that often. But using is then, which is all the more reason to try to use it to its full extent, because you can use it to get the free chain attacks. So people use that, you know, to get extra chain attacks in the stun window, for example. But anyways, interesting. We can buy that here. We'll buy it all. Why not? Crazy. I could do without the little like edge of screen effect for this, but it's pretty fun. Okay, so I'm supposed to do this now. Oh. Also, I didn't do Astra. Whoops. It's fine. Yeah, I'm just using Yishuan in the trial. I did not get her. I don't dislike her gameplay. I think the amount of things, like, I really don't dislike that she has a crazy convoluted kit. Not convoluted. Like, I don't think it's actually that convoluted. I think it's just she has a lot of different things you can choose to do, right? So it can get complicated. And I don't think that's inherent a bad thing or anything. I am fine with them releasing more units that have complexity in their kit, like this. I just kind of don't like her design, and I don't like a number of specific decisions that they made, and that's fine. And I need reason to skip characters, and I don't like other than that, right? Yeah, don't like the visual noise. I think I might also get bored of her in the long term with how it's just like the visual effects is the enjoyment, and like, you know, I think I can experience that a little bit and be happy with it. Show. Yep. Yes. They're surrounding me. Oh no. Oh, you didn't even do a parryable attack, rude. Miyabi. Taking too long to deal with these. Do a dash attack to group them. Too late. Do you need adrenaline to parry? Alright. I don't really care what I buy here. Just buy whatever. Buy whatever I think will be fine. Alright. Oh no, it's ice resistant. Whatever will I do? Wait, how much is Woo skins?
Awaken. Purging slash. Swift yet still. Clear yet
I don't think I let that attack finish. I don't think you're supposed to do that, but I don't know if it actually hurts. See everything. Genshin was $50? What in Jesus Christ?
I swear on my blade.
Wow. Crazy. All right. But well, impressions on Yishuan? I don't know. Well, that wasn't like difficult content, so I wasn't even trying. I was staring at staring at chat half the time. And brain was on just spamming buttons. That was a button mashy gameplay experience with Yishuan there, which realistically is probably how the average player is going to play her. I didn't hate it or anything, but yeah, I don't know. It didn't really change anything about my thoughts on her as it currently stands, and I think that's fine. Like I said, I need reasons to skip characters, and I'm just not that interested. The visuals are pretty, but I don't think the actual gameplay is something that would engage me long term. So, god dang it, was there another one there I still didn't claim? No, okay. Let's maybe do more chat. Oh yeah, no, I can claim this. Okay. Claim that and claim the Miyabi one. Okay, cool. And now I can do Ether 4. Okay, what is all the Ether effects? Must complete the battle. Okay, but you can skip that. Yeah, I did hear about this, which I think is awful. I mean, I'll do it once, obviously, or multiple times to unlock the different things. I've been streaming for a while, though. I don't think I have the energy to do a ton more Zenless right now. But like, yeah, I don't like adding a time challenge to things. I don't think it's that problematic, realistically. I don't like adding a time challenge to Hollow Zero. So after I like do all the one-time rewards, I doubt I will enable the time challenge mode. But that's fine. it's fine to have as an option, I guess, if you want that. These are a heckin' lot of modifiers though. So, yeah. Anyways, did I choose someone for account fixing? Yeah, there's one in particular that I'm going to contact at least for the simple video that I want to make. Because well, there's two specifically. One of them had like 200. There's a couple different options. So I'm gonna reach out to one of them, see what the state of their account is like, see if there's an interesting video I can make on their account. There's also like at least 3 or 4 other accounts that could be their own video concept just based on the information they provided in the account. So, you know, yes is to all of the above. Might you do a time challenge to unlock the harder challenges? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying I will do the time challenge for unlocking the harder stuff for all the one-time rewards. Like, but then after that, I won't do it recurringly, I don't think. But we have the things I can use. Yep. Nope. I may as well try to level. Okay, sure. Well, let's just finish it here. Aw. Okay, I'll double check if I even need to keep that. I don't remember. But brick you though, game. I mean, maybe. So we'll keep that just in case. I don't know. I'm going to suspect there's not going to be a character that will ever use that. But you never know. Alright. What do I have for slot? Was that slot 2 that I just got? Yes. Okay. Man, freaking death percent roll. Ugh. It's right in the smack dab, like, weird middle of the road. Like, I could just have one more crit roll and I would have been happy. Instead, it's like weird side grade. God dang it. God dang it. Okay, I'm not gonna throw it away, but it's gonna get unlocked for now.
Let me finish my cup of hot water.
Hit the wrong button. Zenless good. Not tried it yet. I think it's really good, but it's not gonna be a game for everyone. If you're looking for the 700th version of an open world exploration game, that is not what the game is, and I think that's fine. But yeah, I feel the combat's very strong, like a strong suit, even in its design. Why did I click on that? I enjoy the story. I don't think it's like the best game story I've seen or anything, but it has a lot of instances of like storytelling that I enjoy. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, now is the time to try. You can get a free standard banner character, standard S rank character, and nope, and an weapon engine for them as well, which is nice. Kind of terrible substat combination. Wow, these were some pieces. Alright. Sure, I guess. Crit damage. No. Alright, bye. Well, that was exciting. Alright. Yeah, there's lots of pulls in this patch too. Yep. There's a heckin' lot of content just in general that you can do right now, I'd say. If you're starting Zenless. That's for dang sure. Yeah, I don't know. I really like the game. Like despite my gripes about like the stupid UI changes that kind of drive me insane, the overall progression of the game has been one of like very positive improvement over time, and They actually do very clearly seem to be listening to player feedback, arguably maybe too much in some ways. But overall, it's been just like a pretty continual improvement. There's a lot of the combat is in my opinion like an ideal for like action game combat, at least, where it's like simple to get the baseline functioning understanding of its mechanics, but there's a lot of depth to being a lot better at playing it. Yeah, I don't know. And yeah, whether or not you enjoy it is just depending on your various preferences for video games and yada yada. I think it's worth a shot, but it's still a gacha game, to be clear. That's its major downside. It still has, you know, the wants you to log in loop.
Would you like to try today?
Although I have felt the least pressured by this game compared to any other gacha game for engaging with the gacha loop, right?
A perfect mix.
And I think that's a good thing as well. We'll try that piece. Try this. I mean, what freaking character do I need this on? Probably none. Okay, it has a bad roll first roll. What do I want here? All crit rate. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, bye. Alright. Oh, that was exciting. Alright.
Leaving so soon.
Anyways, we crossed 7 hours. Yep. And 7 hours means the end of today. It's the stream. Not the day, literally. It's 7 p.m. here. Anyways, tomorrow I'm going to look at apartments, which means I will probably stream slightly later than normal. But I also sometimes stream later. I don't stream consistently anyways lately. So at the time, my targeted time, which is when I started the stream, aka 7 hours ago. So I don't know. I don't know how long I'll be actually viewing the apartment. And also, I'm also going to check out the general area before or after viewing some apartments to make sure I want to actually live in that area. And therefore, I don't know when exactly I will be streamed tomorrow, if I am streamed tomorrow. If I still have the energy after the apartment viewings, I will probably do a unit review stream. Or it'll just be normal yaps, whatever. So, yerp. It's going for 7 hours. What? The stream. You joined in a stream at the end of a 7 hour thing. Try to vlog the apartment? Frick no. No. But, anywho's. We'll probably talk to you guys tomorrow. And the hope, by the way, is that the collab thing should be done on Wednesday or Thursday. Although I'm not actually... I haven't decided yet whether or not I'm going to live stream. I know that I believe Zajef and Limbo will definitely be live streaming it. I might just be recording it to turn it into an edited video. Mostly because my brain goes into a different mode when live streaming. And I feel myself needing to engage with chat far more. So I don't know. We'll see. If I live stream it, it's because if I live stream it, I might just ignore chat. So I don't know. Anyways, it should be hopefully Wednesday, Thursday, is the current tentative plan, but not 100% committed on that. But yeah, look forward to that. Anyways, have a wonderful day. Thanks for joining, and hopefully account fixing actual video soon. Gotta go contact the peoples.